Welcome to America's Day at the Races. We're a little wet and wild here at beautiful Belmont Park, but that's not going to stop the racing action as race number 8, it's a maiden special weight, well-bred horses, 10 for 10. He meets Savoy again. He'll also battle against Constitution's full brother, Constitutional Rage for Todd Pletcher. Decorated Invader, he's back this weekend in the Grade 3 Hill Prince, cutting back to a mile and looking to give trainer Christophe Clement his 4th victory in that 3-year-old Grade 2. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net. Well, welcome to Belmont Park. I'm Maggie Wolf, now filling in for Greg Wolf, and I'm pleased to be joined by Paul Laduca, 4-time Major League All-Star baseball player. Paul, a little bit of a hiatus, but welcome back to the show. So nice to have you back on set with us.
Thank you. I missed your voice. I missed a lot of other voices, especially the voices that I'm hearing in my ear in the truck and the Naira crew. Good to be back here on a rainy Friday, but still not a bad card so far. Race number 1 is going to be on the turf. And then we're going to play it by ear by there. It looks like it's going to keep on raining, Max.
Yeah, exactly. We've had some heavy rain over the past hour, keeping things fluid. Race 1, yielding turf. Main track for the rest of them, sloppy and sealed. But as I was mentioning, that maiden special weight looks to be a feature. Mount is 16th on the main track. As 10 for 10, he was second upon debut, which is good for a Shug McGaughey first-time starter. Going the 6 furlongs. Blinkers go on today. Now, he'll have to meet Savoy in here, Paulie, who, if you watch really closely, ran really well late for Chad Brown.
Yeah, this is a sneaky good race by the son of honor code Savoy. He was way, way out of it. Now, they both weren't really fancied at the window. If you look, 10 for 10 was 13-1 first time out, which is about regular for a Shug McGaughey firster because they really don't fire first time out. They're usually set better second and third time. Now, Savoy, you would think would get some money for Chad Brown, really didn't, but showed up late there, as you see there on the outside and fourth, and might be able to get a better setup. I think Rational Choice in that race, too. Also, the 2 has a good look.
Rational Choice coming out of that likable race. He's heading towards the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and we also saw Speaker's Corner coming out of the 10 for 10 race come back and win his second start for Bill Mott. Today's race is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We are racing 1 through 10 today. As I mentioned, we're off the turf for everything except the first, so 2, 6, 9, and 7, 9, and 10 are going to be contested on the sloppy main track. Well, if you're not a member, make sure you join today. That is Naira Bets, of course. You can earn a $200 deposit match bonus, and those new members use Match 200 promo code when signing up and earn that $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join Naira Bets today as we are looking forward to getting today's first race underway. And for a guy who has an excellent perspective on what it's like to ride in these conditions, well, that's former champion jockey Richard Migliore. And Mig, I know you want to talk about what's the different equipment that jockeys wear on a sloppy track day like today?
Well, Maggie, obviously goggles, and plenty of them on a day like this. Particularly if you're on a closer, you want multiple pairs of goggles. I used to wear up to 5, never more than 5. Some guys will wear more, and I explained the other day how you line up your goggles down as you need to. Let them hang around your neck. I'm not going to go into another full demonstration of that. Of course, you always worry about your reins being slippery. Some guys use gloves. I used to reach down and get a big handful of dirt in the paddock and put the dirt, rub the dirt on my rubbers, of the rubber of the reins to keep them from slipping. You wear a mud jacket underneath the silks to keep you as dry as you possibly can, although usually you're pretty wet by the time you've ridden 1 or 2. Mud pants as well. I used to tape them to my boots so that water couldn't get up underneath there. And certainly just trying to find the best part of the track, Maggie.
Yeah, tricks of the trade, Meg, that's for sure. But when you're out on the racetrack, what were some of the things you did differently on a sloppy track day?
Well, I loved having speed on days like this, and I never went in a straight line. If I was 2 in front, I meandered from about the 5 path towards the rail, from the rail towards the 5 or 6 path. I wanted to throw mud on as many horses and jockeys as possible, trying to discourage them and keeping them back off. Also, I would always pull the silks out of the back of my pants so they would flap when I was in front. I'd undo my arm number so they would also flap with the wind. Anything to discourage a horse to running up to me or next to me. any little edge you can get. A lot of races are won by a nose. I'm sure I kind of snitched one or two along the way during my career.
We know you did, Mig. That's why you're one of the best and one of the best on the show as well. But Paulie,
good stuff, man. That's good stuff. Hey, I used to have pine tar behind my shin guards, and I would swipe the ball and throw it back to the pitcher. And my pitcher couldn't get a grip on days like this. So Mig had every trick up his sleeve. So you have to have some tricks here and there.
You always have to be thinking on your feet as well. As this one, it will be on the turf today, this first race. To kick things off here, Paul, it is an allowance race going 6 furlongs on that yielding turf course. And we do see favoritism here with number 6. That's French Reef. Forward trainer Chad Brown will jump into this race a little bit more as we'll see who handles the yielding turf course today to kick things off here at beautiful Belmont Park.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf and star performers both at home and abroad, Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and now a Grade 1 winner on turf. Plus Halliday, winner of the Grade 1 4-star Dave Handicap at Saratoga. In the auction ring, his progeny continue to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Visit nairabets.com and get started, or download that app today. Maggie Wolfendale alongside Paul LaDuca. We have Richard Migliore alongside too. Is race number 1. They are saddled and in the paddock as we are 10 minutes to post. Oftentimes with foul weather, we do send them out a little bit later. But Paul, we do see French Reef as your current 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, very talented Irish bred here. Good friends of the show, Louis Lazzanera, LLC, and 2-1 currently. And listen, this horse is ultra fast, but ran into just a faster horse last time.
Fire. Yeah. Who was on fire last time for Rob Masiello and Tom Albertrani. I mean, they briefly thought about sending that horse to the Breeders' Cup sprint, but French Reef showed a lot of promise in this race here. Now, it looks as though today he does have that pace advantage where last time Faya denied him of setting that early pace.
Yeah, you make a great point. There's not a lot of pace in here, and this horse cut out 21-1 at Saratoga. Then last time, Faya just went faster than he did, going 21-1. Now, We haven't had a lot of rain here in New York, and I know it's raining now, but I don't think the track is going to be too yielding, so I think his speed will be fine over this racetrack.
Yeah, and two, it seems as though it hasn't really affected, if the course is a little bit wet or if it's drier, it really hasn't affected. Speed has been good on this turf course, kind of no matter what, given oftentimes we don't see that faster paces. But what do you make of the New York bred in here, Maxwell Esquire, who is jumping up a bit in class here, facing open company once again for Christophe Clement, but has run fast enough to be competitive.
He really has. I mean, ever since he's added Lasix to the son of Discreet Cat, he's gotten better and better. In his last race on September 19th, he sort of just sat back with Junior Alvarado. This is the first time Junior was on him, and he gets the bob here at the end. I don't know if he was waiting on other horses or not, Maggie. Yeah. He sort of likes to be part of the crowd, but he also likes to be part of the crowd that's in the winner's circle or in a photo, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he was the one that kind of made the first move, and the race kind of came apart a little bit on him, but he seems to be a horse who's heading in the right direction, at least here. So we do see some outside horses taking some money as well. Duress, who also comes out of that fire race, he was the only one really making up any kind of ground on that early pace setter. He seems to run his best races, too, at the 6 furlongs.
Yeah, so there's a couple ways you can look at the 8 Duress, right? Closed into a fast pace, so everybody's going to look, okay, this horse benefited big time into that 21-1. And of course, that is true. But if you look at his last couple races before that, stumbled at the start and still ran very well and showed tactical speed. Last time the horse just got left in the gate, so it changed his style of running. So to me, he's the only horse that can maybe stay close to French Reef early, and I think this is the main danger. And a horse that's never missed the exacta here at Belmont.
No, and he's handled a course with a little bit of give in it as well. As we'll check in downstairs with Richard Migliori. He's going to bring us a paddock report. Meg?
Thanks, Maggie. And I'm hiding. I'm trying to find cover where I can find it. My notes are already a bit of a mess. And we've had just a good steady rain. But let's stay on the 8-horse Duress, who just looks fantastic. He looked fantastic last time with that good second to Faya, who could be a budding superstar. And I just thought it looks outstanding again for trainer Tom Albatrani. I think the outside post is going to be a benefit. You know, it wasn't one of those hard, drenching rains. It's been a pretty steady downpour, and I think that's going to lead, looking at the main track, it's as sloppy as it is, I think it's going to lead to more bottomless ground than if we had like a really hard downpour. This is just like one of those steady soaking rains, and I think it's going to be really soft, and at least he'll be out in the clear, be able to find some good ground, pick his spot, and he looks great from a physical perspective. The 7-horse Bourbon Currency, he looks great, been in good form for trainer John Kimmel. Spoke with John, though. He actually even toyed with the idea of scratching him. He says he might handle it, but he just wasn't convinced. He wasn't confident, I guess is the best way to put it. He just felt like, maybe he's going to struggle a little bit, but he looks great also from a physical perspective. The 3, Maxwell Esquire, he's got a race in good going that was very good, very composed in the paddock, looks terrific, really like what I'm seeing from him. And the 2-horse, Montauk Daddy, a horse that's certainly a bit of a price. I think he's going to handle the ground. I think he'll get over the ground. He's not as big and imposing as some of his rivals, a little bit lighter framed. And I always look for horses, Maggie, that maybe aren't going to bogged down quite as much in this going, and at times he's shown good speed. Maybe he gets in a position where he can just keep balanced. Jose Lezcano's been riding great and help him get over what I think is going to be very demanding ground.
Absolutely, Megan, and you do tend to look for those lighter framed horses, and I think that's what Meg was kind of looking at with number 7, Bourbon Currency. As we get back to him here, now, Paulie, he had a bit of a troubled trip late going back to his last effort, albeit against Starter Allowance Company. Again, I think he meets probably a little bit tougher company here.
Yeah, he probably does. And his form has gone up and down, hasn't it? His last 3 races have been dynamite, and then you go before that, not much. And then before that, they were good. So he's sort of in and out when it comes to his form cycle, but he's definitely in. He's got Jose aboard, another horse that needs a little bit of pace to run into. 7 seconds in 22 starts. That's probably indicative because of his running style. And wow, 3-5 now on French Reef as the money is pouring in.
Now, you mentioned Louis Lazzanero. He is the owner, proprietor of Nove in
yes.
Saratoga.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Louis just put his bet in, and that's why French Reef is 3-5.
Yeah, exactly. Not a man who's shy of the windows, that's for sure.
Yes.
But French Reef, too, we haven't seen him on a course with Given It, but with the European, the Irish pedigree, you would have to think that's a positive influence.
It has to be. Listen, they were very high on this horse. Obviously, I know the connections very personally. They loved this horse. Chad loved this horse. They did not want to geld him. They had to geld him in August of last year. Then they brought him out in Saratoga. They told me he was live, and wow, he ran 101-1, and there is Louis, if I'm not mistaken, right there. And then he just ran into Fia. I mean, they thought they had the best horse last time, and then, Fia, however you pronounce it, it's called Fasta, whatever, because he outran French Reef. When you outrun somebody in 21-1, you're running, Maggie.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember the call with John Embrial, our track announcer here at beautiful Belmont Park, saying, if these, fractions are right, then he just really ran fast.
Yeah.
I mean, 106 and 3 for that final time. Very impressive. And I mean, 43 to the half. And he was doing it in a common canter, it looked, to the eye, at least.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is 54-3. I mean, they went 21-1, 43, and then from the 43, they went another 11 flat in that middle quarter. They were flying to the 5/8. So no disgrace for French Reef to back up. I mean, I'm surprised, he didn't completely back up. It just shows you the class that he has. So he's going to be very tough to beat in here. It's just the rest, to me, the 8 with Kendrick Carmouche, speed type rider, can get out of the gate, might be the one that can sit in a good spot.
Yeah, as we are approaching a post parade here, as I was mentioning, horses going out a little later due to the weather conditions here. It seemed as though the rain slowed down a bit here, Paul, which is a good sign. I think it's going to be on and off throughout the day.
Yeah, it's a great sign. Hopefully we don't get any rain tomorrow because we got great turf racing on Sunday.
Yeah, looking forward to that as we have, as I was mentioning, Decorated Invader in that Hill Prince, as well as the rescheduled Knickerbocker, who was supposed to take place this past Monday on Columbus Day. Looking forward to some of those horses coming back that we saw in the Lure. Shug McGahee bringing back his horse as well as Chad Brown with Devamani and Olympico. So we are going to kick things off here as we just heard the call to post from the bugler, the bugler upstairs. Number 1, Fame to Famous, will be turning back here for John P. McAllen.
Front wraps the cut last couple times. One thing you could say about this 32-1 shot, been on the board both times over the turf here.
Out of the stakes winning mare, Assateague. Montauk Daddy, a son of Daddy Longlegs here for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and they paid $160,000. I would say that's got to be one of the highest purchases for a Daddy Longlegs.
New York bred Maxwell Esquire will look to keep things rolling for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, you're right. And this horse is in very, very good form. He's going to need pace up front, but look for her late, or look for him late.
Not often you see a Mike Maker trainee at 17-1 on the turf course, but that is what cryogenic is.
Yeah, with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Is that going to help? We'll see today.
Your current 3-5 favorite in French Reef.
Yeah, the one to catch. I mean, very, very fast. This gelding by New Approach.
Bourbon Currency has been in excellent form, as you pointed out, looking for a second win in 4 starts.
Yeah, the owner here, Toby Morton, the trainer, John Kimmel, the son of Spitestown, always right there, a kind of horse you need to use in your trifectas.
Perhaps the biggest threat late is Duress.
Yeah, for Chalk Racing and Tommy Albatrani. Tommy's having a good, nice little meet. And I think this is the only danger to the 6. I really do. I think Kendrick could put this Son of Violence in a very good spot.
He's always a horse I've had an affinity for, as if you want to play along with today's racing action here on America's Day at the Races, the Showdown. Play against your friends and fellow fans with this Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest available every day of racing here at Belmont Park. Place your picks and watch your name climb the leaderboard as we always check in at the end of the show. Make sure you visit NYRA.com/showdown to get things started. So just a great way if you don't really want to wager all your money, but to play along with the races, and people get awfully competitive in that Showdown.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jonathan Kinchin and Greg Wolf, they get even competitive and all that stuff. Even when I wasn't working, they were texting me and telling me they were on top of the leaderboard. They take pride in that kind of stuff. But you make a great point. It's a great learning tool. If you're somebody that wants to get into wagering and getting to playing the horses here over the NYRA circuit. It's a great way to sort of teach yourself and get into these contests because they're free.
Yeah, exactly. As we want to check back in with the Mig, who's downstairs. A little bit more information on the long shot here, Mig, cryogenic.
Yeah, Maggie, full disclosure, my umbrella just turned inside out, so it is a bit windy. I'm going to have to run upstairs and get another one when I have an opportunity. I like cryogenic, guys. This is going to be my pick. I think, you know, that a turf course that could maybe produce a crazy result, a long shot. Cryogenic fits the bill that we talk about, Maggie. A lighter framed horse that maybe he's not going to get as bogged down in the turf course. Got that good aggressive warm-up under Irad Ortiz Jr. Really got a good gallop over there. And, you know, Mike Maker at 17-1. You know what? I'm going to swing for the fences. I like the way this horse warmed up, and I like his frame for the off-going, the slow or softer turf, if you will. But he's moving great, got a great bounce to state, great energy. I was going with the 8 Duress because I'm a fan of this horse. I think he looks phenomenal, but I think I'm going to wind up with an exacta 4 and 8, guys.
Why not, Meg? I mean, you're looking at a 17-1 shot over a 6-1 shot currently. As Meg, where do you see cryogenic in this race? I mean, he's been a little bit one-paced in all of his races. He kind of seems to stay wherever he is placed early. Do you see Irad Ortiz being a bit aggressive with him?
The way he warmed up, I think Irad will be aggressive, and I think I don't think he's fast enough to be one of the leaders, but I think he'll be lurking right in behind the pace, and I just like what I saw from him from an energy perspective, and maybe being a bit one-paced on ground like this will actually be a benefit to him because he won't have to produce a turn of foot. It'll just be kind of survival of the fittest, if you will.
Quite literally, Mick, thank you, as he has been running steadily throughout the entire year. I mean, this horse has not missed a beat.
No, he hasn't. And he's, what, 17 for 30 lifetime. Obviously, the Wyckoffs, 3 Diamond Farms, famous silks that we know. Friends of the show as well. And listen, like you said when we were doing the post parade, Maggie, you're getting Irad Ortiz Jr. and Michael Maker at 12-1.
Yeah, he's steadily dropped 11-1 now.
11, yeah.
I guess everybody says, oh, wait a minute, there's a Maker Ortiz horse in here. I think we got to jump on board as they're loading in the gates. Will it be 3-5 French Reef? Will he be able to last in this yielding going for Chad Brown? As we'll send it up to track announcer and New York native John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. French Reef away well and out for the early lead. Then it is Duress, Cryogenic. Montauk Daddy moves up at the rail. Bourbon Currency is running in 5th, almost 3 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Maxwell Esquire and Fame to Famous. The favorite, French Reef on the outside, long shot Montauk Daddy at the rail. Those two are heads apart. They've got 2.5 lengths on Cryogenic and Duress. And then it is Bourbon Currency who's racing in 5th, the first quarter over the yielding turf in 23 seconds. Now French Reef shakes loose from Montauk Daddy to lead by a length. Montauk Daddy has moved to the outside. Duress is running in 3rd, then Cryogenic and Bourbon Currency. At the back are Maxwell Esquire and Fame to Famous. They're at the top of the stretch. French Reef, Montauk Daddy, Duress on the outside. Here comes Duress to take over the lead. Duress in front, quickly opening up here. Now Maxwell Esquire is on the move on the outside into 2nd. It's Duress. Maxwell Esquire continues to gain. Duress, Maxwell Esquire. Maxwell Esquire takes over and will be an off-the-pace winner of the opener. Maxwell Esquire over Duress. Bourbon Currency was 3rd.
Maxwell Esquire from 2nd to last to 1st here, carrying the Generazio colors for Christophe Clement. Paul, he was the last one to make a move. It's pretty yielding out there. As you see that white blaze on him, it's pretty much brown.
Yeah, it is. And French Reef just didn't like the going. I looked at you in the backside, and I'm like, is this 6 really getting urged right now? Because you could tell he just wasn't loving the ground. And then I thought to myself, wow, my first day back, I got the winner. And then you looked at me and said, here comes Maxwell Esquire. And you could tell, picking up ground. Joel Rosario Just hand riding him home as he's going to go by. This horse is just in great form. Congratulations to Christophe Clement, son of Discreet Cat. Again, 3 out of his last 4.
Yeah, he's been in amazing form this year, really stepping up his game as a 3-year-old Mig, as we see Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement teaming up once again.
Hot combination. Christophe Clement has just everything he puts on the racetrack is live, and this is what we come to expect from Joel Rosario. Those perfectly timed rides, particularly in turf sprints. I don't think anybody does it better than Joel. And just to give you an idea of just how demanding the course was, Maxwell Esquire, he's capable of running 108 flat, and he just went 112 and basically 3/5, so about 4.5 seconds slower than normal, but he got it done on, again, demanding ground. Only turf race we'll see today, though, Maggie.
Looks like the right kind of call to take the rest of the card off the turf, as those were basically could have been mile fractions, Paul, going the 6 furlongs, as it's definitely pretty boggy out there.
Yeah, depending on the turf course, obviously 23, 47, and 4, and we saw French Reef go 21-1 last time, and he couldn't get over the ground today. So I think you just draw a line through that, and congratulations to Maxwell Esquire, and the right choice to take him off the turf. We need a nice turf course for Sunday.
That we do. Looking forward to those stakes, as well as stakes action on Saturday in the Floral Park tomorrow, that is, as we'll get those official prices for you as Maxwell Esquire will get his picture taken here on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in 3rd, and now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The 2 fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. For details on the Empire 6 and mandatory payout dates, visit nyra.com/Empire6.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Triple Crown dreams can dawn anywhere. This one at Sequel, New York in the Hudson Valley, when Twin Creeks Racing foaled a handsome son of Constitution. Saratoga Stables chased the dream at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale in 2018, when they outbid competitors to land 'Tis the Law. And at the 152nd Belmont Stakes, it was time to test the dream.
'Tis the Law, and the New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes.
Make your dreams come true with the registered New York bred.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary and absolutely gorgeous Claiborne Farm, as they are standing run happy, as well as several other greats as Blame and Flatter, as we are taking a look at Maxwell Esquire here for trainer Christophe Clement, who took today's opener in a yielding turf course, to say the least. Son of Discreet Cat here for Christophe Clement, as he was piloted today by Joel Rosario, as we will check in with our own champion, that is Richard Migliori, as he's standing by with winning rider.
Thanks, Maggie. And Joel Rosario, you're a little bit wet. Joel, how demanding, how soft is the ground out there?
I mean, it look a little soft, seeing soft, but, seem like my horse had no problem, going over the soft. So, you can see I was like a little further back in there, but I was comfortable, I was not chasing forward and then not taking back. So just be what I was, and then when hopefully when it's time to go, hopefully he got something, and then he did.
Well, you just seem to have such a knack for producing horses late, particularly in turf races, particularly in turf sprints. What's the key to timing it so well?
I don't mean, I had no idea, so when you go there, just I just go with the horse, whatever the horses feel be comfortable, and then, when it's time to start moving forward, then I go like that, just sometimes, the horse will take you there.
Now I see you have 3 goggles on for the turf. How many are you going to wear on the sloppy track?
My valet put me 3, so I always say 2, but he put me 3, so it's okay, it's raining, but I don't know, I probably do the same for the dirt.
That's 3, huh?
That's 3, yeah. Yeah. That's how I do it.
Well, guys, I don't think he wants to give up any tricks of the trade. I think there's a little more to it than just going with the horse. I know one thing, if I was still riding, I'd just follow this guy.
He's always got it timed well. Maybe just a complete naturel, but always counting on Joel Rosario being very honest here, Paul.
Yeah, you know what he's so great at, and you can say it all the time, and I know that Andy talks about it ad nauseum. He's so great in these turf sprints at saving ground, going into the far turn, then swinging his horse out. But this Son of Discreet Cat out of the Market Tree mare, Mama's Image, gets her 4th career, or he gets his 4th career win.
Yeah, congratulations to the New York bred as we're checking in with the Off the Turf. That is the maiden claimer here on the main track. We're going a mile, and we see.
Did you put all your money down?
No. What
Somebody
is going on
call
here?
the totes. Maggie put all her money on the 6.
The house horse for my husband, Tom Morley. Jocular taking all the money as of now, but a very nice horse for the Christophe Clement barn will be returning to the races. That's Decorated Invader in the Hill Prince as he turns back to a mile. As we'll bring you more on the weekend's stakes.
As a 2-year-old, he was just phenomenal. I think that 2-year-old form is so important, especially when they can take it to that championship level. And Game Winner, he brought it to that championship level. The Rebel Stakes, he still ran the most impressive race, just getting beat in the nose by Omaha Beach. Candy Ride was a brilliant racehorse. He showed brilliance, and he throws brilliance. And Game Winner, the minute he showed that brilliance, I knew right there we had something really special.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Gio Ponte uncorking a powerful rally on the far outside. Here's Gio Ponte. Prussian trying to fight him off. Moral Compass in tight between those two. And down to the line, Gio Ponte will prevail.
And that was Gio Ponte winning his first graded stakes. It was the Hill Prince, giving Christophe Clement his first win at it. He's since had 2 subsequent winners and Have At It and Summerfront, now a stallion as well. But he'll send out the morning line favorite, likely morning line favorite, in this Sunday's Hill Prince in Decorated Invader. But Gio Ponte, Paul, he was champion turf horse in 2010, 2011, made several appearances in the Breeders' Cup, 4 to be exact, ran in the Dubai World Cup twice, won 7 grade 1s for just over $6 million in earnings.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people realize how good of an animal Gio Ponte was. Son of Tail of the Cat, and ridden by the great Ramon Dominguez, whose career got cut way too short. And I remember when Gio Ponte ran here, he ran in a complete bog before the Breeders' Cup and ran a giant race. And I remember saying for the Breeders' Cup, he has nothing left in the tank. Well, he almost beat Zenyatta. He was the one that was second to Zenyatta over the synthetic. And if I'm not mistaken, if he wouldn't have had a bad trip at Churchill Downs, he would have been a grade 1 winner on turf, synthetic, and dirt. He was so versatile.
He was so versatile, and we've seen actually a lot of his progeny with that Tail of the Cat influence be okay
100%,
on the main track. DeFrong comes to mind as a graded dirt sprinter.
That's what made Gio Ponte interesting, because Tail of the Cat was so precocious as the sire, and Gio Ponte got better as he got older and got better with distance and was so competitive, but he had the soft hands of Ramon Dominguez. Boy, I miss him.
You and me both.
Yeah.
One of the greatest people to ever sit in the saddle, as well as he does a lot of work for the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund, as well as the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. But we're going to take a look at this Hill Prince field. It will go as race number 9 on the Sunday card, grade 2, mile on the turf. And as we were saying, we do see Decorated Invader turning back from the mile and 3/16 of that Saratoga Derby, where Connections were a little bit dubious of his chances going that distance, Paul. But to be fair, he only got beat 3/4 of a length.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I thought he ran okay. You know better than me, Maggie. You've seen him so many times. He's such a big individual. Did you actually think he would get the mile and the 3/16? He would enjoy it in the paddock that day?
You took the words out of it. I did, but Connections were so kind of not against it, but just it was a big question mark in their minds. As you just saw him winning the Hall of Fame stakes there up at Saratoga. I surely thought he'd be able to handle it because he is so big and scopy and strong, to be fair.
Yeah.
So Connections doing right by the horse, turning him back to a mile. I think it sets up nicely for him, because he's also shown now as a 3-year-old a little bit more tractability. He's a little bit more tactical than he was going back to his 2-year-old campaign, as obviously he kicked off 2020 in the right kind of way with 3 consecutive victories.
Yeah, you make a good point there. I also think, I don't know if he was really a big fan of Saratoga, because he's such a big horse. I think he was just winning on talent, because if you look at his Pennine Ridge at Belmont, he galloped. What's that? A bigger racetrack. Woodbine, same kind of racetrack on a yielding. He won the summer. So I think Belmont actually coming back here is better for this big individual.
Yeah, absolutely. He's 1 for 1 at least over the turf course here. We'll see if he'll go 2 for 2 as Get Smokin'. He poses the big pace question. He'll be looking to break sharply from that inside post position, but it definitely looks like it's Decorated better. Then there's By Land and Sea, who came off a layoff to win at Parks after battling coronavirus. I mean, Steve Claceres, his trainer, saying it was 50-50 if he was going to make it after his Awad victory. So it's good to see this horse By Land and Sea back to the races, healthy. See if he can step it up in the Hill Prince, though.
Yeah, it's a great story. Here's the gray son of Cairo Prince, the Maria's Mon mare, Twiggles. Yeah, Twiggles. 3 for 3 at the distance, 1 for 1 here at Belmont Park, and that was at the mile. He won the AWOD last year as a 2-year-old. Yeah, why not? In good form and a great story, like you said, Jose Lescano for Steve Claceres.
We'll also see a graded stake. That is the Grade 2 Knickerbocker, 1.125 miles on the turf course for the older horses. Now, Olympico, Devamani, and Breaking the Rules, they'll all return out of the Lure Stakes, where I think their lack of early pace hurt them in that event. But going back 2 starts ago, this is Olympico here, as we are checking out his victory, which was his only one, this is second place in the Knickerbocker, his last start of 2019. Really hasn't gotten on track, though, this year, Paul.
Yeah, what you question here, Maggie, is this horse now been in the barn of Chad Brown, won first time out here in North America, won the Fort Marcy. Since then, it's been a little bit of a struggle. That race you just saw was this gray's best race since then. Then they put the blinkers on. Now they're taking the blinkers off. That's too many changes for me for a masterful trainer like Chad Brown. So Olympico, to me, I think could be up against it tomorrow.
Yeah, it does feel like they're struggling to find what this horse really wants to do, as well as they've experimented with distances too. So they'll get back out to 1.125 miles after 2 consecutive 16th efforts. As Breaking the Rules, he looked awfully good in winning the second level allowance race, or make that upper level allowance race, 2 back at Saratoga. I do think last time, Paul, he was compromised by the pace, as we will see him rallying from third here in those iconic FIP stable colors.
Yeah, the race before this, the race was so spread out, and he was able to get the job done. And then he lost to Ballerina in his next time. But you make a good point. Breaking the Rules, coming off a long layoff, has had 3 solid efforts. Now, he did lose to Devamani. It's traded places with Devamani a couple times, beat him once, and then Devamani got the best of him last time. They'll see each other again, and he's another horse for Chad Brown that's taking the blinkers off and making changes. So maybe Breaking the Rules is going to be the one to beat, and I think might be your favorite in a horse that likes to win races, 6-for-14 lifetime.
Yeah, I thought last time it was disappointing, his effort in the Lure, but maybe, as I was saying, it was a product of pace, as Ballerina just kind of chased Largent around there, who Largent then returned to win as well in a subsequent effort at Laurel, or Pimlico, I believe, I can't remember. But a complete wild card, speaking of Todd Pletcher, is NYC in there, only has 1 turf effort, as he was a close third in an allowance race, so we'll see what he does too.
Yeah, he's an interesting horse. His son of Declaration of War, and he's never run a bad race. 6.5 furlongs first time out. He won. They stuck him in the Discovery. He lost a Performer. We're going to be talking about him, or Andy will be talking about him later on in the show. Very, very talented horse. Then last time over the mud, crushed. But if you look at the race 2 back, he was behind Spirit Animal, who Chad Brown snuck in for 50, and that horse turned out to be an okay horse. So not without a chance, a long shot chance in there.
No, a short, compact field, but an interesting one to boot. As now we do see favoritism going to Nyaji in here, who I don't think we're going to get a rainbow here today, Paul. I think it's going to stay pretty rainy, but that is Japanese for rainbow.
It is. Wow.
Yeah.
Well done. Listen, when you look at this race, Nyaji was 8-1. You look at some of the other ones. The 3 was 100-1, 2 back. The 5 was 80-1. The 6 was 60-1, so you look at that. The 7 was 50-1. I think that's why the 2 is the favorite.
All right, we're going to have to decipher who's going to like the main track a bit here as well, as we'll bring you more here on race number 2 on America's Day at the Races after this short break.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Setting the mood as she draws off to win by as much as she wants. Gibberish for E5 Racing Thoroughbred. She won by 5 in the end.
With juveniles selling over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had been building up and building up and building up. Remarkably, probably the time I was at my calmest was on race day.
They're off in the Ballerina.
I loved the post that day, and at this stage, you're just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper, there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she brakes cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won.
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, just hung out with her. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
And 4 years later, I'm still about to cry here. The day I almost gave birth on the Saratoga apron as I was about 7 months pregnant here in that piece, but Have You Gone Away, such wonderful memories with that mare, Paul. She won the Honorable Miss before that. She then won the Ballerina, and just an amazing, fleeting horse. Like, we only had her in the barn for like 9 months, and she took us on some ride.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the emotions of your husband, Tom, and you could tell what she meant to him. And that picture in the barn is just priceless. It's something that you guys should probably have in your house for years to come. It really is a cool picture. And sometimes, like, when you get caught up in that emotion, like he said, you just forget what happened. Sometimes the best moments you have in your life, you just sort of forget, and people will come up to you. Remember when I told you this? No, I don't. I really don't. I was just so excited and so jubilated, as you could tell Tom was there, and it still gives you chills, and it's probably going to give you chills for the next 20 years too, which is cool.
You're absolutely right about that, as we are checking out Jocular in the paddock there, as we want to check in with Mr. Migliori. As Mig, what are your thoughts on Jocular? Don't worry, I won't hold it against you.
Well, Maggie, I'm going to put a bow, first of all. The Ballerina, Tom's first Grade 1 winner in Saratoga. The Ballerina was my last Grade 1 winner in Saratoga before my career ended. So we got a connection there. And you said you only had her in the barn 9 months. You created a whole life in 9 months. But Jocular, certainly well named out of unfunny. I think she looks great, and she's got, this is her third start, so she's got foundation. I know you don't like to wax poetic about Tom or his horses because you don't want to be accused of playing favorites, so I can do it for you. Tom's horses are always well turned out, no exception here with Jocular, who should show some speed from the outside, which is always a help in the mud. Let's go then to the 5, Jordy Can Tap. This horse I thought looked really kind of wound up first time out. She really settled in nicely for her second start, which is unusual. Usually they kind of, if they're nervous the first time, they'll get more nervous. She looks like the race did her good. And I'm seeing more of a dirt type of horse than a turf horse. I think she benefits from it coming off the grass. The 4 Daily Briefing from the John Terranova barn, very light frame filly. Talked to John about her, said that she really gets over the track well, got a beautiful way of going, and I think that lighter frame could help her maybe run over the top of the ground, Maggie. And then the 2, Niji, I have a lot of connections to this horse. I rode the mother Rainbow Song to 2 wins out at Hollywood Park. Got beat a nose down the hill at Santa Anita. Owned by Barry Schwartz. Well, you said it. Niji means rainbow in Japanese. I texted Barry earlier. He told me that. Now, Barry, because he had a lot of business with Japanese industry, he learned Japanese. It's pretty remarkable to think to learn a language that difficult. But so having ridden the mother and ridden so much for Barry Schwartz, and by the way, she's the spitting image of her mother, Rainbow Song, I got a little bit of a rooting interest, if you will.
As you should, Mig. Niji, I really liked her first time out, Paul. Big, good-looking daughter of Japan. We'll see how she negotiates the main track. Obviously, Japan was okay on it, though he is a brother to Akali, who had more turf success. But I think the stretch out to a mile should suit her.
Yeah, it should. It should help her a lot. Now we got to go to the dirt now, and I would think a lot of these 2-year-olds have worked over it and have worked well. And I think that's why Linda's leaving her in this race. She's got to get out of the gate, and she didn't have an advantageous post last time out. When you have the one post, especially at Saratoga, on that turf course, if you don't break, the race is over, and she didn't get out of the gate that day. And I thought she was she had a little courage. She made up a little ground late. She didn't give up. So if she can get out of the gate today a little bit better, maybe she can show a little bit more speed.
We do see scratches of the 1, 8, and 10 in here, so Niji will be breaking from the rail again for her second start, and she goes out for Linda Rice with Jose Lascano aboard.
Yeah, I've been working over the training track, was a little bit below 9-1 in her debut. Well, now we'll try the sloppy track.
Little Nutter. I don't know if she's named appropriately, but she'll be returning to the main track. She does have sloppy track experience.
She was 107-1 2 starts back in the sorority to the favorite last time out at Monmouth over the turf. Now she drops on the dirt. She does have a sloppy race, but it was not good.
Yeah, exactly. As number 4 is a first-time starter, Daily Briefing for John Terranova.
You know, Wicked Strong ran a decent race in the Kentucky Derby on a muddy racetrack, so maybe this is the kind of horse that will like it. The horse is getting bet, and Joelle looking for the double.
Jordy Can Tap will switch to the dirt for her second start.
Yeah, 82-1 first time out for Jimmy Ryerson's going to have to really improve today, but another horse, 20-1 to 7-1.
Jocular here will stretch out in distance, first off the claim for Mr. Morley.
Yeah, and this is the horse to catch, and I understand why this horse is 3-1 from 10-1, because if this filly by Hardspun gets loose, I don't know if anybody could catch her.
Rosie's Surprise, another stretch out in here for Amir Shishakli.
Yeah, this horse 2 back ran into a loaded field, but another horse dropping in class. Does have a couple bullet drills coming in.
And also dropping here is Miss Morgantown, as she does come out of the editor-at-large race, but switching back to the main track.
This would probably be the horse I wouldn't dismiss at a big price. Ray Handel and Dylan Davis, they do well together. For some reason, Ray Handel does well on muddy racetracks. Give this horse an outside look at 8-1.
You seen Ray running on muddy racetracks?
I don't know, but a lot of his horses win on them. Him and the Noda brothers, for some reason, they run. And don't forget about Slimy later today on the mud.
Yeah, Slimy has run very well on the mud several times. And don't forget about also the Saturday contest here. Register now at NYRA.com/challenge to get involved, as we will be offering that Saturday contest. And it's $250 buy-in and an all-cash prize pool. But register by 5 p.m. today to make sure you get in. As we take a look at number 3 on the racetrack, Little Nutter. You want to talk about foundation for going long, she definitely has it, as she will be making her 6th start here of her 2-year-old campaign.
You're right. She's a confusing read because she went 5 furlongs over a sloppy racetrack. She run dead last. But then she went around 2 turns and she ran a bang-up second at 26-1 over a sloppy racetrack. Was it because she wanted to go around 2 turns? Because she's not getting that today. She's getting a 1-turn mile. Her other races on the turf, yes, they tower over these horses. But I would have to think one of these other horses are going to improve over a sloppy racetrack. And, you know, I just don't see those sloppy form races at Monmouth equating here. I like some other horses.
Now, she does drop down to the 50 for the first time for her New York debut. And last time, I mean, she went from 107-1 to favoritism, where she was beaten by a Godolphin firster for Mike Stidham in that last start. She got a great trip that day, and she was just second best.
Yeah, she was. I thought she ran very well. And you made a great point right off the get, is that she probably has the most foundation. She's probably the most fit coming into this race. Is she just going to like the sloppy racetrack? She's liked it once, and she hated it the other time. So it's a very hard read, and I just can't take 5-2. Where when I look at your husband's horse, I look at a horse that's going to get to the front end here. Do I love 5-2 on the 6? No. But I think she's the one to catch. And in these kind of conditions, we talked to Mig earlier, he wants to be on a horse with speed.
Yeah. Now, in all honesty, we were really hoping to get her on the turf. I mean, she moves like a turf horse. That was the whole idea of claiming her. But going back a generation where there isn't much production on that first side, she is. The second dam is Dubai Escapade. So actually, Tom working closely with Dubai Escapade when he was on the Godolphin Flying Start program with Owen Hardy as we check in with Richard Migliore.
Yeah, Maggie just out here trying to dodge raindrops, but the 2-horse Niji got a really good warm-up under Jose Lascano. Good long gallop. Spoke with trainer Linda Rice about her and said she, would have preferred to see her on the turf, but she really thinks the mile is going to be a benefit to her. The 4 daily briefing is a pretty mover, light on her feet. The 6 Jocular, well, she looked great, and I love what I saw from her as she entered the racetrack and galloped off, and she is going to be my top selection. No joking there. And the 9-horse, Miss Morgantown, still very green with the pony, making her 3rd start. Miss Morgantown, a West Virginia bred. Morgantown's where I stop on my drives down to Lexington, Kentucky. But good luck here, Maggie. I like the way Tom's filly looks.
All right, pressure is on as we will send it up to John Ibrial, who hopefully can relieve me of that pressure as he has the call here at Belmont Park's 2nd race.
There in the gate. And they're off. That's Jocular going out for the early lead. Miss Morgantown now. Niji moves up from the inside post position. Niji up now to grab the lead from Jocular. Little Nutter has moved up alongside of Miss Morgantown. They're together 3rd and 4th. Then Daily Briefing in 5th. Alongside is Jordy Can Tap, and the trailer is Rosie Surprise in 7th up the sloppy backstretch. Niji in front after a quarter and 23 seconds. Room on the inside for Little Nutter, and now she's coming on through, and she's followed at the rail by Daily Briefing. So it is Little Nutter, Niji, Jocular on the outside, so it's 3 of them across, and just in behind, Daily Briefing, Miss Morgantown, and in between horses there is Jordy Can Tap. The trailer is Rosie Surprise. Half mile up in 47 and 3. Little Nutter on the inside and Jocular on the outside. And Jocular has the lead, now drawing away here to lead by a length and a half. Little Nutter in second, then Niji, Miss Morgantown. The first time starter Daily Briefing is down at the rail. Farther back, Jordy Can Tap and Rosie Surprise as they hit the head of the stretch. It is Jocular in front. Jocular by almost 3 lengths. Little Nutter runs in second, and Daily Briefing is third as they come down for the 8th pole. It is Jocular with the lead, and she's in front now by 4. Then Little Nutter, followed at the rail by Rosie's Surprise. But it's going to be Jocular. Over the off-going here, won by more than 5 lengths. Rosie's Surprise got up for second. Little Nutter was third, and Daily Briefing fourth.
Yay! Good girl, Jocular, as Luis Saez, pretty confident throughout. You know, and Mig always taught me this. When a rider is in front and they go to pull down their goggles, it means that they usually have a lot of horse left underneath of them. Paul.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the good sign here is Luis Saez is the kind of jockey that does not break a horse on top and then rate.
Correct.
And I looked somewhat at you and I was like, why is he letting the two sort of get inside? Why are you going to go 3 wide? You know why? Because he knew he had the goods and he knew he had a ton. And this is why this horse got bet. Speed is dangerous. Broke on top. Louis just sat there in the good part of the racetrack, stayed in the 3-path the whole way around. No doubt about it. And hopefully that early money that Maggie sent in was a 6-all exacta.
Yeah, Polly. It's too funny. But also I want to congratulate Homewrecker Stable, Ron and Ricky Rashinsky, probably watching from Chicago right now. Hi, Ron. Hi, Ricky, as we check in with the MIG.
Yeah, I think Paul hit on a good point. Luis Saez had it definite plan that he wanted to stay in the path that he established, and he didn't mind losing a little bit of ground. And sometimes on days like this, as long as your horse is handling the go and you don't want to change too much, she looked like a winner pretty much every step of the way. And nice to be rewarded right off the claim, right, Maggie? They really finished the deal here nicely. And I think I'm going to have to interview your husband.
Well, good for you, because I haven't. I've been avoiding him like the plague, because you know what, Paulie? He gets that mic and he doesn't relinquish it.
Wow.
So good luck, Mig.
I know, right? you see how he, you don't want to stand in the rain, but your filly just won, so you don't mind standing in the rain now, right?
Plus, he's English, so he's pretty adept at the rain. So this is like home for him. So, but anyway, good to see Jocular. Hopefully, we do get to run her on the turf, but hey, at least she can handle the mud going long. We know that now, as we will be checking out the cross-country Pick 5 as we partner with Keeneland and Venetia on Harbor. She's looking to break through in the Ravens run tomorrow.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. No sloppy track blues here, although it is pretty sloppy and sealed out there as we had our first dirt race off the turf here and went to jocular first off the claim here for my husband Tom Morley and Home Wrecker Stable as she was ridden by Louis Saez. Very confident ride by Louis as the Mig, Richard Migliori, is checking in with my husband. Mig?
Yeah, here with a familiar face. Tom, she really ran big. You claimed this filly last time out. What was the thought process behind the claim?
I liked the pedigree a lot, and I thought that when I went over and looked at her, I felt that she could be a turf filly, that might be the angle to go forward with. I was very familiar with the second dam, Dubai Escapade, who I was actually fortunate to be around when she was here with Owen Harty, and I was on the Flying Start program. So she's got a bit of a pedigree, and I just felt that being by hard spun, there was a chance that she might grass, and she certainly probably wanted to go long. So she didn't run great the day we took her, but certainly her work since then have been, all of them have indicated that a distance of ground was going to suit her.
Well, now the plan was to try the turf. Will you go back on the turf now or give her another try on the dirt?
So I said to Louis, I said, what about the grass? He said, well, boss, I tell you what, stick her in on the grass again. If it rains, we won't be in trouble.
Well, I like the thought process there. I'll put you on the spot now, though. Who's your favorite interviewer?
You, by miles.
Maggie never interviews you. Well, Maggie, I got one up there.
Trust me, when you're interviewing him, there's certainly no nepotism going on in our family, that's for sure. As Mig, lovely interview there. It's okay. We like to poke fun at each other, Tom and I. So it makes the marriage work,
Savage.
I suppose.
Savage Mig, I like it.
As Jocular returns 6'10" as your 2-to-1 favorite over, as you were pointing out, Paula, nice exacta there with Rosie Surprise, the long shot, also stretching out in distance.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice that we had Jocular as a segue to go into talking about tomorrow's feature, which is the Floral Park, as we will see Xanthique, a horse that my husband claimed as well for 50 a year or two ago, going to Tri-Stakes Company here once again. But they definitely have a New York bred to handle in here, and that is lead guitar. Paula, she looks to maybe take them gate to wire as she did in that second level allowance race for George Weaver.
Yeah, very, very dominant, 107 and change on September 20th, and she just took it to him from the start and got to the front end and was able to slow it down. And at this time, 107 and 3, I don't know if it's slow time, still a fast time, I guess, any kind of 6 furlongs, but she did it nicely. She won her start before that at Saratoga. She's in very, very good form. And I think she just got to the lead by accident, because look at the fractions early, 23 last time. But she can come from off the pace. Don't let that fool you.
Yeah, the question is, though, she did get to the lead by accident last time.
Yeah.
But there isn't a lot of pace in here.
True.
And although, what are they going to do with Mitchell Road as she turns back in distance? But going longer, Paul, she's done her best running when controlling.
Yeah, you make a great point. Mitchell Road has some speed, but is she going to like the cut back into, a shorter distance? She hasn't gone around one turn in a long time. When you look at the 3, maybe I'll handle the cash. Has a little bit of speed, but her last race is confusing at Kentucky Downs. So the 11 Sunnydale, I just don't think is good enough. Has dirt speed, but it might not be equivalent 0 for 3 over the turf. So you just don't know. What you do know is lead guitar does have some speed. And I'll tell you what, your husband's filly is very, very game, and she showed that she can sprint at Saratoga.
Yeah, she can, and she's tactical. It doesn't matter what distance she's going. It seems as though she's always in that, that position, just stalking right off those early leaders. But yeah, I'll handle the cash. You mentioned her last race, Kentucky Downs. It can be a confusing place.
You got to decide whether you want to draw a line through those races. It's a quirky racetrack. You're going all these different ways. So the Kentucky Downs races, they have played well at Keeneland. They have played well in certain places here where the horses have shipped and other places. But you got to be able to draw a line sometimes through a very bad race there, because that course is so tricky and some horses just don't take to it.
I couldn't agree with you more. As I'll handle the cash, she looks to get back to stakes winning action here at Belmont, where she won her first stakes 2 starts ago. As we will also take a look at the final leg of that cross-country pick 5. It is the Raven Run for 3-year-old fillies, 7 furlongs on the main track here. And what a nice field we have assembled here is Venetian Harbor, the poor bridesmaid. She has finished second now consecutively, behind 3 Grade 1 winners in Gamine, Swiss Skydiver, and Speech, as we are checking out her last win here, going back to the Las Virgenes.
Yeah, what a dominating win. This filly by Munnings, and Dickie Baltus has done an amazing job with her. And listen, she ran on a couple buzzsaws. I mean, not a couple, 3 buzzsaws in Swiss Skydiver, Speech, and Gamine. Now she's got to come to Saratoga. This is always one of my favorite races, the Raven Run. It's usually a cavalry charge to the end, and this is going to be a very good rendition. And don't forget about the 2 in here. I know you're not 4 Graces. I know you got 1 Grace, but there's 4 Graces, the 2, another horse that is in very good form.
Give me 4 Graces any day, as she is, finishing second last time out in the 8 Bells. She was a beaten favorite that day, but I think things got a little heated on the front end. And 4 Graces is one that commands respect as well. So looking forward to that cross-country pick 5 sequence, teaming up with Keeneland, as we'll kick things off there in a 12-runner maiden special weight. Some nice pedigrees there. Jump back here to Long Island, the Floral Park allowance race at Keeneland. Again, another full field of 12, I believe, there on the turf. Allowance race here for the New York breds. And then the Raven Run to cap it all up. And don't forget, it is a 50-cent minimum wager, and that will begin here, or I should say, at Keeneland in race number 7, that cross-country pick 5 sequence. Really, really fun sequence of races coming up tomorrow. But back here at Belmont, no time like the present, as we have a maiden special weight on tap here for the 2-year-olds, as we see Vacay, your current 2-to-1 favorite. She'll be going out for trainer Todd Pletcher. This is New York breds, of course, and she is half to a stakes winner on the dirt. But La Urbana, she was taking all the early money in her last start. We'll see if she can take them gate to wire of this sloppy racetrack at Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races.
A regally bred Breeders' Cup champion and Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, Caraconte is stamping his progeny with his own brand of quality. Graded stakes winners include Kenzai Warrior and dual surface dynamo Sol Volante. Stakes winners Carac and Turnasol, plus this blistering 11-length victory by 2-year-old Spanish Love Affair. A rising star with graded stakes winners across the globe, Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. For details on the Empire 6 and mandatory payout dates, visit nyra.com/Empire6.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Maggie Wolfendale, Paul LaDuca, and Richard Migliore along with you now as we have live racing here today. But People often wonder, what do these horses do when their racing careers are over? Well, a lot of them, they can go on to be pretty talented and successful sport horses. And for trainer Rick Schosberg, he champions the program Take the Lead, where he has found countless retired racehorses new homes.
A racing career could be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The Take the Lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole, if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for war horse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a war horse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already have this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're gonna learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take Two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper, thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Well, the Take the Lead program has been instrumental and integral to the safe retirement of so many horses here from the NYRA racetracks. And we really want to thank Rick Schosberg for the work that he has done with them. And I mean, not only is he a full-time trainer, he does the Take the Lead program. He's an active member in NYTHA. I mean, Rick must not sleep.
He's the point guard on the trainers team when they have the basketball charity each year at Saratoga. Rich he's the creme de la creme when it comes to personalities and as a person. And like you said, he's done so much for the backstretch during these tough times.
Yeah, he was really instrumental in rallying the troops, so to speak, when the coronavirus pandemic broke out here, and really organizing things as far as getting us back to racing too. So as we bring in Richard Migliore, who is standing by close to the paddock, hopefully. Yeah, he looks pretty dry there. Mig, what are your thoughts? I mean, you are somebody who's also worked very closely with retired racehorses as well.
Yeah, Maggie, well, my personal history with Rick Schosberg goes back to, he actually worked for my boss when I was under contract as an apprentice jockey, rode his first winner as a trainer, Tim's Lady, who lived out the remainder of her life at his parents' farm. So not only does he talk the talk, he walks the walk and works tirelessly for others. They say the measure of a person is not what they take, it's what they leave behind. Well, Rick Schosberg, he does for others without any thought for himself. And I'm just proud to call him a friend, and maybe rode his best horse ever too, a Firm Success, won a grade 1 on him as an 8-year-old, just a tremendous horseman. And speaking of his horsemanship, he has his entrant here, the one, a bit of Irish Sass. Man, she could not look any better. I thought she ran extremely well first time. Daughter of Lauban. Kind of took her a little while to figure it out the first part, but then kind of finished with interest. I think 6.5 helps her. Wish she had a little bit of a different draw. The rail maybe not the ideal place. But, man, she could not look any better, Maggie. And you know yourself, it's hard sometimes to discern with a gray horse, particularly on a wet day, you know, how good their coat looks. Well, this one stands out. She's just got that beautiful, rich, hydrated look, and you can see kind of that dapple gray. I love what I'm seeing from her, a bit of Irish sass. A little bit hard to get a look at all of the horses because a lot of the trainers keeping them in the saddling stalls. But from what I could ascertain, the 3, Valoran, daughter of McLean's Music, out of Over Forley. That was a mare I actually rode for Barry Schwartz out in California. It was a stakes winner, not a graded stakes winner. Stakes winner on the dirt. I like what I see from her. Very professional. Got a really good mind on her. Saddled nicely. She's walking around kind of taking everything in. Philly looks like she possesses some class for sure. Really like what I'm seeing. The 6-horse Vaquet from Todd Pletcher. This is a beautiful filly. I mean, she is really put together the right way. By Not This Time, hottest first crop sire out there right now. 28% of his first-time starters win. Todd says this horse has been working extremely well. She's out of a stakes-winning mare. And another one that's just really conducting herself well, handling herself beautifully in the paddock. You know, always like to see them out on the racetrack, but VK making a really nice impression. And then the 7, Exfiltration. Owned by Barry Schwartz, bred by Barry Schwartz, Stonewall Farm. Talked with Horatio DePaz, her trainer. She looks great. Loves what I see. He says every work's been better. She's been very good out of the gate. He's happy with the outside draw, and she looks terrific. And, you know, we talk about pedigree, and I know pedigree only takes you so far. I made the comment the other day, my grandfather was a shoemaker. I can't make a pair of shoes. But that being said, she is a half to the Grand Canal, who has 2 wins. Both of those wins came in off-going. Just food for thought, Maggie.
That is always good food for thought, Meg. As Twirling Candies, too, they can run quite well over wet going or sloppy tracks too, because, you know, they're just very kind of typically lightly framed horses that skip over the top of it. He's wearing blinkers first time out. Horacio DePaz, Paul, the summer when we came back from the coronavirus pandemic break was on fire.
Yeah.
Then he cooled down at Saratoga, and now he's really cool. I can't get over how good of a horseman, though, he is. And he's, you know, he's just knocking on the door to get back to those winning ways.
Yeah, and maybe that's why that she's a little bit chilly on the board. You make a great point about Twirling Candy. He had a weird action where he swung his leg out a little bit like Seattle Slew, but a lot more. And a lot of people, even when they got Twirling Candy, they thought he was going to have some issues. But a lot of his horses like the mud because I think it's kind on their feet. So 5-1 is the price you're getting. The horse that's getting hammered in the exotics is the 6 Vacay for Todd Pletcher. And you noted to me that Not This Time has just gotten off to a phenomenal start as a sire, and that could have a little bit to do with it.
Yeah, he's hitting at 28% with his first-time starting 2-year-olds. I mean, he is by far the leading freshman crop sire. And 2, she is out of a stakes-winning dam, and the countdown commences here as Todd Pletcher is looking for 5,000 wins. He is 11 away, 4,989, and he's going to join an elite, you know, roster of trainers up there, and he's not even Hall of Fame eligible. I mean, you look at that list, and there's Hall of Famers on there, and only next year will he become Hall of Fame eligible.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing what he's done in such a short period of time, but Todd just pays attention to detail, and that just pays off in the long run. And how about Dale Baird? A lot of people forget about Dale Baird. He won a lot of races up in West Virginia for a long time.
He's still knocking them in, too. As we are checking out Vacay here for Rapoli Stable and Eclipse Thoroughbreds. They did pay $100,000 for her at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale last year. And she's been preparing here and at Saratoga, I should say, mainly at Saratoga. And she is a half to a horse by the name of Our Troubadour, who did win last week here, albeit, though, on the turf.
On the turf, yeah. The Belgravia mare. You know, this horse is taking money, at least in the double, lowest double by far. And, you know, it's always tricky. These horses coming in from the training track at Saratoga, shipping all the way down. Now, the work was October 10th, and we're the 16th. So she's probably been down here and got acclimated to Belmont. Because I don't see any works here at Belmont. Maybe this is the first time she's seen this racetrack, but she's getting the money. She's got those body armor Rapoli silks on, and she's the favorite.
As a bit of Irish Sass, she is your co-favorite as of now. And, last time she seemed green in the early running. She ran on well for a race that was primarily dominated towards the front. It was a very strung out field that day, a full field as well of 12. And she was the only one to really make a late run. And she just didn't look all that fit to me. And from what I can judge and by what Meg said, it looks as though she's tucked up a great deal and really got out of that first race what she needed.
Yeah, and I like her because the thing that I love about it, you made a great point, 12-horse field. So many times we look at these kind of races and we see 5-horse fields, 6-horse fields, 7-horse fields. She ran in a 12-horse field, was able to overcome a little bit of adversity, and I thought she ran on pretty well that day. It was a slowish race, but now you're going to 7 horses. I think she'll be involved a lot earlier in this race.
A bit of Irish Sass. We'll kick things off here in our post parade, ridden by Jose Lescano for Rick Schosberg.
Yeah, this is the daughter of Lauerbaum we were just talking about. They paid $110,000 for her. Lauerbaum stands for $5,000.
She worked pretty well at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium. Sale is number 2 is Mondius for Dave Donk, switching surfaces today.
This is a confusing horse because she was bet first time out, so she obviously was working okay over the main track, so she could be a sneaky type of horse at 14-1.
A Hillendale stallion, McLean's Music, sired Valorant, number 3.
Yeah, this one for, like you said, Red Cloak Farm. I've never heard of the damn sire, Milt's Overture?
Yeah. Me neither.
It's got to be Chilean, I would think.
Yeah. Number 4, Maria's Gift, a daughter of Violence, another Hillendale stallion.
I like this horse actually for the mud. I know it's 13-1. She hasn't been working that great in the morning, but I think the pedigree, she might love it.
Now, La Urbana, she did take a lot of money, Paul, in her first start. Hounded the whole way coming out of that same race as Bit of Irish Sass.
Yeah, so you got to decide which one do you like. Do you like a Bit of Irish Sass who came closing, or you like La Urbana who showed a lot of pace? And usually the Steve Asmussen runners improve second time.
Exactly. As Vacay taking all the early money for Todd Pletcher, comes in with a nice work tab too.
Yeah, and like I said, the lowest horse in the double obviously has been showing something in the morning.
Exfiltration. Horacio De Paz and Javier Castellano teaming up with this firster.
This one for Stonewell Farm was the breeder, and Barry Schwartz. Again, you talked about Horacio De Paz. This horse has got some good works in the holster. Will she show it today for a trainer that's gone a little bit chilly?
As I mentioned, the Hillendale Stallions here taking part of this third race for the New York Breds, McLean's Music and Violence, but they just made a huge move, Paul, to Alapa Farm, which is absolutely stunning. And of course, Hillendale home to some of the world's leading stallions, such as Curlin and Kitten's Joy. Love me some Kitten's Joys. I mean, they are ones that might not be the most perfect physicals, but they get out there on that racetrack and they just run.
I think now with the passing of Dynaformer, and you still see some Dynaformers, I think Kitten's Joy, at least when it comes to North American, will go down as now the turf stamina on both sides. They can go all day. I haven't seen a Kitten's Joy that can't go 1.5 miles, 2 miles. So you see some of them that turn into jumpers too as well. If their career really doesn't work on the racetrack and they turn out to be good jumpers. But you're right, the Kitten's Joys just got stamina over stamina. And Mr. Ramsey, he went for broke and it paid off.
Yeah, that he did, as they are getting short warm-ups here today. And so we'll check back in with the MIG, who's standing by trackside.
Yeah, great point, Maggie. I should have said earlier, a shortened post race because of the inclement weather, just to kind of get on the track, make a right, no formal post parade, and gallop right off to the starting gate. The one, a bit of Irish Sass from the Rick Violet's barn, looks great, man. She came through the through the tunnel, pumped up. And one thing about the Laubans I've noticed, Maggie, and I'm curious to get your take on it, just big, strong horses, really powerful hind end on her. She is sharp. I think she's probably going to put herself more in the game today, as sharp as she's acting. I think the light bulb, that proverbial light bulb went on with her, really making a nice impression. The 3, Valorant, first-time starter. I like this filly's demeanor. she kind of kept winning me over. Kind of puts her head down and forward and wants to go forward, and I like that from the 3, Valorand. I really think she's going to run good as a first-time starter. She's going to be my top selection because she just kept on attracting my attention from a physical perspective. The 5, Urbana, showed good speed first time from the Steve Asmussen barn. Toby Sheets, the assistant. One thing I have to say, she was really braided up, braided all the way down to her withers, very tight braids. I used to hate that when I rode. Give me a couple of inches of free mane down at the bottom so I can hang on to something leaving the gate. On a day like this, trying to pull braids out before you get in the starting gate, just not something I wanted to contend with. And the 7-horse Exfiltration, the 6-horse Vacay, looks fantastic. I really thought this daughter of Not This Time checked all the boxes. I went with the other first-time starter, the 3 Valorant, because I was getting a little better price, but this one certainly would be no surprise.
Well, good words of encouragement from Mig as she's wearing blinkers first time out. I'd like to have a word with Mr. Toby Sheets, the assistant trainer to Steve Asmussen here. And usually he only braids half their manes. He must have been bored over there waiting for this horse to
They got the best car wash ever over there at the Steve Asmussen barn. I mean, those horses get turned out. But yeah, Mig taking a little page from Kendrick Carmouche. Anytime I see Kendrick, he's always pulling out the braids so he can grab onto that hair.
It looks nice, but it's tough to ride as well. As we'll see the last horse load in here, first-time starter. Exfiltration take her spot in the gate for Barry Schwartz. Those very recognizable black and white colors as we'll send it up to John Imbrial for the call of Belmont Park, race 3.
They're all in line. And they're off. Hesitant beginnings for number 6, Vacay, and number 7, Exfiltration. A good beginning for La Urbana, who is out for the lead. A bit of Irish Sass down at the rail runs in second. Maria's Gift and Mondoose, they're both now moving up on the outside. And Vacay, who was off a step slow, has advanced quickly into 5th. Valorand is in 6th, and farther back is the trailer, Exfiltration. Opening quarter, 23-1. La Urbana leads here 3/4 of a length. Mondoose runs in second. Maria's Gift, a bit of Irish Sass, and Vacay on the extreme outside. And then it is Valorand as they race around the far turn. It is La Urbana, Maria's Gift, and Vacay. Second and third, down towards the rail is a bit of Irish Sass. As they come for the quarter pole, the half was running 47-2. La Urbana challenged here on the outside by Vacay. A bit of Irish Sass is in behind, racing in third. Valorand is on the outside. Less than 3/16 to the finish. La Urbana holding on to the lead. Vacay is all out in second. A bit of Irish Sass down the middle of the course now with a 16th to the finish. La Urbana, Vacay, a bit of Irish Sass. Here comes Vacay on the outside, and Vacay is going to win her debut. Vacay by a little more than a length. La Urbana was second, then a bit of Irish Sass and Valorand.
Todd Pletcher now 10 away, Paul, from that magical number of 5,000 wins as Vacay. He can earn a Vacay after he hits that 5,000. Probably not, because Todd is a workaholic.
Yeah, right?
But she graduates here at First Asking.
Yeah, this filly was, wow, much the best. We can go back to the beginning. She got left in this race and made a middle move, was able to sustain it, and I could understand why she just sort of hung around a little bit before she pushed on by La Urbana, and you could see a bit of Irish Sass who got a good trip. She's still a little green. She's looking sideways. She's actually looking at you and I as she's coming down the stretch. But you could see now Vacay starting to lengthen stride. But, wow, she made up a lot of ground in the backstretch after that bad break and finished the job.
It's Todd Pletcher. They might look done at the quarter pole, but you know there's always a little left in the tank. As Mig, we saw a bit of Irish Sass, a little green down the lane, not switching leads again.
Yeah, she hung on that left lead, Maggie. I really think that we're going to see the best of a bit of Irish Sass when she gets to go a mile and even beyond. I think she's doing something that just doesn't come natural to her, having to kind of keep up and run faster than she wants to. I do think, though, when she gets to have an opportunity to get the bit in her mouth, get a little bit more balance, maybe she'll learn how to change her leads and do things a bit more properly. Just think she gets a little discombobulated with the sprint speed that she has to show to keep up here. Vacay, professional. Todd Pletcher, he just knows how to get these horses ready. She didn't break particularly well, but put herself in the game immediately. Got that wide trip that kind of looks like the first two races. The wide trip certainly was a benefit, and both of them were ridden by Luis Saez, so he seems to know where the path is that he wants to ride down, Maggie.
That he does. Luis Saez picking up his second victory on the card in just 3 races. Back in action here, Louis is, as Todd Pletcher beats, well, they were kind of co-favorite. A little bit more money on La Urbana, though, as he makes his way to the winner's circle. Well, a horse that is familiar with the Belmont Park winner's circle, 'Tis the Law, as he is again preparing for the Breeders' Cup Classic, as he will train up for it after his second place effort in this year's Kentucky Derby, going out Barkley Tag.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and there goes Promises Fulfilled onto the lead, blazing first fraction. It's Strike Power taken on by Promises Fulfilled, a half mile in 43.92 seconds.
Good Magic has been defeated. The leader, Promises Fulfilled.
Promises Fulfilled is still there, close to home. Promises Fulfilled is going to win the Allen Circuit.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as we are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net. Vacay, she graduated here at First Asking. She probably doesn't need a vacation. That's quite nicely with Luis Saez aboard. As Todd Pletcher, he is, well, one step closer to 5,000 wins. That was 4,990 here with Vacay, as he's standing by with our very own Richard Migliore.
Thanks, Maggie. And the reason Todd Pletcher's closing in on 5,000, Maggie, you took the words out of my mouth, is vacay. He's a trainer who doesn't take vacations. Todd, this is a nice filly. She broke a step slow, got in the game quick. You're so proficient at getting these young horses to win first time out. What's the key to that? Because it doesn't seem to me like you ever worked them particularly fast.
I mean, I think we do, a lot of work in company, and we try to, our philosophy is we want to prepare them to win if they're naturally capable of doing it. We don't want to overdo it. We don't want their first race to be their best, but we want them prepared well enough. If they're good enough, they can win.
And what do you have to see from a horse in the morning? Again, not going fast, but is it the gallop out that clues you in that this one might be quality?
Yeah, this filly's shown quality from the beginning. She's a beautiful filly to begin with. She's by a young, hot stallion, and then when she started training well, we could see the way she was finishing her works, the way she was galloping out, that she acted like she had some quality.
Todd, 5,000 wins, and obviously you're going to train for many more years. Did you ever think of those kind of numbers when you started out?
I didn't think about the 16,000 plus losers, but no, we've been very fortunate, and a lot of great owners and great horses and a lot of great people back at the barn doing a lot of hard work, and we're very thankful.
And quickly, Happy Saver came out of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. How did he come out of the race, and are you thinking about the Breeders' Cup Classic?
We came out of it well. We're thinking about it, but we're not fully committed to it yet. I spoke to the Wertheimers, and as always, they're very patient. They're committed to running him next year. So we're kind of taking a long-term look at it. If that includes the Breeders' Cup Classic, great. If we feel like he needs a little more time, then we'll come up with another plan.
Todd, thank you for taking time. Really appreciate it. Guys, just a consummate professional.
He is. And what sometimes people maybe, watching Todd on camera, Paul, don't realize is that, as we saw a glimpse of it there, Todd has a wicked sense of humor.
Oh, he's very funny.
Yeah.
Very funny. And if you happen, which is very rarely, you get him to drink a little bit of wine, he'll get really funny. So Todd is got a very, how do I say it?
Dry.
A dry,
witty.
that's perfect word.
Yeah.
Dry, witty sense of humor. And I think a lot of people, when they look at him and they talk to him, they think, oh, he's just this boring guy. He's not at all. He's just the kind of guy that when he comes to work, he pays attention to detail, so he maybe throws off that vibe. But when you go out and you have a drink with them and go eat with them, he is literally one of the funniest guys you'll meet.
I love catching up with Todd
Yeah.
each and every day, as he'll have a couple more chances to get a little closer to 5,000. He'll send out the well-bred Constitutional Law full brother to Constitution, the hot sire, in today's 8th race as well. But as we heard Meg ask Todd about Happy Saver in the Classic, major step up. I mean, this is a horse who debuted in June, who's now won a grade 1 against older company at 1.25 miles. He is under, I suppose, consideration, but he will have to take on some other older horses by the name of Improbable and Maximum Security as we check out their last meeting in the Awesome Again for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, I mean, a tour de force for Improbable, right? He's sort of gotten over that, I guess, hiccup he had as a younger horse. There was a couple things. He used to have trouble getting out of the gate, and he had to be on the outside. He'd never really liked kickback, but I think they finally found his running style to sit back, make one run, and wow, he just decimated Maximum Security on this day, and maybe turns the tables, obviously, on Maximum. And I think right now, going into your Breeders' Cup is probably your favorite. I still think Tom's Tata is a formidable foe, along with Tiz the Law and some other horses. We'll see. But it's a sharp horse.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tom Sata since he met Improbable, when Improbable won the Whitney, and Tom Sata stumbling from that outside post position. Yeah. As you mentioned, Improbable has had trouble in the gate, but he seems to be at least breaking better. He still X up in there, but he gets out of there cleaner, as he'll have to take on some pretty talented 3-year-olds as Authentic, your Kentucky Derby winner, as well as possibly the filly, Swiss Skydiver, who won the Preakness, but that other leg of the Triple Crown, as it was an upside-down year, was the Belmont Stakes, in which Tiz the Law took down that jewel of the Triple Crown. Here we see him in this year's Kentucky Derby, of course, run on the first Saturday in September this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, finishing second to Authentic. Paul, what did you think about this effort from Tiz?
I thought it was a good effort. I think a lot of people are saying, well, he hung. Well, let me give you a little insight on a guy named Bob Baffert. If you leave a Bob Baffert horse out in front, I don't care if it's the Kentucky Derby or a $50,000 claimer, they don't stop. People need to learn their lessons when it comes to that. So he got beat by Authentic. Bottom line, Swiss Skydiver ended up upsetting Authentic. Does that discount Tiz the Law? Not at all for me. Barkley Tagg knows exactly what he's doing. I think he'll be just fine. To me, it looks like he's been working okay. As long as he hasn't lost weight, Maggie, you know that, as long as he's healthy, eating everything up, to me, he's a competitor. And 3-year-olds have done well in the Breeders' Cup Classics in the past.
That they have. I mean, obviously you get a little bit of a weight allowance, and you were talking about Bob Baffert. Of course, he's looking for his 4th Breeders' Cup Classic win. He won it with a Triple Crown winner by the name of American Pharaoh, as he'll send out improbable 3-1 morning line. But Tiz the Law, we saw him with his 3rd work back today, going the 6 furlongs in 1:12 and 1, galloping out 7 in 1:25 and change. And you know, one of his first works back, Paul, we saw him go a blistering 57 and change. And Barkley very candidly told me that was not what we had in mind. He was working with another horse, and things just got messed up. That horse got a little bit too far ahead of him. Tiz went and got him. Ended up going too fast. But at least they were over a month out from the Breeders' Cup Classic, and now they have time to kind of recoup
100%.
from that.
Yeah, you're right. And I think a lot of people forget it's hard to ship in and out of Saratoga. Now, is Barkley tagged home, Saratoga? Yes, but it's still difficult. Are we still going to forget that American Pharaoh lost at Saratoga to Keen Ice? It's tough to ship in and out of there. So to me, when he left Saratoga, went to Kentucky, it was a tough task to begin with. I understand he was the heavy favorite, the one to beat, but I think a lot of people discounted Authentic. They discounted a lot of other horses in the race and just sort of conceded the race to Tiz the Law. He ran a bang-up race. I think you're right. He might have been a tiny bit tired. Now he's going to have time to rest, and I think a lot of people might dismiss him.
And, you know, we see some horses thrive on racing. Obviously, Swiss Skydiver comes to mind. But some horses relish a little bit of time in between the races, and I think that's what connections have heeded with Tiz the Law, as he'll get about 2 months in between that Derby effort and and next month's Classic. As we are taking a look at the field here for Belmont race number 4, claiming 12-5, as we just saw one of these horses run last week here on the outside. Summer Bourbon, who's looking to stretch out in distance for Linda Rice to the mile, as he's currently 4-1 on the board. He'll look to control this race from the onslaught. Stay tuned. America's Day at the Races is coming back at you.
Eclipse champion Blame. Ranked among the top stallions of his crop, Blame has sired over 50 stakes horses. His recent top performers include Nadal, a $700,000 juvenile purchase and winner of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, and Shotsky, winner of the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes, plus recent Grade 1 performers Mississippi, Alandra, and Natalma Stakes winner Abscond. Outstanding value, outstanding results. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Champions Day, where the stakes have been raised, the challenge made at the highest grade, to meet the elite, the order old, and dare to be unique, dare to be bold. A decade of innovation, of crowd ovations, trainers' tears amidst loud celebrations. 10 years of the spectacular. Frankel's final furlong and Sir Henry's swan song, Roaring Lion's late glory, and an irrepressible Dettori. This is the day where success is measured in hands high, and you decide which legend to back, where headline acts are never in short supply, when hooves move from track to track. This is a day of riches and rivals, British and Irish, overseas crusaders, Guillaume, Soumillon, the invading French raiders. This is a day of greats, of Gosden, of O'Brien, of Magical, of Moore, of Crowley, of Quealy, of Cracksman, of Noble Mission, of Cecil, of Smullen, of bravery and ambition, of strength and speed, of passion and power, of each winner, of the best. This is the day our heart rates will rise, with the widening of our eyes at each horse's force, each jockey's guile. The lengths lead, the last quarter mile, because this is the final chapter, the ultimate race day. This is Champions Day.
Those Brits, they sure are linguists, as that was quite a promo put together by our friends at ITV, as they will be bringing us coverage. Also, Acacia Courtney will be on desk here to facilitate stateside, as we will be bringing you those races on FS2 starting at 8:30. Obviously, the Champion Stakes, a Group 1, is the headliner there, as Magical, the champion race mare, 7-time Group 1 winner, will be looking for her second Champion Stakes back-to-back years for Aidan O'Brien. And if you want to play these races, make sure you do, as we are offering you a 10% winners bonus through your Naira Bets account if you play British Champions Day, and that 10% bonus on all win bets that are hit through the Naira Bets app, and includes the full card of Ascot races. So we won't be showing the first and last race on the FS2 program, but that promo does cover all of those races as they are in. Are you looking forward to Champions Day?
Yes, app only. Maggie and I do not want to hear your complaints. App only.
We warned you. But looking forward to that. Hopefully the weather's okay, though. Looking at racingpost.com, you can check that out. It looks as though it's soft going over there. So Magical, though, she can handle it. A race that we're not showing, Stradivarius, who will be returning as a 7-year-old, and this will be his likely last race of the year, though, for John Gosden, as he comes out of the Arc de Triomphe. As it was sad. Did you watch Enable? It was sad to see her not get it done, but it was just the ground and the way the race was run.
It's just so hard to do. I mean, like, it was almost like the great Goldlakova when she came here. I mean, it's like, to do what Enable was trying to do, I mean, would have been just a feat that probably we would have never saw again. But it doesn't discount her at all. She's amazing, and it's always fun to watch that racing. Such jockey racing, such positioning going on, and it's big fields. You can make some money. So join Acacia and make some wagers, get a little 10% bonus.
Absolutely, and looking forward to watching that coverage. As Paul said, Acacia Courtney will be on set along with ITV's coverage, as well as horses are in the paddock for today's 4th race. It's a 12.5 going a mile, as we want to check in with Richard Migliore. And Mig, I know you're interested in number 1, Direct Order, who does drop down from that claiming 20 in his last start.
Yeah, Maggie, I thought the horse looked outstanding from a physical perspective, too. And in a perfect world, what you see on paper, hopefully you see in the horse's physicality. And I love what I'm seeing from the one direct order, trained by John Toscano, trained his first winner in 1970. 50 years ago. That's how long John Toscano's been training winners, and this horse could not look any better. Full disclosure, when I was 14 years old, under contract to Steve DeMauro, John was on the backside of our barn, so we shared a barn with him, barn 46 at Belmont Park. So I've known John since I'm a little kid, and a person that I admire and have a great deal of respect for. The 2, Autos Trade. Well, this is a big price. I got to talk about horses from a physical perspective. Couldn't look any better. Rudy Rodriguez horses are well turned out. But Maggie, as you know, in racing, pretty is as pretty does. And just because a horse looks good doesn't mean they're going to run well. But to talk about a horse's overall health and conditioning, I had to talk about the 2 Autos Trade. Could not look any better. And then the 9 Orpheus also stood out for a 9-year-old horse. He just looks terrific. To me, he's taking a somewhat meaningful drop in class, and I like what I'm seeing from him. Plus, he's got a pretty gaudy record on wet tracks, 10 starts, 4 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds. I'm going to keep an eye on these guys as they warm up and see if I can give you a little more insight.
Yeah, Orpheus, certainly a horse that is coming back to the NYRA circuit and has run some of his best races on a wet track. And one, though, I mean, looking at that field last time, Paul, it did feel like it was a comparable field, but he was dueling for the early lead. Though then again, it was kind of a slow pace as well at Monmouth. You usually don't get that at Monmouth.
Yeah, you're right? I mean, maybe getting the outside slot can help him a little bit. It seems like he's been drawn inside and getting back to a one-turn mile. You could see under Michael Tenuzzo's care in February, that was a good race. The 2 races going a one-turn mile at the Aqueduct probably puts him right there. I know he's 9, but he's a better one-turn mile horse than he is a 2-turn horse. The worry you have, he's never won here at Belmont.
Yeah, he has a horse we often saw at Aqueduct. Now, currently at 2-1 is Business Cycle off the reclaim for Orlando Noda, as he'll stretch back out to this mile here where he's had success in the past.
Yeah, this is a tricky read, right? Because Orlando Noda, that barn's been going great. And when you look at this horse's races, this horse has been popular in the claim box. Rudy Rodriguez, Lolita Shivmagal, Gary Gullo. Orlando had this horse, and the best 2 races on this horse's form were under Orlando's care. Now, the worry is the mile. Horse hasn't been a mile since Orlando had the horse, and has gate issues. He's going to have to get out of the gate and probably circle this field or make up some ground on this field. Going to have some pace to run into.
You know, on the positive side, he has been a reclaim by several trainers.
Yes.
So you would have to think that he's a horse that, people think shows up every time, is very manageable, and kind of a good doer, if you will.
Yeah, 100%. And when you can see it in the line, right? So Orlando had the horse. He laid the horse up from March to June. He protected him. So obviously the horse is, like you said, fine. He's just a $10,000, $12,000 claimer. He's completely healthy, but this is his level. This is his friends, and this is where he wins races.
Yeah, now, of course, with the coronavirus pandemic, we had that rule instilled that, horses coming back at the same level or higher could have the claiming price waived due to that pandemic layoff. So, but yeah, he's a horse that makes a lot of sense, and he is capable of running over a wet track. He's liked it here at Belmont, and it seems as though he comes in here, though, off of 2 disappointing efforts, and those were for Rudy Rodriguez. Now, typically, Rudy's barn is on fire. He does well with his horses off the claim, but at least this latter half of 2020 and back here at Belmont, Rudy's barn has been very, very quiet.
That's what worries me a little bit, because you claim the horse for 16, and nothing. Off of 0%, I'm not trying to knock anybody down, but Lolita Shivmagal is an 0 for 17 trainer. So you would think Rudy Rodriguez would move this horse up. He dropped the horse for 10, and the horse still didn't fire. So that's the one worry with the 7 at 2-1. And that's why if I was going to include another horse, it would be the 1 direct order in here for John Toscano, just because I think the horse likes to win races and has had pretty good success over a sloppy racetrack.
All right, we see horses hitting the track here as we will kick things off with Direct Order, the horse you were just talking about. Louis Sai is looking for win number 3.
Yeah, I think the cut back to a mile is really going to help this son of New Year's Day.
Autostrad goes out for Rudy Rodriguez.
Maybe part of the pace. I'm still looking for it, but the 2 could show early pace.
The 10-year-old Mills is looking for win number 10.
This is a horse now at 10, you're right. It's like distance, and now they're going to cut him back to a mile from a mile and an eighth.
Real Dan, a long shot at 35-1.
Yeah, he's 0 for 5 at Belmont, 3 for 15 lifetime. He'd be a major surprise.
Even bigger price here on Eden Ridge.
Yeah, maybe even a bigger surprise than Real Dan in here. This one for Randy Persuade.
The long shot's right in the middle of the field as Financial Freedom comes back off short rest, too.
Yeah, this horse has run 70 times, another 9-year-old. So senior citizens cards and a couple of horses in this race.
Business Cycle, Orlando Noda off the claim.
Like I said, the mile's the issue, but if he can get out of the gate, he's going to be very dangerous.
Neighborhood Bully for AC Avila.
2 wins in a row, and then last time out, not much, but did have a win over a sloppy racetrack.
The other 9-year-old Orpheus, the Argentinian bred.
I think maybe the other speed in here besides the next horse we're going to introduce.
Those are the horses for field number 4 and number 10 on the other side of the page is Summer Bourbon.
Yeah, this horse showed speed last time, and I'm thinking he could be part of it too.
We want to welcome in those just joining us here on America's Day at the races. Fox Sports San Diego, as well as Prime Ticket. I'm Maggie Wolfendale here on the desk with my good friend Paul LaDuca joining us after a bit of a hiatus. Good to have Paul back, and Richard Migliori is trackside as well. So, Paul, it's great to have you back.
Thank you. I mean, it's been almost a year, if I'm not mistaken. But I missed you guys. I really did. It was fun. Having the year off, clearing my head a little bit, having to spend some time with my family and my daughter. But yeah, I miss talking horses with you, Acacia, Wolfie, even though Wolfie's here, so forget about Wolfie. You know, I was going to bring him a gift. I ended up giving it to somebody else.
Yeah, that's why you're stuck with me here on the desk. Greg Wolf is taking a well-deserved vacation. I don't think this guy's ever taken a vacation since he's been on the show.
That is true.
So a good week to take it, as well as we only have 3 live racing days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This Friday one, a little on the wet side, though, as we are off the turf for the remainder of our card. This one, though, a scheduled dirt race, as you were checking out number 10, Summer Bourbon, currently 7-2, stretching out in distance. He just ran last week a good second behind the favorite Vincero, as we will look at that race, which was over a nice, fluffy, fast track, and just chasing Vincero around the racetrack here, Paul. I think it could be viewed as a little bit of confidence by Linda that she wheels him back off that short rest.
Yeah, it could, right? I mean, her lone slot were the 6 sloppy racetrack efforts have not been good for this 7-year-old, but a couple seconds and a couple thirds, no wins. That effort was good last time out. My worry is now do you really want to send this 7-year-old who hasn't gone a mile in a while? I mean, only gone a mile 1 time at the distance. So now you're going to try it at 7 years old. I think it's a tiny bit of a stretch at 7-2.
The good thing, though, is Linda does have success with bringing horses back off 1 to 7 day layoffs. As holding strong as your current 2-1 favorite is Business Cycle, and Orlando Noda, who was just en fuego up in Saratoga, continuing his winning ways here at Belmont Park. Will send out this horse that he actually reclaimed from Rudy Rodriguez, but the last 2 efforts, I mean, just have been not what this horse was producing in the middle of this year.
No, that's the thing. You know, when I look at Business Cycle, you look at the Noda brothers, you look at Irad Ortiz Jr., and you look at the races that Business Cycle ran underneath his care. They're the best races, so they stick out. But you make a great point. Can he just click him back into that same form after not having the horse for a couple months, you know?
Right. That's a good question, as will he be a play against here for our champion jockey, Richard Migliori?
Thanks, Maggie. I'm just having such a hard time. You can see my notes are just a little bit raggedy. The 6th horse, Financial Freedom, coming out of the tunnel was just on fire. This horse was wild. And I think, he's a big price and all, but he is certainly a horse that was very on his toes. But I'm all about the 9 Orpheus. Kendrick Carmouche actually started trotting him, leaving the tunnel, and was already in a gallop about 30 yards off onto the racetrack. I think this horse really warmed up well, and I like the 9 Orpheus.
Yeah, I saw that, Mig. Kendrick always very conscious of warming his horses up to try to get them to the front early, and we'll see if that happens, as he was pointing out the long shot in here, Financial Freedom, who is stretching back out in distance after a short break. This horse has only one on the front end. We'll see if his jockey, Louis Cardenas, is going to send here as we send it up to John Nibrial for the call of race 4.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Summer Bourbon breaks well from the outside. Now Real Dan moves up along with Financial Freedom. And Business Cycle not far behind in 4th. Direct Order down at the rail in 5th. Orpheus is on the outside in 6th, followed by Autostrad in 7th. A break of almost 3 lengths. Back to Mills, who's running in 8th. Then Eden Ridge in 9th, and Neighborhood Bully trails the field in 10th as they move up the backstretch through a quarter over the sloppy going in 23 and 3. Real Dan, Financial Freedom. 2 long shots are 1-2 here. And on the outside is Summer Bourbon next and third. Direct Orders down at the rail. In between horses is Business Cycle. Then comes Orpheus, who's in 6th, 4.5 lengths off the lead, followed by Autostrad and Mills, and then Eden Ridge and Neighborhood Bully. They go around the far turn. The half was running 47 seconds. Still Real Dan and Financial Freedom. Business Cycle has taken third. On the outside is Summer Bourbon in 4th. Direct Order down towards the rail running in 5th. Orpheus asked for more in 6th. Mills is on the extreme outside, and Autostrad down towards the rail. The field is at the top of the stretch. Here comes Business Cycle now to grab the lead. Direct Order is on the move on the outside, and Mills is gaining ground as they come down for the 8th pole. It is Direct Order, followed by Business Cycle. Mills on the outside, and Autostrad inside the 16th pole. It is Direct Order with the lead, and Luis Saez is going to get his 3rd win today on Direct Order. Very close for 2nd between Business Cycle and Autostrad. Mills was 4th.
Luis Saez, the hot hand continues here as he just completed his own natural hat trick, Paul, with the win here. Direct Order, nice selection by you as well.
Thank you. He put this horse in a perfect spot. No excuses for the 7 here, Business Cycle, who broke very well, and you could tell Irad thought he had a ton of horse, but Louis had Direct Order in a perfect spot. The drop had to help, and you could tell at one point he was pushing, and he really wasn't going much, but then when he saw some other horses and when the 7 tipped out, he was able to tip out his son on New Year's Day and get the job done and hold off the 3 Mills coming off those long races, and the 2 Autostrade. I don't know if he got to the 7 Business Cycle. I don't think he did, Maggie. It looks like it might be 1-7.
Yeah, it looks like the head bob was up and down, but Mig, as we check in with you, it seems that Luis Saez really has a handle on what path to ride over. Is that the tire tracks by any chance?
Maggie, that's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, it's obvious he has a plan where he wants to be on the racetrack. Now, he broke from the rail, and he was able to work his way out to where he won the last 2 races. And, you always want to find those tire tracks if you can. If, where the harrows go around, it just packs the ground down further. And nice to see my man John Toscano get another winner here, 2nd of this Belmont Park Fall Stand. And, Maggie, years ago, how they would have a mud mark for horses that excelled on wet racetracks. I think we're going to have to get a mud mark for Luis Saez.
I miss the old mud mark. I remember looking through the old forms and seeing that, but absolutely, Luis Saez needs one.
How about Direct Order?
Yeah, he needs
now
one too.
4 for 9. Look how much money. He's won over $120,000 on a wet racetrack, half of his earnings. So, yeah, congratulations. This horse used to be in the Jason Service Barn, and then John Toscano took over the training from Murktan Karmachi and has done a great job.
Yeah, a horse who does pick up win number 7 in 20 lifetime starts. He knows how to find his way to the winner's circle, getting his picture once again. Well, a filly that certainly knows her way around a racetrack is Swiss Skydiver, who is your Preakness champion. Where will she go next? The Distaff or the Classic? Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Crystal Ball continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third. And now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The two fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Maggie Wolfno, Paul LaDuca, and Richard Migliori are joining you at a somewhat wet Belmont Park today, but that guy right there galloping across our show title, Direct Order. He took race number 4 to give Luis Saez his 3rd win on the card, as Richard Migliori is standing by with a guy with the hot hands. Big?
Absolutely, Maggie. The man of the hour, 3rd consecutive win today. And we were talking earlier that it seems like you go out there with a plan and you've been wanting to get out a little bit off the rail. Does it seem like the track's a little better out there, Louis?
Yes, for sure. Thank you for the interview, Glady. Yes, the rail is a little bit heavy. We break from there in this race from the 1 hole, and the plan was try to get out from there because I can see my horse, you know, he was like, ask me for, please put me out. So we had the opportunity right there coming to the 3A. I came out and he just took off. It was better for him and he kept running. So it was great.
But Louis, you're always smiling. Winning, losing, you're always smiling. How do you stay so upbeat in particularly tough conditions like today?
Yeah, you know what? I love what I'm doing. I love racing. I love the horses. That's my passion, my life. I don't care if I got beat or finish last. I just blessed to be in the horses. And for me being here is the best thing for me. So I'm so glad and I'm pretty happy. I enjoy.
Well, I think a horse's feed on your energy, always positive. Now you have several more mounts today. Do you get more tired? Is it tougher riding on a muddy track on difficult conditions?
Well, depend if you finish last every horses that you've been riding. Of course, you're gonna be a little tired, but I just enjoy the weather, enjoy the horses, enjoy everything.
Well, you're a man after my own heart. I love this guy. I love his attitude. And Maggie, sometimes that's just all it takes. Just love what you do. You're going to be good at it.
Absolutely, Meg, as that positive energy just overflows from Louis Saez. You know, a guy who has faced a lot in his young career, you know, thus far losing his brother as well in a riding accident, that whole thing with last year's Derby, and Louis just keeps smiling. And that positivity, I mean, it's just infectious.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, he made a great statement there. He's like, I don't care if I finish first or if I finish last. And that's the kind of jockey I want on my horse. He tries to win races. And a lot of people think he's ruthless. I call him the silent assassin because he is all smiles off the horse. But when he's on the racetrack, he is going to put you in a tight spot. He's going to ride hard, and he's going to give his horse the best chance to win. And he's not going to think twice about it. And he's a very, very good jockey. And a lot of them are lucky that he contracted what he contracted, or he would have been right in the mix of that Saratoga jockey meet, too, the way he rode there.
Yeah, exactly. Louis testing positive for COVID-19 right before the start of Saratoga this year. Missed the first 10 days of racing, but we're so pleased to have Louis back in action, and his agent, Kieran McLaughlin, as well, former trainer, now doing great work with Louis as well. Well, this year, the Distaff, as it is with the Classic, is certainly a matchup between the elders and the 3-year-olds, as the 3-year-old Swiss Skydiver has, I mean, if you weren't a racing fan, Paul, before 2020, this filly would make you a racing fan. And Kenny McPeak, her trainer, said it's simple. She breezes every Saturday, and one Saturday in every month, she runs. And when she runs, she certainly, typically, finds her way to the winner's circle.
You got to give it to Kenny. I give him all the props in the world, because I was critical when he dropped that Gamine is dodging. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Gamine is dodging. Well, he proved that was right when he ran a good Kentucky Oaks, and then he brought her back, and Robbie Alvarado made the move of life, and she was brave as can be. I would not be surprised, knowing the way Kenny is, he's a gambler, that he'll roll her into the Breeders' Cup Classic.
You think?
Yes, I really do. He is kind of one of those type of guys. He likes to roll the dice, and he's not scared.
He does, but it sounds like she should run next year, so he always could have that on the table for next year. Maybe do like a Zenyatta, handle the girls this year. But Swiss Skydiver, look, she is just a filly that has that high cruising speed and loves to get in a tussle, as we will see a older filly who's really kind of burst onto the scene in her last few efforts, the Jersey bred. That's Horologist, who won our Grade 2 Beldame here a couple weeks ago for Bill Mott. And, you know, she finished third in her last start in the La Troyenne to Monomoy Girl. And Connections, I spoke to them right after this win. They said, no, we're not going to supplement. Then they all got together, because it is a 4-part ownership group of Parkland Thoroughbreds, Cameron Beatty, Medallion Racing, and Abundanza Racing. Got on a conference call, and they said, we have nothing to lose. Let's get the $160,000 together, supplement her, and go, because Bill Mott said she's doing better than ever out of that race.
Listen, that's a vote of confidence, especially from a Hall of Fame trainer and Bill Mott. And you got to love watching this race. When I watched this race over and over, the horse that finished last was on the front end, and the jockey looked between his legs like he had horse. No, there was a horse named Horologist right behind you and just went right by you. And this is a serious racehorse. If you're going to supplement that much money against that good of a field, we're talking about Dunbar Road being 5th or 6th or 7th best. So it's a loaded group.
It really is. I mean, this distaff, even with the defection of Midnight Bisou, it's still shaping up to be quite a matchup. She Dares the Devil, your Oaks winner, as well as Monomoy Girl. And you want to talk about comebacks? This might be the comeback of the decade as Monomoy Girl comes back off of an 18-month plus layoff to take down our ruffian in her first start, beating Vexatious, who would come back and win the personal instant. But this was a very legitimate victory in the La Troyenne in her last start.
Yeah, this was insane. Just ultra impressive. And you can see right there, she was in a canter, but when she got flagged, she took off when she saw that stick. And you could tell she sticks her neck out. It seems like she's gotten a little bit high-headed as she's gotten older, because I think she's starting to look around and maybe she's getting bored because she's winning by so much. She'll have her hands full, but to me, she's the class of the class.
That she is. Brad Cox has done a masterful job at campaigning this now 5-year-old mare as she looks for Breeders' Cup Distaff glory here, as I just can't wait for the Breeders' Cup. It's like Christmas, I mean, for us in horse racing. So we've seen some fabulous performances throughout the year, and it all culminates on that weekend of November 6th and 7th.
No, it really is. This is what we work up for. It's our World Series when it comes to horse racing. These trainers, these jockeys trying to figure out which mounts they want. Horses from overseas coming. It's going to be in Kentucky this year at Keeneland. I think a lot of people are looking forward to that. A good venue. I think the California horses might have their hands full. It seems like the California horses always come over and do really well. I think the New York horses are going to do well this year.
That's what we always say, Paul, but then somehow they always find a way to beat us. But we will see as I'm stepping off. Thank God I'll be back in my comfort zone a little bit later. But you're in more than capable hands as Acacia Courtney will step on for me. Paul's sticking around. We'll have Andy a little bit later. And thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races as Mebs Webb, she's looking for that elusive first victory in this New York bred maiden 30 coming up next on America's Day at the Races.
Two of the best of their generation. What connects them? Bernardini. The sire of one is the broodmare sire of the other. See his influence, his beauty, in the Bernardini yearlings at the sales. And remember this, Bernardini has sired more $500,000 juveniles at the 2-year-old sales than any other stallion ever.
$1,450,000. Thank you very much.
Bernardini, the height of summer, the height of class. This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Whether you like it hearty, hot and spicy, smooth and creamy, or loaded with veggie flavor, the Petaluma Creamery offers the highest quality 100% organic, non-GMO cheese money can buy. Made with the utmost respect for our happy cows and the land they roam free. Visit SpringHillCheese.com and shop our extensive line of delicious cheeses and dairy products. Pick your favorites and we'll ship them right to your front door. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred Breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. it's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having them be well handled, you know, and just we really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year, kind of become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
And that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and boy, does it pay to have a New York bred. Of course, 'tis the law, our Belmont Stakes and Run Happy Travers winner. New York bred in the spotlight, simply ravishing a New York bred by Laubon into the winner's circle in the Grade 1 Alcibiades. As I'm Acacia Courtney, pleased to be stepping onto the set for the rest of the show, and very pleased to be reunited with my friend Paul LaDuca.
Hold on, I gotta raise my seats. This is what happens when she switches over. It ain't fair. God.
There we go.
Okay, I gotta
You
stop.
feel better now?
That doesn't look right.
You feel better?
Keisha, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. It's good to be back. Good to see you as well. I know you and we stay in touch here and there and talk about the horses all the time, but very good to see you and very good to talk horses with you today and with everybody here back at NYRA. I'm glad to be back.
We're glad to have you back for sure. Warm and fuzzy up here on the set. We're trying to think warm thoughts given the day, but no sloppy track blues as we look ahead to what's coming up. Poly race number 5, a maiden claiming for the New York breds. Speaking of New York breds, tags are $30,000. Taking a look at the field, Vitanza currently 5-2, but the number 1, Crick, who's been knocking on the door for more on this filly. Let's go check in with Richie.
Thanks, guys. I'm having a little hard time here in Acacia, but let's talk about the one, Crick, who looks terrific in the paddock. And I like Crick, not because I have a crick in my neck, but because Crick looks good physically, and she does have 4 seconds. Bob Dunham, her trainer, a guy I have a great deal of respect for. I asked him about what he thought about the mud, and he gave me that old-school horseman kind of answer. I don't know how she's going to handle this, but she's got a race that's pretty good in the slop, so I think we're okay there. The 2-horse, love that face. Good combination. Mike Maselli, Dylan Davis, making a nice impression in the paddock as well. She's kind of a thin, leaner, longer kind of filly. She didn't handle the mud first time. I asked Mike about that, and he said it was her first start. She didn't break particularly well, had to deal with a lot of kickback. Hopefully in her 4th start she'll be able to break a little cleaner, get some forward position where she doesn't have to take as much mud in the face. And the 4, Mebs Webb, making her 13th start. I got to tell you, Nick Zito's been bringing horses down from Saratoga, and they look great. I mean, it's colder nights up there, but their coats haven't turned. From a physical perspective, the 4, Mebs Webb, really making a nice impression here in the paddock, Acacia.
Filly by Giant Surprise. Richie, thank you. Mebs Webb, we all root for the one and only Nick Zito. And yeah, Richie's absolutely right. This filly's had a tough time breaking through, Paul, but his horses, Nicky's, always look good coming to the races, and this one has been good, picking up a check, finishing in the money.
Yeah, since they've added blinkers to this filly, she's gotten a lot better. Her numbers have gotten better. The worry that you have is she's sort of run the same race each time. She sort of makes that, breaks out of the gate and sort of just plots along like 4th or 5th and makes up a tiny little ground. But yeah, she figures in this race. You could tell on the board, the betting board, that the public really doesn't know where to go. I'm a little bit confused by the 8, Vitanza. I don't know why the money's coming in there for a horse that's 0 for 14. It's got to be because Luis Saez is going for the golden sombrero, which we call the Grand Slam. And I would think that's the reason why that horse is taking money, because 0 for 14, there's a lot of others I'd go for.
Jim Bond's barn this summer in Saratoga just seemed to be unstoppable, batting at such a high win percentage. And this was a horse that just, as you said, kind of a one that tends to run the same kind of race. Even her best races would look to be perhaps a little bit below what she's facing in here. But hey, you've got a guy who's already won, what, 3 on the day, looking for his 4th win today in Luis Saez. And we've talked about this time and time again, that he is a rider. I mean, I've seen it down at Gulfstream in the winter where he's won 7 races in a day. And not only did he do that once, he did it twice in a meet to win 7 races in a day, which is incredible.
It is incredible. And I always tell everybody, like, people will come in and say, oh, he won 7 races on a bad day. I don't care if he won 7 races at Riolito Downs in Tucson, Arizona. You win 7 races. So you're right. The more I look at this, I think the 8 is getting bet. The scratch of the 7 Buffet is giant because that horse looked like the horse to catch. She looked like
ran on Monday, though.
Yeah, she ran on Monday. So she looked like she was going to be the lone speed here. Now where do you go? Is it the 8 Vitanza? Because I think that's what the public thinks. The 1 Crick? No, that horse needs some speed to run into. I think the 2 Love That Face could be the sneaky one dropping down.
And she looks like she'll be pretty tricky. But looking at Crick's last race, this was on September 24th at Belmont, was the number 10 that day. There was no catching the winner, Mind of Gold, that afternoon, but it did close pretty well. Does also have a good second on a wet track back in October of last year.
Yeah, this is a good race. Her race 2 back, that was a legit bobble at the start when she got beat by Mebs Webb, who's the 4 today. But you can see she's making up good ground with Louis Cardenas. She broke well, and he sort of just grabbed her a little bit and made that 1 run, which is her best running style. She's gotten sharper out of the gate, so I don't mind the 1 hole. The worry is 9 to 5. Do you want to take 9 to 5 on a horse that's 0 for 10? But that last race, if duplicated, puts her right there.
You mentioned the 2 Love That Face that's dropping in class, and this is a filly. I feel like in races like this, I'm always going to be inclined to look at a class dropper who hasn't been exposed for this level before.
Yeah, and a horse that's 0 for the least in these kind of races. And when you look 2 back, they went 22.45. She was right on the pace. And I kept looking through this race, and Buffet was the other one. Maybe Queen
Tigua?
Queen Tigua. Thank you very much.
I got that from John and Brielle. I struggled the first time I saw her, too.
But 26 to 1, I mean, how much is she going to give you? Vitanza's 0 for 14. I just think if Dylan Davis can get Love That Face close to the front end, I think she might be ultra tough. I just can't take 9 to 5 on Crick or 4 to 1 on Vitanza. They're 0 for 24 combined. I'd rather take a horse that's 0 for the least.
7 to 2 right now on Love That Face. You're getting a little bit of a better price as this does start our Empire 6. A tricky way to kick things off as well is not only do you have to deal with the weather, but the pace scenario, as Paul mentioned, as we start our post parade with that number 1 Crick.
Yeah, and listen, this filly has gotten a lot better since Lasix has been added. Her last 4 starts way better than her previous.
Here's the 2 Love That Face.
I like this one the best. Hopefully she gets out of the gate and the drop helps and improves her speed.
The 3 Limoncello. Unfortunately, Gary Gullo retired. This filly is now with Gary Siaka.
Yeah, they put blinkers on her the last couple of times, and it really hasn't worked that much. She's going to have to improve.
Here's Mebs Webb from Nick Zito.
She's almost got the same resume as the 1 Crick. I mean, to me, you could go with either one.
7 to 2 right now on that filly, as here's the 5 Queen Tigua.
Yeah, 0 for 11 last time with 1 placing, another horse that's tough to endorse.
Number 6, Sanders Empire, another long shot.
I didn't think it was that bad of a race, and this horse does have 2 second-place finishes on a wet track out of 3. So maybe throw this horse in your tries or supers.
And there's Luis Saez's Mount Vitanza.
Maybe going to the front end here. Another horse that's improved with Lasix, and I would think is going to try to steal this race. Lone wet start was a second-place finish.
And long shot on the outside, Empress Luciana.
Another horse that's tough to endorse. 0 for 13 lifetime, and that's the reason why this filly by Stay Thirsty is 29 to 1.
On the track, warming up on the sloppy main track for the 5th race. Take note, Naira Betts is hosting a live money handicapping contest every Saturday during the Belmont Fall Meet, featuring racing from Belmont Park. It's a $250 buy-in and an all-cash prize pool, but you have to register by 5 p.m. today to get in the competition. It's about 2:30 now, so
Set your timer, set your phone alarm, whatever you need to do. Don't miss the cutoff. Register by 5 p.m. today to get in the competition. Visit NYRA.com/challenge to register.
Can I be honest?
Play. Yeah.
I played in about 10 of them at Saratoga, just so like you guys could maybe see my name on the leaderboard and laugh, but I never got
saw
on
your name on the leaderboard.
because I was awful.
What
Keisha.
happened?
I didn't pick any winners.
It's disappointing.
It was very disappointing.
That would have been fun.
After I saw Jonathan on there one day, I was like, I'm in. And I remember I texted JK and I put, LOL, I'm getting in next Sunday. I love it. It's a great tournament. It really is a lot of fun. And we'll update you on the leaderboard as we go through the day.
Absolutely. And hopefully you can get your name on the leaderboard. Looking at Vitanza now is Luis Saez looking for that 4th win today. The pace and interesting conversation in this race in here too, Paul. And when you're playing a multi-race sequence like this and you've got a race where horses have questions like this to start off the sequence, what do you do if you're doing a multi-race bet?
This is a brutal race, and they're fillies. 3-year-old Greg Wolf and I have talked about this many times. 3-year-olds and 4-year-old fillies are so unpredictable, and I would think Mig would agree with me as well, because they can mature overnight. But when I look at this race, I see a lot of offers, so I land on the 2 because I look at a horse that's dropping. If she's ever going to run, if she's ever going to have any ability, I'm going to see it today, and I'm going to get a decent price at 7-2.
Finding her friends, perhaps. Richie, horses finishing up their warm-ups. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I like the thought process that Paul has. Kind of look for somebody that hasn't proven they can't get it done. But let's talk about first the 1, Crick, who's acted very well today, was accompanied by a pony in the paddock. She does have a tendency to get pretty flighty. She actually did flip over backwards in the paddock in Saratoga. But she's acted very well today, the 1, Crick. The 3, Limoncello. I don't particularly like this horse, but I'm walking through the tunnel. Kendrick Carmouche looks over at me and goes, I'm going. I'll be in front. That's from the jockey's mouth. Now let's see if he can get Limoncello to cooperate with what his game plan is. She's never shown that kind of speed before, but I thought it was kind of interesting. The 6, Sanders Empire, big long shot. I got to tell you, this horse, if this horse runs to her looks, she is going to outrun her odds in a big way. She could not look any better from a physical perspective for trainer Eduardo Jones. And I got to say, you know, in racing, pretty is as pretty does. So I've seen a lot of horses that didn't look particularly well run good. But I would have been remiss not to mention the 6, Sanders Empire, because she looked outstanding. And then the 8, Vitanza, who I did not particularly like. I don't like 0 for 14 maidens. Looked so good on the racetrack, she made me pick her. I love the warm-up she got from Luis Saez. I'm a big James Bond fan. I think him and his family do a wonderful job. So I wound up on Vitanza just purely off of the way she galloped over to the gate, Acacia.
All right, Richie, thank you. Getting ready to start the Empire 6. Jim Bond and Luis Saez, they were on fire together at Saratoga this summer. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, they were. And Luis Saez looking for a 4-bagger today. And he's probably going to ride this horse like he rode Tom Morley's horse. I would think try to break out and sort of rate maybe in that special path that Mig was talking to him about in the interview.
We'll see if he can get the 4th today, or maybe it'll be a big price. Richie, like the look perhaps of the 6 Sanders Empires. We have just a couple left to load. Somebody going to get to the winner's circle today. 5th race at Belmont. Here's John and Brielle.
And they're off. Crick away well from that inside post position, but now moving up is Limoncello along with Meb's Webb and Love That Face. It is Limoncello with a narrow lead. Love That Face down on the inside, and on the outside is Meb's Webb. Empress Luciana is racing in 4th, and then it is Vitanza in 5th. Alongside is Queen Tigua in 6th. Crick is at the back of the pack now with Sanders Empire. The opening quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. They're moving right along here as they go into the turn. Meb's Webb on the outside, Limoncello down at the rail, and Empress Luciana just off them in 3rd. Sanders Empire makes a move on the extreme outside in 4th. Then it's Love That Face and Vitanza. Crick is advancing down towards the rail. Quintigua is the trailer in 8th. And they're moving for the head of the stretch, the half in 47 seconds. It is Meb's Webb, Sanders Empire. Crick continues to advance into 3rd now. And then it is Empress Luciana. The field is coming down for the 8th pole. It's Mebs Webb, Crick on the inside. Those two are heads apart for the lead. They are necks apart for the lead, and it's Crick now putting a neck in front of Mebs Webb. The two of them will battle on to the finish. It's going to be tight here now, Crick and Mebs Webb, and it is a head bob. Very, very tight. Crick on the inside and Mebs Webb on the outside.
That was a tight photo finish on the inside. It was the number 1, Crick, the number 4, Mebs Webb on the outside. Might have been the 4 outside, but that's tough to call.
Wow, they were talking sweet whispers to each other down the stretch, weren't they? These are two horses that we talked to you about. They don't have the killer instinct, but they're always there at the wire. 4-8, 4-8. Ooh, I think it is the 4. I think you're right. Eric Cancel and Nicky Zito with his second win at the meet. And if I'm not mistaken, 7-2. The 8 got the bob back maybe after the wire. That's very, very tight. Great call by you, Richie. Sanders Empire at a big price, run third.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. She ran well, made a big middle move wide and ran to her looks anyway. Really good stretch stool here. The 4, Mebs Webb, was out pretty far off the rail looking for that path, and when he saw the 1, Crick, come up the inside, Eric Cancel floated back down all the way and kind of herded her towards the rail. I don't know if there's any contact. I'd sure like to see a head-on, but he really floated him down an extremely long way from where they started all the way down to the rail, so it'd be interesting to get a look at the head-on, guys.
Mig, can I ask you a quick question? Is that something you want to do? By the way, I had the wrong number. I had the 1 to the 8. Do you want to pin that horse down there, or is that going to make that horse on the rail more competitive?
Well, it seemed like, just trying to herd her down to the deeper going might have paid off, but normally I want to stay away from them. I don't want to engage them. I don't want to make them game. It's like you see those old fight films when the trainer's saying, "You've got it won, stay away from him." I think sometimes you make a horse a little bit bolder, but today, and watching what I just saw, I was looking at the big screen. There was no contact whatsoever, but floating her down to the deeper going probably meant the difference between winning and losing.
Looks like it was a smart move for Eric Cancel, and great insight as always from Richie. But the 4, Mebs Webb, a very tight photo finish. Horse. Hey, start number 13 was the lucky one.
It really was. And Crick ran a race. She really did. I looked at you. I'm like, Crick's going to win. I really did. She was moving. And then when she went to the inside, I thought Louis Cardenas made the right move. But Mebs Webb saw her and really fought back. They were much the best, well clear of the third-place finisher.
Absolutely, and that third-place finisher, the 6, at a big price, as you mentioned, from Sanders Empire, but a tight photo finish it was. Mebs Webb into the winner's circle. Will bring you prices and talk more about what else is coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Into the winner's circle in race number 5 in that tight photo finish. It was none other than Nick Zito and the number 4 Mebs Webb, ridden to victory by Eric Cancel, who's standing now with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. With winning rider Eric Cancel. Now, 13th time was the charm for Mebs Webb, but the 4th time was the charm with Eric Cancel. She's run well for you every single time. It looked like you were consciously trying to stay away from the rail as you turned into the stretch. Is the path a little bit better outside? Is the track a little bit better?
Yeah, to be honest, the inside it has a little bit of water into it, you know. I try to stay on the outside to try to give her the best trip I could. But I had to come in at the end to get the other horse, you know, to try to get her encouraged a little bit more, and it worked out well.
Well, watching it from this vantage point, it looked like you floated her back down towards that heavier going. Was that something on your mind? I got to kind of put her back in there and keep my horse game?
To be honest, if the horse that was on my inside didn't want on the inside, I would have stayed outside. But I can't leave the door of my house open, you know. I got to try to shut it down a little bit. And I try to float her down to get to him just to get a little bit more out of my horse and try to win the race, and that's how it came out.
Well, I believe that move won you the race. Now, you've been having a terrific meeting. You and your agent, PJ Campos, doing a terrific job for you. How important is confidence for a rider? Because to me, I watch you ride, it seems like your confidence is up, that you're doing things instinctually.
Yeah, I mean, confidence is one of the main things about this job. I want to thank my agent, to be honest. You know, he puts a lot of work into me. He calls me in the mornings, checks how everything's going, and always tells me, just ride with confidence, you know, you could do it. Just keep on trying. Give the horse the best chance that they can get, you know, and that motivates me and puts me in a different ball game, you know. I want to try to keep on doing better, to do better, and be at the top, how the Ortiz, Franco, and all of them are, you know.
Well, you're working for it, and you're getting there. I love the improvement. I love the way you've been riding. PJ Campo doing a terrific job. Got to say, Nick Zito's been sending these horses down ready, too. They all look phenomenal in the paddock. And that might be the quote of the meet right there. I can't leave the door to my house open. Got to shut it down. Love it.
Yeah, that was great, Richie. Thank you. As Eric Cancel, some heads-up rides for him lately for sure. $9.60 winner for Mebs Webb. And you were saying it too, probably been watching him, and Richie even commented on it, that confidence, thinking just a rider going out there and competing with the level of riders that he has to in the jocks room here at Belmont. You got to win a tight photo finish like that.
Yeah, I would vote for him. Like, if they had it, he's been the most improved jockey in my eyes by far. And I think it's because of his cocky confidence, which you need. And it's not a bad thing. Sometimes people will look at it and say, oh, Eric Cancel's a cocky person, the way he carries himself. No, it's not that. It's a confidence when it comes to it. You hear what he said. He wants to be with the names of Irad, Jose, Manny Franco. He's not settling to be a 6, 7, 8% jockey. He's now gone up to a 12, 14% jockey, and he's winning races. And the one thing that's key, he's not scared of the guys above him.
Got to be that way. Got to be willing to take on the big dogs. That's one thing for sure. Taking on the big dogs, though, Paulie, we have the pick 5 coming up next. Obviously, off the turf, quite a few scratches. What's your strategy? Maybe a best bet in the sequence here.
Well, you know, this is a tough sequence because with all the scratches, but I like in the next race. And when I look at the doubles right now, the horse is, I want to say second choice. I like Slimy. Let's just be honest. Slimy is, somebody's laughing at the truck. Don't make me laugh on my first day. This horse has got 4 wins on a wet track out of 5. And when I look at the race, there's only a couple horses in the race. Gone Glimmering, got a little pace. Kitten's Cover Girl, got a little pace. But that pace is on turf. And then you got Our Circle Love, who's probably going to be your favorite. But I don't know if that horse is going to love 7 furlongs. I think Slimy's going to circle that field, and I'm going to single him in the pick. I'm going to single her in the pick 5.
I like it. That's always the goal, trying to stay alive in the pick 5. And speaking of staying alive, we have to ask, who's going to stay alive, Dodgers or the Astros?
God, if the Astros win, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays are not going to sleep. But I'll tell you right now, I hope it's the Astros and the Dodgers just for the drama.
Yeah, you gotta love that for sure.
Right?
Dodgers game on Fox as well if you want to tune in for that. Love having you back here, Paulie. We'll talk a little bit of baseball on the side as well, but we'll be seeing you through the rest of the weekend too.
Yes, I'll be here tomorrow and the next day and some future days as well.
All right, looking forward to it. Paul stepping aside, Andy Serling coming to join me on set. We have a lot more races still to come, including the start of that late pick 5, race 7 coming up after this quick timeout. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Constitution is best up-and-coming sire.
He's beautiful, he's well-balanced.
He's throwing classic-type horses and horses that can go on to be stallions.
This horse has a chance to be very important.
There's really nothing not to be excited about. He's done everything right so far.
He's going to have a big career as a sire, even much better than he did it as a racehorse.
Whether it be long, short, grass, dirt, they can do it all.
He's over-delivered as much as any horse that I've seen.
He's really a dream of a stallion.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Peek out the window. Go ahead. We do it all the time before heading outside. We want to know, is it hot, cold, raining, snowing? Horses, they're a lot like people. The weather affects them. When you're looking for winners, there are so many different ways that you could factor in weather conditions into which horse you pick. But let's start out with the most basic. In the top right corner of any race, there's a section described as wet. That lists the results for each individual horse over a wet track, like a muddy track, a sloppy track, or just a good track. The number on the far left represents how many times they've run over a wet track, and the next 3 numbers represent how many times they finished first, second, and third in those types of races. You can also find horses for courses by looking at how they've done over this racetrack in previous races.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and yeah, we've got some wet weather to deal with today. A sloppy main track. We're off the turf. Let's take a look at those tractors keeping the main track in the best condition possible, and we've been talking about it all throughout the early part of the day. Riders have to take note of the good parts of the track, take note of where to keep your horses, perhaps keeping them off the inside, as we heard Eric Hansel, winning rider of race number 6, saying maybe keeping his foe Crick down to the inside, race 5 I should say, down to the inside on a deeper part of the track would be the right move. But we do have the 6th race coming up next. It kicks off our late pick 5 in here, so keep an eye on some of those horses that will do well on the dirt on a wet track, as this 6th race, originally scheduled for 6 furlongs on the inner turf, now to be run on the main track. It's for the New York breds, an allowance optional claiming field. On the outside, the number 11, Power Up Painter, one of a couple in here for Linda Rice, your current favorite, did break his maiden on the dirt, had run on a sloppy track in an off-the-turf race prior to that at Aqueduct, but 1 for 40,000, stepping up in company and on both turf and dirt lately, has been facing significantly tougher. As we welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper and analyst Andy Serling, getting set for the start of the late pick 5. And Andy, we're going to try to keep the good momentum we had from Monday, as we had a wet track day that day as well, but glad to be racing. We have some great stakes coming up this weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to the cards. Obviously, we had the rain. Nothing you can do about it. We had been very fortunate up until Monday, but now we've had 2 straight days of rain, but that too shall pass. I think looking at this race, Power Painter will be a big price by post time, at least according to the doubles, where actually I think he's one of the biggest prices on the board. I guess the speed of Bronx Bomber, Linda Rice's Silly Key coming off of the layoff. It's always good to turn your phone off, by the way, when you go on TV. And I like the 5 Bust and Shout, who could end up vying for favoritism and is actually favored right now. A horse that's run well in the dirt, but been in good form in the turf lately. These off-the-turf races can present excellent opportunities, but you just have to be able to watch the board and look for horses that may be overbet and try to find some value. It's no different than any other races. I think they're the opportunities for value in off-the-turf races. They're more plentiful at times.
We'll look for some of those value plays, as we do have quite a bit of turf coming up this weekend. We have a couple of stakes to look forward to. On Saturday, the Floral Park, and on Sunday, the rescheduled Knickerbocker and Hill Prince. Smart move by the racing office to put those turf stakes on Sunday as opposed to running them last Monday with that off-the-turf race that we did, off-the-turf day that we did have. A good move for both the bettors and for the horsemen. So we'll talk more about that stakes, those stakes coming up over the next couple of days. But here in this 6th race, you were talking, Andy, about some of the value you could potentially find as Power Up Painter drifting up a little bit. And do you find that typically in some of these off-the-turf races that some horses who've just been running against better, like Power Up Painter has, will tend to be perhaps overbet a little bit because of their turf form and the company they've kept?
Well, at times. I don't think his turf form has been particularly terrific. I have no idea why he's taking early money, to be honest with you. His one turf race is a very fortunate win when he got a great ride and trip with Jose Lezcano in a brutally fast pace where he closed up the inside. He doesn't have races that are competitive, and it doesn't mean he couldn't randomly improve, but he's a 10, 15 to 1 shot, I think, on paper in this race, maybe 8, 10, 10, 15 to 1. I mean, all these horses are just faster than him. Bust and Shout's a faster horse on both surfaces. Bronx Bonner is clearly a better horse on the dirt. Silly Key is definitely a better horse in the dirt as well. So you've got 3 players in here that can handle, 2 of them can handle the grass, or at least 1 can handle the grass. Real dirt form on Bronx Bomber and Silly Key, so I'm not sure. There probably wasn't much money in the first flash. You have to be very careful. I know there's people out there that say, oh, that early money counts. I think that's absolute gibberish. I think what matters is what the final odds really are, and I think in the final odds, Power Up Painter will be a significantly higher price, and likely 10 to 1 or more.
Currently favored, though, is the number 5, Bust and Shout, who's been proficient on both surfaces, as you mentioned, was in excellent form up at Finger Lakes, came in and won against New York bred company at Aqueduct, though sprinting back at the start of the year, and lately has been on turf, but does have those good dirt races to go back to.
And the other thing is he has won a race rating. Now, it wasn't as fast a fig, and he seems to be a bit better on the front end, but he has been effective rating. He ran very well in his 2 starts, and last time out, he chased against a quick pace and also going 7 furlongs in the turf, which may have been a bit far for him. I think he just makes a lot of sense. Probably going to have to let Bronx Bomber go in this race and try to rate off of that one. I don't think it's impossible, so I just thought he was a very logical player in here. Nothing clever. He's the current favorite, 5 to 2.
And one horse that is a main track only is Silly Key, also for Linda Rice, as Andy mentioned. Richie, this one coming out of some New York bred stakes company, and they were hoping it came off the turf today.
Yeah, they were certainly looking for this surface. And Skilly Kate, you know, he's coming off a bit of a layoff, but I like what I'm seeing. I think he looks very fit. You know, sometimes you look at a horse and say, well, maybe another work or two, or if he had a race under his belt. But I like what I'm seeing. I think he looks extremely fit, making a great impression. The 6-horse, Bronx Bomber, really making a nice impression here. Greg DePrima does a good job. It's all about having stock and the horses that can win. And I think Bronx Bomber looks good. I think he makes some sense. Maybe his wet track races need a little bit to be desired, but he has speed. Speed's always a good thing. If Benji Hernandez has been paying attention, he'll probably stay out a little bit away from the rail. It just seems to me like horses are getting a little bit better handle on the racetrack out there. And full disclosure, he's owned by a good friend of mine, part owner, Jess Iglesias, who I have an easy time rooting for, so I'm always leaning in directions of people that I care about. And the 9-horse, Call Me Harry, he's never run on the dirt, was entered main track only, And he looks more like a dirt horse to me from a conformation standpoint. I like what I'm seeing from him. And the fact that he sports some really good 5 furlong workouts on the dirt. A lot of turf horses can work a really good half, but their 5/8 aren't as good. I think maybe that points out that this horse is going to handle the dirt just fine. And the fact that they entered main track only, a horse that's never run on this surface, maybe this horse has shown them in the mornings. This is what he wanted to do all along. Years ago, Andy, there was a horse that they kept running on the turf named Cigar. Got pretty good when they put him back on the dirt.
Did Richie just suggest that perhaps Call Me Harry has some sort of relation to Cigar? I'm teasing him, but Call Me Harry, I think the interesting thing about him is not that he's in this race, it's that he was entered as an MTO, a horse that had run well on the turf and, didn't have the best of setups in his 2 races. Why was he entered MTO? And maybe that's a positive. Maybe he's probably working well in the dirt. That has to be the reason.
I would think so, as he did have some bullet works back in September on the main track. We'll see how he handles it today. But you can start your Friday happy hour. That always sounds good, with a $2,000 hit or split on the early pick 5 at Santa Anita through Naira Bets. Hit the early pick 5 on Naira Bets to split $2,000. First post at Santa Anita is 4 o'clock Eastern. That's about an hour away. So visit NairaBets.com for details to place your bets. That's the early pick 5. The graphic did say late pick 5, but do note that is the early pick 5 as we're just about to get things started out on the West Coast at Santa Anita. But 3-2 now back here at Belmont on the number 5, Bust and Shout, who does have some of that good dirt form. You talked about value, Andy. Do you see potentially any value in this off the turf race?
It's so hard to judge what the odds are going to be at this point,
Sure.
because the money's going to come in later. And no, I mean, I don't. I think that the logical horses will get bet in here, and that's the number 4, Silly Key, and the number 5, Bust and Shout. So I think they're logical. I mean, Bronx Bomber, I think he's probably the 3rd likeliest winner. I have to take another look at the Will Pays in here. I mean, after that, I mean, I understand the idea with Call Me Harry being an interesting horse, but it's not like he's 8-1 or something. And to reference Cigar, even Cigar had good dirt races starting in the beginning of his career. He paid $7 when he won his first dirt race, and he had okay turf form, and he had good dirt races. You have no idea. You're trusting workouts now. You're trusting connections. Remember, these are the same connections that ran on the turf at the beginning of his career as well.
And he won his first 2 races at Saratoga, and then just hasn't seemed to be quite as competitive lately. We'll see. Irad Ortiz picking up the call on Call Me Harry in here as well. Of course, we're getting a later call for riders up as we do have the rain. Horses will have an abbreviated warm-up on the track as well, move more straight towards the gate. So keep in mind if you're looking at that as far as timing and preparation for this late pick 5 start.
And looking at the doubles, the longest shot in doubles is the number 6 Bronx Bomber. And I'm not exactly sure how that makes any sense.
No.
I mean, if anybody is confused, take a look at Foolish Ghost, who was an MTO in race number 1, the race we left in the grass. And take a look at Foolish Ghost, who was going to be about 3-5 in that race if it came off the turf in a likely match race. He ran a very big race that day, and I know the pace held together, but he's got dirt figures that make him very competitive. Why would Bronx Bomber possibly be the longest shot on the board in this race? How can you possibly suggest that he's the least likely winner?
Overall has the strongest dirt form in here for sure. I know he's 0 for 5 on a wet track, but if you look back at his wet track races, one of them was back in December of last year at Aqueduct, when right before he was claimed away, when he ran fine.
Yeah.
And before that, he was running against much tougher.
Yeah, wet track records can be very deceptive.
Yes.
I'll give you an example of one. In the next race, Slimy has those 4 wins. Now, she's fine in a wet track, but she's absolutely no better on a wet track than she is on a dry track. So you have to be careful. And there's a general perception by some people, not me, that horses handle surfaces very differently. It's very rare that horses move up on wet tracks, and there will be some horses that just don't handle it. But I was talking with Steve Christ, who used to be the publisher at Racing Forum, and of course well-known in racing circles. And he said years ago when he first started, he asked George Velasquez, Hall of Fame rider, about horses on dry tracks versus wet tracks. And George basically said to him, they handle it the same. And I go by that theory unless it's been proven to not be the case.
In general, horses tend to handle anything Mother Nature throws much better than humans do, and that includes weather, wet track, dry track. As one horse trying the main for the first time is the 3 Noble Emotion.
Yeah, I mean, why is this horse going to be a much shorter price than Bronx Bomber? It's not a particularly huge turf pedigree. A Galileo sire trying the dirt this time probably has speed, but they're faster horses. Should be a long shot.
Main track only, the 4 Silly Key coming out of New York Bred Stakes.
This horse got very good last winter and then just fell apart. Yeah. Can he regain that form?
We'll see if he can take a step forward today. There's the 5 Bust and Shout.
I like this horse's chances. I'm not sure how short a price I'd take, but I think he's a major player here.
Has versatility on turf and dirt, as there's that 6 Bronx Bomber.
This is the horse that clearly seems to be an overlay in here. As you say, he handled that wet track fine. His last race was good. I don't love his chances, but I think he's a player.
6-1 right now on the board, as there's Call Me Harry trying the dirt.
He's the wild card, and obviously his connections want to try the dirt, but are they trying the dirt now because they feel they've lost their confidence in the turf?
Is it a little bit of a last-ditch effort? Here's the 11 Power Up Painter.
Yeah, I don't see it as going to have to improve dramatically off any races he's ever run. And talking about it, my racehorse stables, and they bet a lot on their horses, they're part owners, and as a friend of mine pointed out, probably the reason that he's taking all that early money. As you can see, he's already drifted to 6-1.
Quite a few partners involved there for Power Up Painter, getting a chance to experience ownership, as Eric Cancel also looks for his own little rolling double, getting Meb's Webb home in the last race for Nick Zito. But this one coming out of the Mahoney against Open Company, so going back into New York bred types and back onto the dirt today. 6-1 right now on the board, drifting up as you thought might be the case. As you bring up a good point, and I think it's worth revisiting, Andy, that what you see early on in the wagering, things can change so much up until the point when they do spring the gate.
Yeah, well, yeah, you have to be so careful. You really have to look at multi-race bets to get an idea of what the prices are going to be. The prices don't absolutely go there, but they get pretty close. And if you look at the multi-race bets and try to figure out what the parlay your odds are, you can certainly see who the favorites are. And for instance, you could see the 11 wasn't going to be favored, and you can know with confidence a horse like Bronx Bomber will probably drift up to a much higher price.
Looking now at the number 4 Silly Key, who the 5, Bust and Shout, who
we're keeping you on edge. I'm
keeping me on my toes today, you know?
You're passing the test so far. It's early, though.
I'm holding on. This is only my second race I've been on the set, so things can go downhill. There's plenty of time for that.
Yes, there's always plenty of time at the racetrack for things to go downhill.
You know what? Let's change the subject here. Let's give this over to Richie. Horses on the track warming up. What do you got for us, Richie?
I'm going with the 4, Skilly K. I love what I'm seeing by this horse. He came through the tunnel. He looks fit, very focused. He really, to me, checked all the boxes from a physical perspective. Loved the way he galloped off on the racetrack. I think he looks fit and ready, and I loved his focus. The 6 horse, and I'm going basically the 3 horses that just looked best for me from a physical perspective. The 6 Bronx Bomber. This horse could not look any better. He looks tremendous. He's got good speed. Benji Hernandez has won on him in the past. He's a horse that prefers to be a bit outside. He is outside. And I agree with Andy. I do think this horse is an overlay. I think he's a player here, a major player in here. And the 9 horse, Call Me Harry. Again, from a physical perspective, he went by me. He doesn't have that big plated foot that you normally correlate with a turf horse. He didn't have like those really long pasterns that I correlate with a turf horse. I'm seeing a dirt horse that is getting a chance to try the dirt for the first time. Now, albeit on a wet track. And again, pretty is as pretty does in this game. It's about getting there first. I've seen some really homely horses win races, but these 3 looked good from a physical perspective, and I'm going with the 4, Skilly K.
You know, what Richie was saying about the 9, and listen, I mean, Call Me Harry could certainly win this race, but Richie, this horse is 2-1. Doesn't this feel a little bit like a move of desperation by the connections and a bad bet at 2-1?
Well, I do think, Andy, it's a bad bet at 2-1, a horse trying something they've never done before. I agree with that. I don't know that it speaks of desperation to me. Maybe it's just something that, they were looking to try, and now it's like, okay, listen, we're getting towards the end of the season. Turf isn't going to be around much longer. He's worked well. Let's try it. I do think it's a bad bet at that price. I'm not sure about the desperation part.
Irad Ortiz going to be aboard the 9, Call Me Harry. That could be a reason he's taking some attention as well.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think Irad being on this horse is a big part of the play. I'm going to let horses like this beat me every single time they run. I would much rather take 8-1 on the 6 horse who has proven dirt form.
We'll see if Bronx Bomber can upset them at a bit of a price. Andy landing on the 5, Bustin' Shout. Richie on the 4, Silly Key, as we'll send it up to John and Brielle.
And they're off. Awkward beginning for number 11, Power Up Painter, and he trails the field. Bustin' Shout and Noble Emotion. Bronx Bomber is right there, and on the outside, Call Me Harry. It is Bustin' Shout who has the lead here, 3/4 of a length. Then it's Bronx Bomber. Call Me Harry heads apart 2nd and 3rd. Silly Key is on the move on the outside of a Noble Emotion, and then the slow starting Power Up Painter. Opening quarter went 22 and 3/5 seconds. At the rail is Bustin' Shout. On the outside is Call Me Harry. In between horses, Bronx Bomber. So it's 3 of them stacked across the track for the lead. Silly Key is running in 4th. Down towards the rail is Noble Emotion. And Power Up Painter is the trailer as they hit the quarter pole. It is Bustin' Shout closest to the rail with the lead. On the outside is Call Me Harry. Bronx Bomber is 3rd, and Silly Key, followed by Power Up Painter as they move past the 8th pole. It is Bustin' Shout. Bustin' Shout has a 3-length lead. Power Up Painter is making a late run out in the middle of the track. They're coming down for the finish. It's Bustin' Shout, Power Up Painter, and that's the way it'll be. 1-2 under the line. Bustin' Shout the winner. Power Up Painter was 2nd, and Call Me Harry finished 3rd.
Bustin' Shout pulls away and holds off Power Up Painter, who broke very slowly. A big late run to get 2nd there.
Yeah, actually, that was a good run there by Power Up Painter. It was a contested pace.
Sure.
He was the only one running at the end, but he didn't even particularly break. And listen, the winner was best in here. He set a very, very solid pace, and I think he just ran the best race. He was the best horse. The late money came in at 8-5. And listen, once again, Call Me Harry ran well in here. I'm not knocking his performance. It was a solid effort 3rd. He's just a terrible gamble at 5-2, even though he was a bigger price than him. The 4, Silly Key. I mean, he had a little trouble to start, but he was awful in here off the layoff. So unless he didn't like a wet track, that's a disappointing effort by him.
8-5 on Bustin' Shout, Richie, as he's shown his versatility and much the best horse today.
Yeah, absolutely. Battled it out on the front end, had those big earmuffs on, and, talk about people and owners I root for. Roddy Valenti, well, Acacia, I rode his first winner ever as an owner, a horse named Gravel King many, many years ago. And then my last winner as a jockey came aboard a filly for him, and a Bustin' Stones filly as well. So Bustin' Stones, just a terrific stallion in the state of New York, and somebody I have a lot of history with.
I mean, Roddy Valenti is one of those guys that has been a successful owner in the New York circuit for forever.
Yeah.
And, it's interesting. He and Bruce Levine were a team for such a long time. And I've never seen somebody, an owner, that was so smart in claiming horses out in California and bringing them to New York and be successful. Now, for whatever reasons, I don't know if it just coincided at the time with synthetics. He couldn't really, they stopped winning back then. But Roddy's been a winning owner in this place for a long, long time.
Looking at the start of the race, keep your eyes on the number 11. Andy will see Power Up Painter get off very slowly out in a jumble. He did have some pace to run at, but did close very well.
Yeah, no, he did. It seemed like Eric was sort of back in the saddle. I don't know if if you see the head on at some point, what exactly happened. But he ran well. I mean, yes, did the race fall in his lap a little bit? Yes. But he had so much trouble to start. It's impossible to deny that he actually did run well in here. And that's the one that ran well for Linda Rice. While on the other hand, Silly Key was very disappointing. But perhaps it was just a wet track with Silly Key. We'll see what he does in a dry track next time.
It was all about Bustin' Shout. Bruce Levine and Roddy Valenti teaming up for another win. And there's the winning pilot, Kendrick Garmouche, who had that contested pace and got to the winner's circle. When we come back, we'll talk more about the graded action coming up this weekend in the Grade 2 Hill Prince, Decorated Invader, talented son of Declaration of War, back in action for trainer Christophe Clement, looking to get back to the winner's circle at what may be his best distance.
Over time, the Alapa story has been interwoven with its prestigious neighbor, the mighty Claiborne Farm. The recent massive and meticulous renovation at Hill and Dale at Alapa will usher in the farm's next chapter with a clear vision of the future, which sees a modern, efficient, vital, and vibrant nursery alongside its world-class stallion operation, all the while respecting the history of this important estate. In fact, the stall door numbers remain Claiborne yellow as a tribute to the illustrious racehorses that once trained on Alapa's 1 mile oval during the mid-century modern era. One such name is that of a coal-black filly who would be named Ruffian and would come to be known as one of the greatest racehorses to ever look through a bridle. Such is our heritage. Such is our inspiration. Here, the obscure becomes obvious.
Cloud computing in the Preakness.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on kind of a soggy Friday at beautiful Belmont Park, but it is still beautiful Belmont Park. I'm here with winning conditioner Bruce Levine of Bust and Shout, winner of race 6. And this horse really was game, Bruce. He went to the lead and just fought for it every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, he likes the slop, and, you know, usually speed's pretty good in the slop. He broke his maiden here in the slop, same way in last year in the spring, so I knew the slop wouldn't be a factor.
Now, you also trained his sire, Bustin' Stones, Grade 1 winner, undefeated. Do you see a lot of similarities in his foals? It seems like they all try hard.
I'll tell you, almost all the foals, as unsound as he was, his foals are sound, and they all got speed. I mean, they'll win at some level, and they got that speed to get in the game right away. Very easy.
Now, Roddy Valente owned Bustin' Stones, owns this guy. Somebody you've had a long relationship with. What's it like training for Roddy?
You know, it makes it easy. He knows the game. You know, if you got a horse, gets a problem, you know, he understands it. It's not like you got to nurse him through it. You just tell him how it is, and you move on. So, you know, it makes it a lot easier.
Now, Bruce, you've trained well over 2,000 winners, over 2,100 winners, predominantly here in the New York circuit. I rode winners for you going back to 1981. How difficult is it to stay competitive on a circuit as tough as New York for all these years?
It really, I look back, it's almost amazing, really. It's very hard in New York to stay. You see so many people come in here, try the waters, leave, you know, go out of business, and, you know, it's a tough circuit. It's the major leagues.
Well, somebody that's been hitting pretty good in the major leagues for a long time, Bruce Levine, terrific horseman.
Absolutely, Richie. Thank you. I love what he said about working with Roddy. You tell him how it is, and you move on.
You know, I've always admired Bruce, and when I was young and first moved to New York in the 80s, and Bruce was a very, very sharp, successful trainer, and I had a lot of admiration for him. And I remember I used to go to Aqueduct a lot, And you could frequently see Bruce sleeping on the first floor of the grandstand during the afternoon. And a friend of mine said, that's your idol, Bruce Levine over there. And I said, well, I don't know. He probably needs some rest because he's obviously doing something right.
He's obviously
I like Bruce a
working
lot.
hard in the morning.
Sharp guy.
$5.50 winner for Roddy Valente, this homebred by Boston Stones, who he owned as well, as Richie mentioned. Taking a look at the 7th race, allowance optional claiming coming up next. 3-year-olds and upward for the fillies and mares, 7 furlongs off the turf in here, gone glimmering currently 3-5 right now. First off the claim for Rob Atras, who did very well on that wet track day on Monday. But looking ahead to what we have coming up this weekend, Andy, we have the Grade 3 Hill Prince rescheduled from Monday with that rainy day we had anticipated. Racing Office doing the right thing and finding another day where this and the Knickerbocker could be run. Decorated Invader, even money on the morning line, but this is a salty field. You've got some talented horses in here who could take a step forward.
Well, it's salty, I think, because Decorated Invader's in there. And for people wondering at home why money moves is 1-2. He's an MTO,
Right.
so if it becomes off the grass, which it very, very unlikely to, the weather's supposed to clear up and actually be nice all weekend. Decorated Invader's not only very talented, but he's better at the mile, and this is something I know you're aware of, and Christophe Clement feels very strongly that he's a miler, probably not ready to be a Breeders' Cup Mile type horse, more likely to try a race like the Hollywood Derby, assuming things go well here out at Del Mar towards the end of November. But next year he could be a player in that division, and he's part of a very strong two-pronged attack of 3-year-olds for Christophe Clement with Gufo, who won our Belmont Derby, the Grade 1 recently. And I like that Christophe Clement sensed that. He could have gone for the Grade 1 in the other race, and he said, no, we did the right thing. This is still a strong race, the Hill Prince, and running here at a mile, the right distance. And his best race ever was his 1-mile effort here back in the spring in the Pennine Ridge.
Yeah, at Pennine Ridge, you're absolutely right. Hall of Fame was at Saratoga, as you saw Get Smokin', who is has that patented front-running style, has been successful Get Smokin' and being able to hold on in some big races, hasn't been able to break through to get that second career win, but does have that speed. But Decorated Invader, you saw that. He's 3 for 4 here in 2020 as a 2-year-old, and it's been fun, as you mentioned, watching Christophe Clement bring him along, because with him and Gufo taking a shot at the Saratoga Derby, $500,000 race, take a shot, see what happens. But
he was
smart
favored.
move. He was the favorite, absolutely was, and a heavy favorite at that, beaten 3/4 of a length. But looks like turning back, this is going to be the right spot for him, as Gufo wants to go longer, as you had mentioned. So we probably won't get a chance to see those two run against each other again.
No, and there's no reason for them. They're two very, very different horses, other than the fact that they're both very talented. And you don't have as much success as Christophe Clement has had in his career by running your horses in the wrong spots. And he runs the right spots, and win or lose in the Saratoga Derby, it's the right spot for him, as you say, $500,000 race, and he was favored. But now, as the dust settles, he's going to keep him in the shorter races, probably a mile to 1.125 maximum. Gufo, a horse. Now, maybe they meet up in the Hollywood Derby. Both of them could run. It is a Grade 1 out at Del Mar, but over the course of time, Gufo is going to stretch out, and Decorated Emperor will stay in the shorter races.
Looking forward to seeing Decorated Invader back in the Grade 2 Hill Prince at a mile on Sunday. But that's just one of 2 graded stakes that we do have on that card. Earlier in the day, we have the Knickerbocker, Andy, a compact field, but an interesting one as well. As we look at the number 1 horse in here, Olympico. This one 4-1 on the board right now. Irad Ortiz going to be aboard. Blinkers coming off as they tried that experiment last time out in the Lure. This is a horse that has been close, finishing second in last year's Knickerbocker, but has not been able to take that next step forward since his first U.S. race.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be interested in him because his big win up in here was his first start on a very soft turf. I don't know. I don't think he's some freak that shows up on a soft turf. Maybe he just ran his best race first time in this country for Chad Brown. His effort was solid. Luke Cullen, who won the race, went back and tried the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile, so it's not as though he's an untalented horse for Kieran McLaughlin. He had run some very good races last year.
Won
I
the
think he pick up
Saratoga
the
Derby
pieces.
with Cullen.
No, the Saratoga Derby was the other horse, Thread of Blue.
Who was?
Thread of Blue.
Thread of Blue, you're absolutely right.
The
My
Cullen's
mistake.
a 4-year-old.
My mistake.
But, I think it's a question in here. There's a couple things. The pace very much favors breaking the rules. Breaking the Rules, on the other hand, was disappointing in his last start at Saratoga. So it's hard to trust him completely of his last start. And also, I'm not convinced that Breaking the Rules is going to be best on a turf course with Given It. And that could help a horse like Olympico. I still think Breaking Rules is the horse to beat. And there's Devamani as well. It's a small field, but I think you can make cases for all the players. Even Todd Pletcher's horse, who looks a little slow, at least on turf, but he could be the main speed in here.
This is Breaking the Rules, 2 starts back. Devamani in this race as well. He finished 3rd. Therapist was the one in 2nd. But how about Breaking the Rules? As we've seen Shug McGahee, I think Civil Union, a good example of this, a horse that needed a lot of time off, came back, has been better than ever, came off of a big layoff, a year almost to the date. The race after the Belmont Stakes, Breaking the Rules, and got to the winner's circle, backed that up with this allowance win at Saratoga.
And he beat Digital Age, who came back to an allowance race at Saratoga, and then he won a Grade 1 at Churchill Downs, so that was no mean feat. And, you know, one of the reasons that Shug, besides being one of the all-time great trainers, but he's had such a great career, is that in training for the Phippses, they're a perfect combination, and the Phippses have always been patient. They've always given him the time he's needed to develop, and Breaking the Rules is a typical Shug horse that he took his time with. Obviously had a major issue, out for a long time, but they gave him as much time as he needed, and in doing so, in a similar way, obviously, well, not as talented, but in a similar way to a horse like Bricks and Mortar last year for Chad Brown. Give him the time, be patient, give them a chance to come back, and if possible, the horse will reward you. Don't ever rush them back. That's never going to work out in the long run.
The game of horse racing is a game of patience in many ways. And speaking of that, we've been waiting, perhaps not so patiently, to see Performer back. Speaking of Shug McGahee and the Phipps stables, this is in fact the half-brother to Breaking the Rules, both out of the mare protesting, homebred for the Phipps stables, this one for Claiborne Farm as well. Last seen in November winning the Discovery.
Typical Shug, brought him along in allowance races, was gradually increasing the distances. I wasn't a firm believer in him, to be honest, and I was dead wrong. This is an excellent effort. Tax was good at this point. Tax ran deceptively well in the Pegasus after getting left in his subsequent start, and Performer was very good. Poised to have a terrific 4-year-old season. He was scratched the day of the Carter in a race that Vekoma won, and the way Vekoma won, he probably wasn't beating him. I guess he wrenched an ankle that day, and you know, those things, we've all been around the track a long time, and you may not be as old as me, but you've spent a lot of time in the track. When you hear trainers say, and they know it, you know, oh, it's something minor, they'll be back soon, it always seems to end up being at least 3 or 4 months. But once again, Shug's not going to rush him back. He's going to do the right thing by him, and I'm thrilled to see him back tomorrow.
Very much looking forward to that, as he had won 4 races in a row, including that Grade 3 Discovery. That was back in November. We've been waiting to see him back. Performer will make his 2020 debut in race 3 on Saturday. Meanwhile, Shug McGahee, he's got a horse coming up here at Belmont, the number 6, Secure Connection. He'll also have another horse looking to kick things off, exciting 2-year-old coming up a little bit later, and 10 for 10, who ran 2nd upon debut. We'll look to improve off of that effort coming up a little bit later on, as well as we've got some great races still to come. Son of Frosted, 10 for 10 in race number 8, but it'll be the 7th race from Belmont after this quick timeout.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This Son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today on this rainy Friday afternoon. We've got an interesting little race coming up for you here in race number 7. We are off the turf and quite a few scratches, but Gone Glimmering, number 5, a main track only, taking all of the attention right now after a big win on a wet track 2 starts back. Now, first off, the claim for Rob Atras.
Yeah, well, Rob Atras horses are really getting bet. We saw him have 2 seemingly dramatically overbet horses on Monday's card and both win. He probably should have been put up in the last race, though he did run the third best horse. This horse is based on doubles. There's very little difference between the 2 Slimy, the 5 Gone Glimmering, and the 10-Hour Circle of Love. So expect the odds to even out quite a bit as we get closer to post.
We welcome in once again Maggie Wolfendale, now downstairs checking out horses in the paddock. Maggie, I hope you found a dry spot now. What are you seeing here for the 7th race?
Yeah, the one good thing about not that many people being here at the race is that I can hunker down here in the middle between the 2 ends of the saddling stalls, and you get to stay dry, though it is quite chilly here at Belmont when there is no sun during the fall time, as the 3 MTOs taking the bulk of the play. And we'll check in with your current favorite in number 5, Gone Glimmering. Well, she is one that looks like your, as I like to say, your quintessential off-track horse. She's a little bit more narrow. She's a little bit more upright throughout her pasterns and her foot. And really, in all of her appearances here in New York, she's looked fantastic for all 3 different trainers. She's one that carries her weight well, but also looks very fit and well-conditioned and is consistently dappled from head to toe, and just a very poised individual here in the paddock. Confident, yet alert and forward, not expending too much energy. And I like the 7 furlongs for her as well, as she's already accomplished and a winner at the distance. Number 6, Secure Connection, is coming out of a win at Kentucky Downs, and she has run on the main track before, but really physically, she looks much more like a turf horse. I mean, Shug does choose to leave her in here because A, it's a short field, and B, as we've said many times, Shug is a guy who really is not shy from wet tracks. He trains his horses over them. I mean, Shug is the one guy that you'll see out there even breezing horses, even when the dogs are up, which the dogs are the little cones, to keep horses from training off the inside rail. Sometimes they'll put those up when we're still racing here at Belmont if it's a wet track, and he has no problems in training his horses over that surface. He doesn't shy away from it, but Secure Connection just looks so much more like a turf horse. It's hard to imagine her being successful over the 3 MTOs. As we'll check in with the outside main track only entrant in Our Circle of Love. At times, she's run very fast and fast enough to be a legitimate winner here. She does return off of that February layoff wearing the front wraps, though I will say she does look pretty fit. And I mean, sometimes Michelle's horses coming back off the bench, they do look as though they need a start, and I can't really definitively say that with her. She was very quiet when she walked in here, but has since perked up quite a good bit with being saddled. So I like that for her, and I don't mind the wet track for her either. I think she is an interesting proposition here, though you do worry about her time away from the races. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Our Circle of Love, one of 3 main track onlys in here as we get ready to kick off today's late pick 4, as this mare by Distorted Humor is sent out for Michelle Nevin, as Andy, Michelle Nevin's barn has been going great guns lately here at Belmont.
Yeah, Michelle's terrific. She does a sensational job. And if Our Circle of Love runs her best race in here, this field, there'll be a search party for the other horses in this race. She'll blow these horses out of the water, and she can handle a wet track. The problem is when she left here over the winter, and that was 8 months ago when she left, she ran 2 absolutely horrific races. And you just have to wonder if she's going to be capable of running it again. I mean, I'll be honest, I kind of thought they might breed her after that. Now, I don't know if there was an issue in trying to get that done or what the case was, but she just seemed to have lost her edge. Now, maybe there was some issue, and if she comes back and she's gotten over it, she's going to win here. But she's awfully hard to trust off those last 2 races.
We'll see if she's ready off of the layoff, as she's currently 3-1 on the board, trying to get back to some of that strong form we saw before those disappointing efforts that were followed by the layoff. Looking at the number 2, Slimy, Luis Saez has the call on this main track only for Dave Canizzo, who you mentioned is this one, who's 4 for 9 on a wet track. She tends to just run her race no matter what, though.
Yeah, I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever that she's better on a wet track than a dry track. I believe in speed figures, and I think it bears out, especially in her case, but it bears out in all cases. Best by her speed figure is 81. It was on a dry track. Despite being 4 for 9 and just 1 for 10 on a dry track, but 4 for 9 on a wet track, her best figure was 79. And she ran that in the Harmony Lodge when she finished 7th. But she was over her head. She was 24-1 that day. You look at those 2 good track races back in January. One of them was okay, but she was 9-5 that day. The other one, she was over her head, and she didn't run that well. She's okay. She can handle a wet track, but I don't think she's going to move way up in it. Now, I'm not saying she can't win, because she absolutely could win this race. She could get some pace to run at, but I don't have a lot of confidence in her, and I certainly didn't like her last race.
Disappointing effort last time out. 2 starts back on a fast main track. She did run that 81 Beyer speed figure, finishing 3rd that day, trying to get back to the winner's circle for the first time since January 1st, the first day of 2020. The number 6, Secure Connection, though. This is the Shig McGahee trained stewardess Janny, homebred by DataLink. Her off-track race 2 starts back. She did run into some good horses, though. Malibu Mischief got a 90 Beyer speed figure next time on the dirt, and we know what Robin Sparkles has done on the turf.
Yeah, that was also a track that was very kind to speed. So she was compromising there and trying to close, and she is a dramatically improved horse. She's still not really a dirt horse, and neither of her dirt races look particularly competitive. But Shug's a gamer. He leaves his horses in and off the turf races, and sometimes it works out for him. And she could easily get a piece in here. I don't see her, though, as a very likely win candidate.
There's Shug McGahee, the one and only. He had a Grade 1 win last week with Civil Union, getting a win and you're in. All expenses paid berth 2 at the Breeders' Cup. As you can join Naira Bets today, play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. We're about 4 minutes away from race number 7, sloppy main track here, of course, off the turf as horses heading out. Again, a little bit of an abbreviated warm-up time for these horses as they head out from the tunnel. That's a little bit of a deceptive shot. Looks like the sun's coming out over there. We haven't felt it on this side.
I would say that's a little bit of a deceptive shot. Because I got to tell you, it's not coming out, but it will be out tomorrow.
That's what we care about, of course. Tomorrow we have the Floral Park, and then those 2 graded turf stakes on Saturday. I'm looking forward to that. And it's been fun. This is my first time doing the Belmont Park Fall Meet in its entirety, and the races just continue to impress.
You abandoned me for a week, and you're going to sit here and try to pretend
I'm
you did
sorry.
it for the entirety? You think you may have tried to forget that you did, but I have not forgotten. It's a great, Belmont Fall Meet is a great, great meeting, and we've been lucky with the weather until the last couple days.
Well, here's our post parade. We saw the 2 Slimy go by, who we've talked about a bit. Here's the 4 Kittens Cover Girl.
Yeah, she's the long shot in the field. She does have some speed, but what she doesn't have is any dirt experience. She'd be an upsetter.
Here's the 5, Gone Glimmering, another main track only.
Well, Rob Atris's barn has caught fire coming off the claim, and she did improve. She's not great at a super short price. I picked her thinking she'd be slightly better price on the Rob Atris angle.
Here's the 6, Secure Connection, perhaps more of a turf horse, though.
Yeah, you're hoping the race completely collapses, and horses like the 5 and 10 don't run their races, but then is she really going to outrun Slimy? I'm skeptical.
And here's the 10, Our Circle of Love.
She's the horse to beat if she can run back to any of her prior good form, but there's got to be some questions on whether or not she can.
That's the field, as we'll check in with the 4 Kittens Cover Girl, who we haven't discussed. It's been a while since she's seen the winner's circle. She's never run on the dirt. It's been exclusively on the turf, mare by Kitten's Joy. She is out of a mare, though, Andy, who was a dirt sprinter. For what that's worth.
Well, listen, I don't think it's not a bad thing to look that stuff up, and you always do come up with that information, and you never know in these races. I mean, a horse could just sort of freak out and run well, and she has the speed to be forwardly placed, and Merck Cantor-Massey is a good trainer. I think he probably looked at this and he thought, I was a long shot on the turf, so why wouldn't I stay in on a small field in the dirt coming off? I mean, the truth is, she's 8-1. She's probably a bigger price if this race was on the turf. Yeah, so, a lot of times trainers don't really think that way. And when you're running a long shot in a turf race and it comes off, especially when the field's whittled down, your chances of getting third or fourth and getting a check and paying your bills for at least a month, if not a couple of months, have increased. And a lot of people scratch horses in all the turf races that they really should be running. And I think they're not looking at. I think it's important, as long as you don't feel your horse is going to get hurt or something, as long as you feel it's not going to be an issue for your horse physically, they run down or something, leave them in. It's in your bet. If you're running a horse and the horse is going to be a shorter price off the turf, leave them in.
Taking a shot. You never know what's going to happen. That's why we always say they don't run the races on paper. The number 2, Slimy, main track only. And this is, for those that are not as familiar, these horses are entered with the intention of running only if the race is taken off of the turf. So if it was stayed on, we wouldn't see Slimy today. Right,
exactly. And, obviously there are more dirt meant horses, though in the last race, Call Me Harry, who's a turf horse, was entered for MTO. I think overall, and I do believe our racing office has been doing a better job with this than maybe in some past years, in the last couple of years, getting people to run. It's not their fault. You can only call people and ask them. I don't understand why more people don't take advantage of entering MTO, because you're not going to get hurt if the race isn't run. You just don't run the horse. And look at today's 9th race and say to yourself, there's no MTOs in that race. Now, I'm sure the racing office tried to get them. It's not as though they don't want to get them. I have a tough time believing there are no non-winners of 1 fillies that would have been a reasonably short price in that race off the turf. Off the turf races, Dave Donk had that filly up in Saratoga a couple summers ago. He made like $200,000 with the horse, and she's really not much more than a modest claiming type by continuously entering her in off the turf races and taking advantage. I think he won 3 or 4 races that year with him. MTO is a great way to make money with horses that aren't that good, but they find the right spots off the turf.
It's all about finding the best place to run your horses, Maggie, as both you and Andy landing on an MTO in here.
Yeah, I think the horse Andy's trying to think of is Maddie's Magnum. I believe that Dave Donk campaigned very smartly throughout putting in MTOs. But just to be fair to the trainer, just to play devil's advocate, trainers have a lot to worry about, and to trying to predict the weather a lot of times, sometimes you're training up to a race, and to put one in the MTO, it kind of throws things off schedule a little bit. I think that's why maybe sometimes we don't see as many take advantage of entering MTO. But Kitten's Cover Girl, as you guys were saying, is trying the dirt for the first time. Look, she does look more turf. She's very Kitten's Joy in her appearance. And I was hoping I'd see something that alluded to the fact in the warm-up that she might be able to handle it, but it's not as if she really strided out and moved very well over it. But Martin Cantor-Massey, he's good with his dirt horse. He's more proficient with dirt horses, so I don't blame him leaving her in here. But yeah, Acacia going with Gone Glimmering. Beautiful warm-up here as well, taken away from the pony and just skips over the surface. And she looks the best, I think, in this field, as she will make her first start for Rob Atras.
Maggie, thank you. Gone Glimmering off the claim. Irad Ortiz is going to be aboard. We'll see if she gets the money today. Here's John and Brielle.
And the rough. Our Circle of Love from the outside goes for the lead. Gone Glimmering came away racing in second as they move up the backstretch. It's Our Circle of Love by 3/4 of a length. Gone Glimmering runs in second. Slimy is down towards the rail next in third. Then it's Kitten's Cover Girl and Secure Connection. They race up the backstretch. Our Circle of Love is the leader here by a half length. Gone Glimmering to her inside in second. Now it's 2 lengths back to Slimy and Kitten's Cover Girl. Secure Connection is the trailer, and the quarter went in 23-4. Our Circle of Love leads by a length and a half. Gone Glimmering giving chase in second. It's 2.5 lengths, almost 3 lengths now. Back to Kitten's Cover Girl. Slimy has asked for more, and Secure Connection will come through down at the rail. The half went in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Our Circle of Love continues the lead. The lead is a length and a half. Gone Glimmering remains in second as Secure Connection takes third. The field is in the stretch. Our Circle of Love, Gone Glimmering on the outside, Slimy and Secure Connection heads apart third and fourth, and now they're moving for the 16th pole. It's Our Circle of Love on the inside and Gone Glimmering on the outside. Gone Glimmering now takes the lead in deep stretch, and it will be Gone Glimmering by a length. Our Circle of Love was second, a photo for third.
Gone Glimmering off the claim for Rob Atras, but this one, you could even see it early in the race. Irad Ortiz knew he had a ton of horse underneath of him.
He did, and he really wanted to get her off the inside. And Jose Lezcano was doing a very good job with Our Circle of Love, keeping her pinned down there. But at some point, she's just a little too fast, and so he cleared her. And once he did that, Irad was able to get to the outside. Now, I don't think that's why he won. His horses were a bit off the rail, and we've seen horses that were that close to rail. I know there have been some talk about that with Eric Cancel. I don't have any reason to believe or not believe it. I don't think we've seen many horses down at the inside. But I just think horses are more comfortable trying to close to the outside. And, oh my God, Secure Connection ended up a 2-to-1 favorite in this race.
Wow.
That's nuts. And the right two horses ran 1-2.
Gone Glimmering and Our Circle of Love both at 5-2, Maggie, but Gone Glimmering just had plenty left in the tank when they came down to the wire.
Much the best. That is insanity. That Secure Connection was the favorite. I mean, what? I'm baffled by that. But MTOs, they're usually a safe and good bet when dealing with off-the-turf races, and we saw them run 1-2 here. Don't really know what happened with Slimy. She didn't show up today necessarily. But I thought Jose Lezcano, for the runner-up effort on Our Circle of Love, gave her every chance. He bounced out of the gate. He took command, made it somewhat tight and a little bit uncomfortable in your eventual winner, but Irad knew how much was underneath of him, and she was the best, and she's just been in great form as of late. You know, Joe did well with her, and Rob Atras really capitalizing on this MTO entry, and his barn continues to do well here at Belmont Acacia.
Yes, indeed, Maggie. Thank you. Gone Glimmering will get her picture taken once again, being just ahead on the turf last time out. Back to the dirt today, and she's back to the winner's circle again. But it was, I think, encouraging, Andy, to see such a game effort off the layoff for Our Circle of Love.
No, I agree. She ran today. I mean, it's obviously not as good as her very best races, but she still ran, and I'm glad to see that coming back. And as you pointed out, Michelle Nevin's horses have been running very well, but so have Rob Atras. I think this would be 4 straight. This would be 4 straight wins for him if he had been put up in the last race yesterday or on Monday.
Looking at the head-on, and no inquiry or objection here, but this is what we talk about with that intimidation factor that you do have, keeping your foe down to the inside.
Well, originally it was Jose Lezcano that came out into Irad. Now, Irad said, hey, Jose, you want to try to herd me? I am the greatest herder in horse racing. And he showed him and drove her inside. I don't like that kind of riding, but I don't think that was a foul.
Irad Ortiz into the winner's circle aboard the number 5 Gone Glimmering. First off the claim for Rob Atras, and owned by Sanford Goldfarb and Nice Guys Stable. One more look. Jose Lezcano coming out a little bit, and then we go right back down to the rail from Irad Ortiz. Big performance from both of these MTOs, though, but it was Gone Glimmering over Our Circle of Love there in race number 7. When we come back, we'll talk about some of the European action that we have to bring you, including remembering the unbeatable 14 for 14 in an absolutely sensational career. That's the one and only Frankel. We'll talk more about him after this.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's gonna go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Cup Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's gonna do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
New York breds are New York tough, like 'Tis the Law winning the Florida Derby, Belmont Stakes, and the Midsummer Derby.
'Tis the Law. He's going to win the Run Happy
Travers.
Learn how you can be New York smart by becoming a New York breeder or owner to take part in a program that offers tens of millions of dollars in purse money and awards for owners, breeders, and stallion owners. Get with the program at nybreds.com.
America's Day at the Races continues here at a little bit wet Belmont Park, but please be joined by our 7th race winner trainer. That's Rob Atras, as he sent out Gone Glimmering here. Rob, first off, the Claim filly that you picked up for 40, who'd just been in great form as well.
Yeah, I didn't pick her out. Sandy and Steve at the Nice Guys stable, they picked the filly out and made me look good because she ran really well today off the Claim, and she's a nice filly. I really like her.
Now, did they pick the spot, or are you gonna take credit for that?
Give credit to the rain.
Fair enough. How tough is it as a trainer, though, when you have a filly or a horse in general that you're looking for spots for? Do you ever look to be an MTO, or is it just kind of, if a horse is doing good, you just stick him in that MTO spot?
I think a lot has to do with timing, and like you said, how the horse is training, how they're doing. I try not to just stick horse at any spot, but she was really doing well, and there wasn't really any races, so I thought, it was a little bit of a step up in class, but I thought I'd try her as an MTO in this level, and it worked out.
What do you do with a filly like this in her next start, taking down this race, which was a second level allowance race?
Right. Yeah. No, that's one thing. When she won her, she's kind of out of conditions. I mean, in a way, but we'll see how she comes out of the race. And then she's still 3, and there's still room for improvement. So, we'll see how it goes.
She seems like a fun one to have in the barn. Rob, congratulations! A nice Belmont meet for you as well.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate it.
All right, Rob Atras enjoying some success here at Belmont Park. Acacia has gone glimmering. She was glimmering, even though it's a pretty cloudy day out.
She was indeed, Maggie, and Rob wouldn't take credit for picking her out, but yes, the owners did a nice job in picking out this filly, but the barn's going well right now as she's a $7.90 winner. Gone Glimmering and Our Circle of Love both put on a good effort today, both MTOs.
This horse paid a crazy price, almost $8. That's a very generous price. Surprised.
There's a look at the pick 5 follow along, Bust and Shout into Gone Glimmering. Been the 5 so far for the late pick 5. We'll see if that trend continues. But we do have the 2-year-olds coming up next. Some nice pedigrees as well. We talked a little bit about Shug McGahee. He's got 10 for 10, the number 6. Blinkers going on today as this colt by Frosted was a good second at first asking.
He was. He had a very good trip that day, but he ran extremely well. We saw the third-place finisher come back and win. I don't think I would use that effort to necessarily complement the race because that was a Bill Mott horse who was 3-5, I think, that day at Saratoga. That had a much cleaner trip in his second start. Savoy also ran well in that race, was a bit green, lugging in throughout the stretch. While I do prefer 10 for 10, I think Savoy, along with the other Chad Brown runner, Rational Choice, are both players. 2, 6, and 8, they seem like the right horses. They'll probably take the most money in this race looking at multi-race bets.
We'll get to that race momentarily, looking ahead to the future with some exciting and well-bred 2-year-olds. But in the meantime, as we will be bringing you coverage of British Champions Day tomorrow, one horse who had an absolutely tremendous career going 14 for 14, winner of the Champions Stakes at Ascot in 2012. That's the mighty Frankel.
Frankel pulls towards the outside. The pink cat, Tom Queally, beginning to try and close down. Cirrus de Ziegler from Nathaniel. Frankel keeping closer, still being held together by Tom Queally. Cirrus de Ziegler, Frankel moves alongside. Queally's finger poised on the button for one final electric burst. Frankel bidding to settle it. Cirrus de Ziegler is making a fight of it on the far side. Frankel extends. Cirrus de Ziegler is a worthy adversary, but up towards the line. All comers, all grounds, all beaten. Frankel won the Champions Stakes and lives up to the title.
The one and only Frankel in his final race, making it 14 for 14, trained by Sir Henry Cecil, bred by Juddmonte Farms. And you see those Juddmonte colors, and what a racehorse he was.
If you're going to name a horse after somebody like Bobby Frankel, had so much incredible success training for Juddmonte, you couldn't have done a better job than arguably one of the great horses recently, certainly of our lifetimes or our lifetimes in racing. He really was remarkable. I always think back to his Guineas win when he just was 8 to 10 lengths out of the field basically the entire way. And it's something you just don't see in Europe. But he was a brilliant horse. He had speed. He had stamina. He had everything you could want from a racehorse. He was just such a pleasure to watch.
I love seeing these shots as well, seeing the crowd so excited. And you really do, these horses who go on such a roll like he did and to remain undefeated is an incredible feat, especially at the highest level like he was. The fan following that results in that is amazing to see.
No, I agree. It's such a great thing in horse racing when a horse comes along that captures people's attention and it brings the crowds out. You don't see it that often. Obviously, Zenyatta did it out in the West Coast. Rachel Alexandra did it on the East Coast. It takes a special horse to get a following like that. And I think the last one in this country, California Chrome, had that crazy following. And it's great to see horses that get the fans involved.
Here's a look at his perfect record. $4.7 million and 10 career Group 1 wins. That's just amazing.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Champions Day, and like so many of us in so many events, we look forward to have a chance to go again. Get over there sometime.
Here's a schedule for Champions Day. We'll be bringing you this coverage on FS2 starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be bringing you the 4 Group 1s on the day. I'll be live here in studio at Belmont Park starting at 8:30. So come join me, keep me company, and watch on FS2. You can tweet along with me any thoughts you have on some of these races. We'll be able to see Magical as well. Looking forward to seeing her once again coming off of a win on Irish Champions Day. But we'll start off the Group 1 action with the Sprint Stakes. That'll be just before 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And one horse that's won his last 3, including the Group 1 Darley July Cup last time out, is Oxted. Kind of an up-and-comer. Let's learn a little bit more about him.
Yeah, he's had a massive impact on the yard. You know, put us right in the shop window. You know, winning a Group 1 is amazing, and yeah, hopefully we've got a few more to come.
It's a great opportunity for me, riding a horse with a very live chance on Kitco British Champions Day. You know, I'm very lucky to be in this position. What a wonderful horse. Mr. Till and the team back home have done a brilliant job to get him here where he is today, and looking forward to it.
The July Cup was an amazing day. Like I say, Everything just went to plan. We'd had this race in mind for a long time.
And it's Oxted who now has the lead. From Golden Horde in second, Skeptical in third, then Hello Yumzane closing in on the winning line. Out in front, it's Oxted under Kieran Fallon, and Oxted will go on to win the July Cup. Oxted is the winner.
But Kieran positioned him beautifully, attacked up the hill and put the race to bed. It was an absolute amazing feeling for everyone involved. The buzz around the place was fantastic. Kieran really gelled with Oxted, and obviously he's been a massive part of Oxted's career now, and Kieran's career. Both have helped each other along amazingly. They just seem to gel and get on with each other and keep things simple. At the moment, we're coping with the pressure really well. Obviously, it's probably the last 48 hours when the pressure gets to you a bit and you start looking at the rest of the field. But to be fair, I suppose they'll be doing the same, and they'll be looking at our horse and be worrying about him as well this time. He looks amazing. He's still keeping his coat, which is great. He's training really well. He seems to have that mojo back, and yeah, we're really happy with him at the moment.
Look, he's got to go there, one of the favourites, hasn't he? What he's done this year, he's beaten most of the rivals in the sprint already. So, look, he's only had 2 runs this year. He's going to go in the race fresh. He's not really ground dependent, but if we get quick ground, his chances will be better.
We've always been happy to compete with the best. I mean, that's what you're here for, really, isn't it? You know, you want to be part of that, and we've done well in the past as well. Oxted is not the first horse we've done well with, so we've always danced the dance with the big boys, and we've come out on top a few times, so, you know, and that's where we want to be in future, you know.
How could you not root for connections like that? Oxted winning his last 3 races, been ridden by Kieran Fallon. That's Kieran Fallon Jr., who spent his winter here in the U.S. working horses at Payson Park down in Florida for trainer Christophe Clement. In fact, went back to the U.K. and has been doing well, including succeeding at the Group 1 level. Looking forward to seeing Oxted in the Group 1 British Champions Sprint Stakes. That'll kick off our Group 1 action tomorrow, starting at 8:30 a.m. Meanwhile, back here at Belmont today, we have the 2-year-olds coming up next. There's a look at the number 6, 10 for 10, owned by Cortland Farm, $410,000 colt by Frosted, making his second career start for Shug McGahee. We'll talk more about these 2-year-olds, check in with Maggie in the paddock after this.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
When success occurs again and again, it's more than good fortune. It's building a legacy of leadership. It's standing sires of nearly 1,000 graded stakes winners, over 250 Grade 1 winners, 22 champions, and 17 classic winners. For 5 decades, Lane's End is one proven formula for success. Win. This is what we stand for.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon as we get ready for the 8th race. The 2-year-olds going a mile and a 16th on the main track here as we look at the number 6, 10 for 10. Andy, who did debut this colt at Saratoga behind Team Merchants, finishing second, off a little bit slow and looked a bit green, but did close pretty well to finish second in here.
I thought
Savoy
ran
in the race
fine
as
in
well.
here, especially, Shug's firsters. He'll have firsters run better. I think sometimes people give him credit for it, but often they need a race. The winner ran extremely well. The winner had experience and run behind the very talented Reinvestment Risk in his debut. That was a Doug O'Neill winner. I thought he ran well, got a good trip, got an excellent ride. Was that Irad that rode him? No, Jose that rode him, Jose Ortiz. Savoy also, that's who Irad was on. You can see in Peter Brandt's sort of well-known green silks. That horse started the outside, lugged into the rail in the stretch, was eventually passed right at the wire by the third-place finisher, Speaker's Corner, the favorite. But I think Savoy ran like a horse that could improve as well with some experience. The wet track is really one of the big question marks in this race.
It was an interesting trip for Savoy as well. You talked about it. It started out breaking pretty well, and then at one point was last in the race. Came back up the rail, and it seemed like the light bulb kind of clicked on halfway through.
No, I agree. He really kind of took himself out of the race effectively. I agree, and fell way, way back and did come on at the end. Now, he had taken a little bit of money that day, but keep in mind, Speaker's Corner, I think, was odds on in there. So 7-1 on him, 13-1 and 10 for 10. They weren't dead. There was just a race with a significantly strong favorite first-time starter that did come back to win the other day.
Always fun watching the 2-year-olds and seeing who's going to take the step forward today as we bring in Maggie to give us hopefully a little bit of insight. Maggie, what are you seeing from these 2-year-olds?
Yeah, Acacia, when it comes to these mile and a 16th races for the 2-year-olds, you start to get a little excited because you think about, well, the Classic and the road to the Kentucky Derby as it will kick off at the start of next year. But let's check in with some horses down towards the inside. And, the board kind of looks a little bit different than I anticipated looking, but that's not for me to discuss. That's for Andy to discuss. His number 1 is Rock Sugar, son of Frosted here, who does switch from turf to dirt. The dam was actually a 3-time winner going long on the dirt, and I think, though, he looks a little bit more turf meant, just as far as his foot is concerned, and we have seen some Frosted run well on the turf. It feels like Bill Mott may have had long on dirt in mind all along, given the bottom side of this pedigree. And 2, he's a horse that has really strengthened from first to second, now second to third. He really looks that much more athletic and more well-muscled now in his 3rd career start. I think he's pretty interesting getting to this surface today. We'll see how he negotiates, obviously, the wet. As number 2, Rational Choice is actually the Chad Brown horse I prefer here, given the conditions of the racetrack. If this was a fast track, maybe I would side a little bit more with Savoy. But he's a little bit of a lighter framed, very elegantly built horse. And he's fairly sharp now for his 2nd start of his career, and he has the foundation of going in mile already. And I think he ran well behind Likeable, who is targeting the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. So I like what I'm seeing from Rational Choice. He's done well from his 1st to 2nd start, and the conditions suit him. Moving on to number 6, 10 for 10, who is your current 9-5 favorite. I had noted in my notes that I thought he would want more ground. Well, he's getting it here today. He has gotten a little bit stronger, too, behind the saddle. Like to see that. The blinkers go on. Just a very short cut. He's acting up a little bit. He's just acting a little bit silly when he was out walking around here. And it's not something you necessarily love to see with second-time starting young horses. So there's reason kind of to be a little bit against him. I would actually prefer to look elsewhere, though I understand he ran very well in his debut going the 6. Now, number 8, Savoy, who I said was coming out of that same 10 for 10 race, won by Team Merchants. And as you guys were talking about it, he was a horse that once Irad Ortiz asked him a little bit in the lane, he hit another gear. He went from first gear to about 5th gear in about 2 jumps. So he really hinted at the fact that he should relish going a bit further. My problem is the wet track. And he could run fine in it, but just from experience, heavier-bodied horses like him, they struggle over it a little bit. And he just looks like one that's not really physically suited for this type of going, a little bit more built down into the ground as well. So I like him, but like I said, I'd be a lot more confident with a fast track. Number 7, Constitutional Law, that full brother to Constitution, is a gray. Constitution, obviously a bay horse. Now, it's me. It's totally my personal thing that I've come to see is that the majority of the Tappet offspring, the ones that aren't gray, are the ones that are a little bit better. And this guy is a little bit more on the smaller side than what I anticipated. Granted, he's very fit. He's very professional in his debut, and he looks like a horse that wants to run this distance of ground, obviously with that pedigree as well. And the dam baffled also through Jakarta, who won her first race and subsequently won a stake. And then we also saw her foal come back and win first time out as well by the name of American West. So there's plenty of pedigree for this guy to fire early. It's just with that pedigree, with him being in Todd's care, why is he 6-1 currently, Acacia?
Looks a bit cold on the board right now. Maggie, thank you. That full brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Constitution, who's gone on to be a tremendous sire. Of course, sire does the law.
He has. I'm not sure how short a firster could be going a mile and a 16th first time out, especially in a race where you have 2 Chad Browns and a Shug McGay, all they're taking money, as well as 2 Bill Motts. One of them's run well in the dirt. One of them that has 10 figures on the turf. Found an odd stat for Todd Pletcher. With his 2-year-old debut runners in dirt routes at NYRA over the last 5 years, he's 0 for 15. I sort of get it. He's probably not running them, going long at Belmont in the fall or after the fall if there's better horses first time out. But also with only 4 of them hitting the board. That really surprised me. So that's a bit of a negative with these horses. But obviously there is that pedigree with Constitutional Law to be a runner. And here, this is a competitive race, and I think everybody in this race has to be thinking Remsen. Or not everybody, but I think there's probably a general chance that we'll see the winner of this race come in the Remsen. Mile and a 16th, it's kind of 3 short weeks, just about 3 short weeks towards the Nashua at a mile, whereas they can wait a little bit longer and go to the Remsen.
Taking a look at Shug McGahee, who has 10 for 10, that second-time starter. He had a big weekend last week with Civil Union, winning the Grade 1 Flower Bowl, of course, a Breeders' Cup win, and your in-race. We talked about it earlier, Andy, that patience that he has shown with this mare and seeing how good she is right now.
No, she really has gotten very good. She's tractable. She got an excellent ride in both of her last 2 races. Joel Rosario doing everything right. I think Joel has had an absolutely sensational year. And between Joel and Shug and Civil Union, they have been quite a team.
The dream team, so to speak. And what a great tweet from our friends at Claiborne Farm. Of course, Civil Union by Claiborne Stallion Warfront. There she is as a baby, now a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, one of the most fun things, I think, for going to Kentucky and Lexington in the spring is to see all the foals out in the fields with the mares. I always like that, and it's fun, and missed that, of course, this year. But get there again in the future. That is a nice picture. Claiborne, an excellent follow on Twitter. Shug has great numbers, by the way, stretching his maidens out. Overall, he's 9 for 37, stretching them out in the dirt. And he's 6 for 26 with a positive ROI with second-time starters.
Looking forward to seeing what 10 for 10 may have as the number 4 by Claiborne Stallion. Speaking of Claiborne Stallion Blame, here's officiating stretching out for Bill Mott.
And I want to say this horse is a half to a champion, right? So
that's right, Caledonia Road.
Caledonia Road. And listen, she's run okay. He's run okay in his races. You saw how well Caddo River at Greatest Honor ran over the weekend, running 2nd and 3rd, I want to say, in that very tough race. That was a good race. He would have to improve, but maybe he improves stretching out. Junior Alvarado sticks to him, as opposed to the other one taking more money from the Mott entry, the number 1, Rock Sugar, who does have more of a dirt pedigree, trying the dirt for the first time.
That's a colt by Frosted. Kinsman Farm Box Stables, homebred there. NYRA Bets is hosting a live money handicapping contest every Saturday during the Belmont Fall Meet, featuring racing from Belmont Park. It's a $250 buy-in and an all-cash prize pool, but you have to register by 5 p.m. today to get in the competition. Visit NYRA.com/challenge to register to play. It's about 4:10, so you have just under an hour. We don't want you to miss the cutoff. We're going to help you out here.
You know, it's funny, Rational Choice. The Same Connections won this race effectively 6 years ago with Leave the Light On, and he returned in his next start, and he actually beat Frosted when he won the Remsen. But he rode a gold rail that day, and I don't think he ever won again. And Frosted went to do some pretty good things on the racetrack.
You think Rational Choice is going to get a gold rail as well?
I don't know. I don't think we have a gold rail today.
Let's start our post parade. Here's that #1, Rock Sugar, trying the dirt.
A little over bet right now on the assumption that the horse could improve in the dirt, and the pedigree says dirt much more than turf.
One of a couple in here by Frosted is Here's a Colt by Candy Ride, Rational Choice.
Yeah, you're not getting 4-1. This horse is the co-favorite in multi-race bets with 10 for 10, and should be. Tried a mile first time out and ran an adequate race behind the promising Likeable.
The #3, American Ruler, didn't run on the turf, tries the dirt today.
Yeah, the foals really haven't done much running. The one that did do some running ran okay on the dirt, so maybe that surface will be better.
Off from the pony is Here's the 4, Officiating, stretching out.
As we mentioned, the half to Caledonia Road. Gets blinkers on, tries to stretch out, would have to improve, but does come out of a live race.
#5, More Than Soul Title.
Probably the more likely of the 2 Todd Pletcher runners, and that's why this horse is a big price. Or less likely, excuse me.
19-1 right now on Todd Pletcher and John Velasquez for Mr. Fipke Homebred. Here's the 6, 10 for 10.
Yeah, he's kind of the worst to beat along with Rational Choice in here. Shug is good stretching his horses out. He got a nice trip, but he ran well in his debut and could build on it.
Also by Frosted as Here's That Full Brother to Constitution, Constitutional Law.
There's a lot of pedigree for this horse, but we'll see. I'm not prone to take first-time stars at going a mile and 16th, but who knows.
A horse by Honor Code, who was trained by Shug McGahee. Savoy goes out for Chad Brown.
Maggie seems to have her questions about this one stretching out, second time out. We'll see. I thought ran sneaky okay as a bit green in a debut.
And off the name, easy to guess who this one's by. Caught by California Chrome. Lots and lots of chrome.
We saw those Silks finish second in the last race. We'll see what we get from this one. A long shot first out for Michelle Nevin.
That's the field. 2-year-olds going a distance of ground on the dirt in here as we look at the 2 Rational Choice. This one debuted at a mile behind Likeable. Maggie mentioned the high hopes for that one moving forward, but looks like that was absolutely a race that Rational Choice could build off of.
Yeah, and I think Engrave, who was in there, was the heavy favorite around 1-2. And OXO, second-time star that had finished second behind the, at that time, promising horse for Steve Asmussen. I don't think did that well in the Breeders' Futurity in a subsequent start. His name is escaping me right now.
So many.
There's so many. It's hard to remember. And I do remember I asked Chad Brown. I actually kind of liked this horse last time, and he said he thought that the horse might need a race or would benefit from a race. So if you believe in that thinking, and he did say that to me before the race, the horse could take a step forward. But so much depends on whether these horses are comfortable on this racetrack. And even though there'll be plenty of horses that may handle it, you just don't really know. Especially with young horses, the wet tracks could be helpful. They could be harmful. But I picked the 6. I was kind of thinking incorrectly the Rational Choice would be favored just on the Chad Brown factor, but it does feel like 10 for 10. I could flip a coin with these 2 horses.
Who's going to take a step forward today? Some interesting first-time starters, though. Maggie, the 7 Constitutional Law with that pedigree. What are we going to get from this one today?
Well, I did little eavesdropping in the paddock when Todd Pletcher gave Luis Saez a leg up, and I heard him say, just don't give up on him. And we see a lot Todd Pletcher debut these horses going along a lot of times because they haven't really shown much quickness, I would say, in the morning. So he's a horse that's going to be like a bicycle. You're going to have to keep pedaling just to find the bottom of him. And I'm sure there is a good bottom in him, being from Todd Pletcher's barn. So I don't foresee this guy being necessarily forwardly placed, but maybe he comes with a little bit of run. But I'm going to go with Rational Choice here. For me, I respect 10 for 10, but Rational Choice just made that much better of an impression on me in his second start, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Rational Choice, start #2, taking a step forward, and 7-2 right now. You're getting maybe a little bit more value on this one.
Yeah, I think by the time they get to post, you're going to see the odds of the 2 and 6 become much, much closer than they are now. Probably 10 for 10 will remain favored, but I think might be 5-2 or 3-1 or even 5-2 and 2-1. Probably much, much closer in that last flash. We'll see.
And these 2-year-old races, you mentioned the Remsen coming up down the road. This is the first kind of stepping stone for many of these horses onto some of those big stakes that could potentially lead to the Kentucky Derby Trail.
Yeah, it's always a good weekend for 2-year-olds while they run the Breeders' Cup. And we saw Independence Hall with that really the best performance any 2-year-old put in the dirt last year when he won the Nashua. The Nashua was the Sunday after the Breeders' Cup, and the Tempted's always on that Friday, I believe. And that's always a fun opening weekend. So while there's great racing in Kentucky, the Breeders' Cup, the racing at Aqueduct's going to be good. And, weather holds up. That fall meet, I think the best racing we had in New York all year last year was the fall meet at Aqueduct.
Some big races still to come, but now we're looking at the future. 2-year-olds going a mile and a 16th. Some big pedigrees in here and some very interesting second-time starters as the number 9, Lots and Lots of Chrome, son of California Chrome, gets led towards the starting gate. And we'll send it up to the voice of New York racing, John Embriel, for the call of the 8th here at Belmont Park.
There in the gate. And they're off. Savoy breaks well. Now 10 for 10 moves up to challenge. 10 for 10, Savoy, Lots and Lots of Chrome on the extreme outside. Then it's Officiating, who's running in 4th. Constitutional Law is in between horses in 5th. Rational Choice runs in 6th. More Than Soul Title advances on the outside from 7th. Rock Sugar at the rail and American Ruler. They head up the backstretch. 10 for 10 is the leader here through a quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Savoy, Lots and Lots of Chrome, right together second and third with Officiating down at the rail and moving up a spot. Then it's Constitutional Law. On the extreme outside, it's More Than Soul Title. And then we come back to a Rational Choice. Down on the inside is a Rock Sugar and then American Ruler. The half went in 47 seconds. It is 10 for 10 with a narrow lead over Savoy. Constitutional Law on the outside in third. Officiating down towards the rail runs in 4th, followed by Rational Choice. Rock Sugar has made some progress now. Farther back, it is American Ruler. It is 10 for 10, Savoy. They are heads apart for the lead. Constitutional Law on the outside in third. Then Officiating, followed by Rock Sugar and Rational Choice. 3/4 went in 1:11 and 4. It is 10 for 10, opening up now on the field. 10 for 10 has built a 5-length lead. Savoy, Constitutional Law, Rock Sugar, down at the rail, it is Officiating. But it is 10 for 10 at odds of 2-1 to break his maiden in the slop here at Belmont. Pretty close for second among Officiating, Constitutional Law, and Rock Sugar.
10 for 10. We talked about Shug McGahee continuing that good momentum, and it did indeed, as 10 for 10 was ready to roll today as soon as they opened the gate.
Yeah, you could see on the turn that he was just going to run away from these horses. He was going so much stronger than them, and this is a nice, impressive effort. You know, stretching out, showed that speed. Nice ride. Jose Ortiz doesn't get in a horse's way. Got him comfortable in the front end, and that was an honest pace. They weren't flying, but that's a very honest pace. And now, I don't want to just say, oh, he freaked in the mud. I'd prefer to say probably some behind him maybe didn't love the mud, maybe Rational Choice didn't relish the going in the air. He never seemed to pick it up. Good call by Maggie with Savoy, who ran an improved effort, but just maybe the distance got to him a little bit. But maybe, you know, he did duel with this horse. And a good eavesdrop by Maggie with the 7 Constitutional Law, because she was right. I mean, Luis Saez just kept plugging away. And while he finished third in here, she's right. He just, what she heard from Todd was very good. It just kept sort of running along.
Looks like Maggie Luis Saez got his arm workout today on Constitutional Law, but 10 for 10, he sure was impressive.
Well, winning 4 races already, should be in good shape, right, for today's 8th race, Acacia. But 10 for 10, he was much too good for these. And a respectable time. I would totally agree with what Andy said. I don't think he necessarily freaked in the mud. I think this horse with a lot of promise, but also Shug McGahee, as I mentioned in the prior race, a guy who's not shy of training or running his horses on wet tracks. I'm sure this horse felt comfortable over the going today, where many others probably did not in thus their very young careers. But Constitutional Law, yeah, he's probably one of those horses that we'll see for Todd maybe running in races like the Birdstone or the Flat Out later on in his career. But it is tough to run a mile and a 16, so I thought a decent effort in finishing third for him in his debut.
Maggie, thank you. We'll see where we see Constitutional Law next, but one thing we do know is that 10 for 10 2-1 favorite. Officiating got second up on the rail, stretching out as well. But this horse 10 for 10, much the best today, and looking forward to what his stop may be.
Yeah, I mean, if Maggie gets a chance to talk to Shug, I imagine Shug, knowing Shug, that he's probably thinking about running him back in the Remsen. Probably a little too close, just, 23 days to the National, and more likely Shug would think Remsen, I think, at this point.
We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about some of that stakes action coming up, including what you're going to see in the Cross Country Pick 5. Mitchell Road turning back in distance in the Flower Park, for Bill Mott, and Venetian Harbor second in their last 3 behind Grade 1 winners, trying to step forward in the Raven Run.
Tapit. His impact on the breed will last for generations. Among active North American sires, he ranks #1 by lifetime Grade 1 winners. Last year, he was the #1 broodmare sire by graded stakes winners. And now, an emerging sire of sires, whose sons include Tapazar, sire of champion Monomoy Girl, plus rising young stallions, Constitution, Tapiture, and Tonalist. A breed shaper, a dream maker. Tapit, standing at Gainesway.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Courtney, Andy Serling, and Maggie Wolfendale. So glad to have you with us as we just saw an impressive performance from a promising 2-year-old 10 for 10. Colt by Frosted, making his second start a winning one for Shug McGahee. Paid $6.60 for winning trainer Shug McGahee, who's standing by with Maggie.
I'm pleased to be here with Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, who I must say has a Hall of Fame wet track outfit on with the Marmot and the Hunter boot, Shug, and the Gore-Tex pants, essential equipment. But Shug, you were prepared as well for 10 for 10 with a very impressive victory in his second start.
Well, I mean, he'd act like all along he was a pretty nice horse, and you know, I liked the way he ran the first time, but he acted like he was kind of lost a little bit, and I breezed him here by himself one day, and he was a little bit lost, so I put the blinkers on him. You know, I geared him up a little bit for today. I worked him out of the gate, and I blew him out too. You know, so I think now, you know, he's maybe caught on a little bit, and, you know, we'll just see where he takes us.
Now, I did catch Jose saying that he was pretty eager early on. Is that kind of what you were expecting, given the fact that you had done those preparations with him? And though it feels as though he's a horse that isn't light on stamina either.
Well, I was a little surprised he was on the lead, but I like seeing him there. You know, he had a long hold of him, and maybe if he was a little bit eager, it wasn't anything that I'm worried about. I like the way that he came over here today. You know, he kind of had his mind on what he was doing. He was playing a little bit in the paddock, but I'd rather that than they'd be just standing there like a statue. So I was pleased with about everything I saw today. You know, he went to the post good. He was good in the gate, broke good, put himself where he needed to be, and he had horse when he needed it.
Do you look at a race such as the Nashua or the Remsen?
Well, we sure got that on our mind now. He'll be nominated for the Nashua, and that could be a good possibility. You know, and even the Remsen if I don't run in the Nashua. But one of the two will sure be on our radar.
Yeah, with an impressive victory like that. Now, another impressive horse that you campaigned to, nice campaign last year was Performer, and looking forward to getting him back to the races in an allowance race tomorrow, which goes as race number 3. What can you tell us about him? How is he training since that minor ankle setback?
He trained really good. Now, yeah, got a little bit backtracked with the rain we had the first of the week, you know, but I think he looks a picture and he's trained good. It's been 11 months since he ran, so give me a little bit of a doubt. But, you know, I think I got him tight enough, and, you know, he's got his mind on what he's doing, and, you know, I would expect a good account of himself.
Looking forward to seeing him back at the races. Shug, congratulations here with 10 for 10. All right, guys. Well, it looks as though that race that we even saw Speaker's Corner come out of, Team Merchants one, is coming back when producing some winners on the racetrack. But Acacia, I can't wait to see a Performer who was very impressive with his last start of last year in the Grade 3 Discovery. Boy, he looks like a horse that should campaign to a lot of victories by the name of Easy Goer. So can't wait to see him in the paddock tomorrow.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that, Maggie. Thank you. As Performer, as we mentioned, Andy scratched out of the Carter with that ankle setback. Shug says, direct quote, he looks a picture. I think that's a good vote of confidence from Shug McGahee coming back, and can't wait to see him tomorrow.
No, I agree. I can't wait to see that horse coming back as well. It's obviously a very talented horse, and hopefully he comes back and runs well. He looks like the controlling speed in a relatively small field.
That'll be earlier on in the card, and later on we'll have some stakes action as we get ready to give you a look at what the cross-country Pick 5 has in store tomorrow, as that's always a fun wager. It starts off with a nice maiden special weight at Keeneland. We have the Floral Park here at Belmont, a couple of allowance races in there as well, and caps off with the Raven Run at Keeneland as well. Cross-country Pick 5 comes back featuring Belmont and Keeneland. You can play both tracks in 150-cent bet. Look for XCP5 in the wagering menu in your online betting account. And you can get free past performances and more info at NYRA.com/cross-country. Here's a look at Saturday's stakes race, 6 furlongs on the turf, the Floral Park. Andy, Mitchell Road, a graded stakes winner, will be turning back in distance.
Yeah, I mean, the question becomes whether or not we'll be able to run the race on the turf. Obviously, we'll try our hardest to run it. It'll be a very small field if it comes off, and a much better race. And with Mitchell Road, question is whether or not she's going to be effective sprinting. Belmont has moderate numbers, cutting his horses back in distance. It's not something that works for many trainers and works for many racehorses. And I think if she is the favorite in here, that makes her very, very vulnerable. She's obviously talented. She probably is the most talented horse. She lost to a very nice horse last time out for Chad Brown, of course, the late Paul Pompa. This is a tougher spot, though, for her. Cutting back in distance. I entered a lot of different horses, including horse Rose Flower for Christophe Clement, who could be very dangerous.
One interesting horse, we've been talking a lot lately about McLean's music, complexity, Jackie's Warrior. What about lead guitar, turf sprinter in here? Second time out now for George Weaver, this filly who had a nice win last time out.
She's a very, very difficult read in this race, and in my opinion, at a short price, especially with some given the ground, she'd be a very good bet against. Not only is she questionable with given the ground, but also This win we're looking at here is a bit dressed up. She was allowed to absolutely loaf along in the lead against pace-challenged rivals in this race, and the Clement horse finished second, was way up against it, trying to close from way back. Now, she did get back into George Weaver's barn, and she ran back, in fact, better than her best races, and she always had some talent, but I'm not sure that I want to take her last race at face value, especially moving up in company at a relatively short price. Not saying she can't win this race, because she's always had some talent, but I think her last race makes her look potentially better than she is.
It'll be a good litmus test for her. She's had 3 wins in the last 5 starts. That is lead guitar Luis Saez will be aboard once again, but the final leg of the cross-country Pick 5 sequence will be that Grade 2 Raven Run 7 furlongs at Keeneland. Some interesting horses in here, Andy, as Venetian Harbor, who's been knocking on the door recently, second behind 3 Grade 1 winners in her last 3 starts. She'll try to get her own win on Saturday.
Well, getting away from some horses that are Breeders' Cup Round and Gamine and Swiss Skydiver, who are pretty big names, and even Speech, who beat her in the Ashland, getting away from those horses will be a very big favor to Venetian Harbor. And I know her connection said they're successful here. They will come back in 3 weeks in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. I wish them the best of luck doing that. She's the worst to beat in here. Does she have seconditis, or does she have the itis of running against horses that are just too good?
The names you mentioned are pretty talented, and that's at a variety of distances as well. She'll stick with the 7 furlongs, but this is a nice race. You've also got 4 Graces, who was stuck in that monster pace last time out in the 8 Bells, but you can earn a $20 bonus on the Lexus Raven Run on Saturday at Keeneland. On Naira Bets to earn the bonus, bet $25 to win on 1 horse in either stakes on the Naira Bets app, and if your ticket hits, get a $20 bonus on top of your winnings. Bonus capped at $20 per player. Download in the App Store or on NairaBets.com for Android, and you can always visit NairaBets.com for promotion details. We always have all kinds of good promotions offered for you over at Naira Bets. Meanwhile, we have the 9th race at Belmont coming up next. Mile and an 1/8 off the turf in this allowance race. For the fillies and mares, there's a look at the number 3, Key Biscayne. We'll see if she can get back to the winner's circle today.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first-crop yearlings are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today we're getting ready for the 9th race here, ready to kick off the first half of our late double. Taking a look at the field as we are off the turf. Andy, the number 3, Key Biscayne is 3-2.
Yeah, and he's going to be, she may be shorter by post time. I think she's a horrendous bet in here. People are seeing that she won on the dirt. She got a 56 buyer, breaking her maiden in a very mediocre off the turf race that day. There's nothing to particularly like about that race except for the fact that the horses with dirt experience still in this race. Obviously, Wicked Amber is a bit of a long shot, though not totally impossible. The others have none, but that doesn't mean that Key Biscayne is likely to win. The two horses inside of her are really the ones with pedigree. Panda Mom, Akalina, you and I were talking about her off camera. She's got plenty of wet track and dirt pedigree. Uncle Mo is the sire. Akalina was proficient on both surfaces for trainer Christophe Clement, and he's aware of that. And she should be the controlling speed in this race, I would think. They'll look to be aggressive. But also Pure Rhythm. I think Pure Rhythm is a horse to be very careful about at a big price. The dam is a half to Lotta Kim. Lotta Kim, it's the dam of Rachel Alexandra. And if you start looking through the pedigrees, and my friend David Argona is the one who pointed this out to me, as he said, you kind of wonder why they ran this horse in the turf exclusively to begin with. Now, maybe they did that because she'd shown them nothing on the dirt. But this horse is bred to be a dirt horse, whether or not she's effective today. She's an awfully big price.
9-1 right now on the 1 as we look at the number 9, Una Luna, a mare by Dunkirk for Mertan Cantormasi. And it's interesting with this one, you talk about pedigree, Andy. The pedigree for this mare is actually on the bottom side, dirt sprint. She's never run on the dirt before or even run in an off-the-turf race, but much like we saw Mertan Cantormasi do earlier, taking a shot, leaving her in, as she had a disappointing performance last time out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, who knows? She's an Charlie mare. Dunkirk was a dirt sire, so maybe this horse will be effective, and she's going to be forwardly placed in here as well. So I don't think she's impossible. I wouldn't rule anybody out. I mean, the reality is you have a heavy favorite who won in the dirt but ran a very, very slow race in doing it. So why would you be dying to bet on that horse at a short price? So I'm not going to knock anybody for taking a shot in here. For me, I want to have the two inside horses.
Una Luna 2-1 right now. We'll see if she can take a step forward. Second off the bench. She did not look like the Una Luna I knew from the winter last time out. But for more on these horses in the paddock, an interesting race. Maggie, what are you seeing down there?
Well, Acacia, I hate to burst Andy's bubble, but I will say that Key Biscayne, she is the one that looks, physically at least, like the most adept to handling a wet track, though the two insides are very interesting. I will give them that. As number 1, Pure Rhythm, actually, she doesn't have the proverbial turf hoof, and she actually looks as though she's kind of physically more of a dirt horse in a way. The blinkers do come off. She is wearing a hood, and I'm presuming she'll run with that as it is underneath of her bridle. But she's very calm and well composed here in the paddock. The only problem I have with her is that this race transfers to 1 1/8 on the main track. She just is a little bit on the smaller side, where 1 1/8 on the main track in these conditions might be a little bit of a taxing trip for her, but at least it looks as though she should handle the track. We'll just see about the distance. Number 2, Panda Mom, she by far looks the best in this field from the overall standpoint. And as you guys mentioned, she has the pedigree to handle it. I just can't get over how good she looks. So if we're betting horses on the fact that they look as though they're doing well, then it is Panda Mom. A little bit more of a turf look to her, but I'm willing to look past that given her pedigree and her physical presence. Moving on to the outside horse, that's number 9, Una Luna, who I'm interested to see what Acacia was alluding to, the fact that she didn't look like the Una Luna from Gulfstream. Comes in here, second off the bench. She looks very fit to me. I know she is by Dunkirk, and there's pedigree on the bottom to be a dirt horse, but you want to talk about all in all out turf hoof. I mean, if you want to put a picture of turf hoof in the dictionary, I think you take Una Luna's picture because it's very flat. It's very much of that pie dish type of conformation and very angular pasterns to her. I like her physically. She looks fit, looks as though she's moved forward possibly from that first start. But I think they're at least looking at her is a reason why she's never run on the main track before. But Acacia, what did she look like before? I'm curious.
Maggie, it was more to me versus a physical note than she seemed so much more anxious to me last time out than I had ever seen her down at Gulfstream. And it could have just been off of the layoff, racing in a new place. So I'm hoping that that's not what you're seeing from her today, as that was a big negative for me last time out.
second. Oh no, she is very, very calm, cool, and collected here, Acacia. I mean, she has not turned a hair. Sometimes horses you see coming off those long layoffs, they just have that pent-up nervous energy, and it looks like she's, gotten rid of that for this next start back. So a lot more, much better disposition heading into this race.
Great to know. 5-2 on Una Luna, a horse I've been a fan of as well. Is unfortunately she's had a little bit of seconditis, but she's run some good races and good competition. But she's a turf horse, Andy.
Yeah, I think with the number 3 Key Biscayne, she has that win in the dirt, and people are going to lay their hat on it. And Key Biscayne is going to win this race if absolutely nobody else in here handles the dirt particularly effectively. If anybody else in here, and obviously Wicked Amber has run on it, the truth of Wicked Amber is her best dirt race is really not any worse than the win by Key Biscayne. She just happened to win a relatively soft maiden race. We're seeing Louis Saez coming out. I just think, especially the 2 inside horses, are one of those 2 horses will probably be proficient enough in the dirt to beat Key Biscayne, and that's what I'm banking on.
You saw Louis Saez as he looks for his 4th win today. He's had another multi-win day. Started off the day in great form. Looks like he could potentially have his work cut out for him, though, with Una Luna looking overall more like turf. But here's Pure Rhythm. You talked about the pedigree, and she is intriguing as those blinkers come off, as Maggie mentioned.
Yeah, now, a lot of Rhythm the Dam. It's a Rhythm was the sire. And Rhythm, by the way, Shug McGaughey's horse who won the Travers in 1990, is an answer to an incredible trivia question. Who was favored in the 1990 Breeders' Cup Classic won by Unbridled? And it's Rhythm, which is really it's amazing. I think he was the 4-1 favorite that day. Maybe Quiet American would have been favored if they had let him run. I'm trying to remember the sire of Lotta Kim, Rachel Alexander's dam, but as I recall, it's not a particularly super strong, and you're trying to look it up. I'll give you a second. I don't think it's a sire that's known to be one of the top.
She's by Roar.
Right, she's a Roar,
yeah.
and now Roar was from the Glowing Tribute family. With her dam was Wild Applause, or his dam was Wild Applause, who was a very good dirt and turf horse in Glowing Tribute, one of the great brood mares of the 70s and 80s, with horses like Sea Hero and Danger's Hour and Hero's Honor, and of course Wild Applause, who was second in the test, and she won. She was a Northern Dancer. She won the Diana as a 3-year-old, I think in her last career start. I don't think she ever ran again. But Roar's not, he was a Claiborne horse. I want to say he was Claiborne.
Claiborne bred.
He wasn't, he wasn't a really strong sire. So you see Rhythm, also, who don't see as a sire too often. But I'm not really scared by that because it's a good pedigree, obviously.
I love all those notes. You can really get lost looking through the family tree and the pedigrees of some of these horses, and you click on one and you just keep going down and down, but it is so fascinating to look and see how you create this one horse through all of these different levels and the different attributes that each family member does add.
Yeah, I think, you look at like the Phipps horses, you think about how they've had most of their success has been with dirt runners, at least, over history. But there's turf pedigree in pretty much all of them, whether they date back to horses like Buck Passer, and Bold Roar. So there's been a lot. I mean, Heavenly Prize, who was this incredible race filly and mare on the racetrack, but her best horse, and she's had some success, I think, was Good Reward, who won the Hollywood Derby. He won, I believe he won the Manhattan as well. And it's just turf and dirt in there. It's not a bad thing to have, and that's one of the reasons those broodmares have been so coveted over the years.
Nice to have that as a backup as well, and love looking through those Phipps families. Just layer after layer, there's always going to be some quality in there.
It's amazing how often, and it's come up recently with a couple of personal ensigns, that you see a big purchase price, and you don't see it right away in the first family, then you go back, a second or third generation gets back to some of those broodmares from the Phippses, and those horses will sell for a lot of money.
And obviously worth it as you look at the success on the racetrack, as well as currently Key Biscayne, filly by Brethren, who Arundel Farm has had a lot of his offspring in Florida, a couple running up in New York now, as well as we had that pedigree we were talking about with Pure Rhythm. Here she is to start the post parade.
And the sire Hardspun is one of only 2 horses, sires in this race that wasn't trained by Todd Pletcher. Pure Rhythm, I think, could be a runner on the dirt.
Here's a filly by a Todd Pletcher stallion, Uncle Mo. Here's Panda Mom.
Christophe Clement's a gamer. He runs his horses quite frequently in off-the-turf races. Somebody who worked with Sugar McGay and maybe a similar feeling, and there's plenty of dirt pedigree.
There's Key Biscayne, John Velasquez.
She's a talented horse, and in some ways she probably is the most talented horse in the race, but her one dirt race, albeit a win, was not a particularly strong effort. She's much better in the grass.
Coming out of Grade 1 company on the grass, though on the turf, of course, ran in the Belmont Oaks. Here's Wicked Amber.
She's a hard horse to like for Low Connections Barn, but her dirt races are not so horrendous that I just completely dismiss her at a huge price.
And the number 9, Una Luna.
Yeah, they're gambling it up, trying the dirt for the first time. We'll see what happens.
Second off the layoff for that mare by Dunkirk. As we get back to the 2, Panda Mom, the 3-year-old filly by Uncle Mo, the half-sister to Governor Malibu. He was I always remember him as a talented horse, but the Wise Guy Belmont Stakes picks for many.
Yeah, the only thing I have against Governor Malibu, if he had not gone to the rail top of the stretch, Creator never would have gotten through and beat Destin. So I'm holding that against him, and I always like Governor Malibu. It's dirt, it's turf in that family, it's both surfaces, but no reason with Governor Malibu and Akalina, this horse couldn't handle the dirt. And it's funny, this one's an Uncle Mo, one of the 3 sires trained by Todd Pletcher. Now he's the much more well-known, and it just goes back. I think Todd had told me, we did a podcast last year, so I feel like a number of stallions now, and he said some were standing, for a Pepsi somewhere. I don't know, it was his term, but I think it was 117. And you look and you see Brethren and Dunkirk who finished second to Summerbird in the Belmont Stakes. And Brethren was a nice horse, but they're not horses that just, everybody knows of. Uncle Mo, obviously a very well-known horse, a brilliant 2-year-old. And if he hadn't had those issues, his Kelso was an incredible race. If he had been completely sound and had a long career, Uncle Mo was a very special racehorse.
And he's now turned into a sire of sires as well, with Nyquist and Lauban doing well in their respective stallion careers too. But don't forget, you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. 5-2 right now on Panda Mom, 6-5 on the number 3, Key Biscayne. Both Maggie and Andy landing on the 2, that filly by Uncle Mo. You can talk about his races forever, as you mentioned. So impressive, though, a short-lived career. But Maggie, Panda Mom, trying the dirt for the first time, but you and Andy landing on this one, getting a nice price at 5-2.
Yeah, she just, I couldn't get over how good she looks relative to the rest of the field. She got on her toes, too, when Junior Alvarado climbed aboard her, and she just, as you can see, she's still on her toes. And going back to her sire, Uncle Mo, I remember that Wood Memorial, and it was like he was the only horse in the race. And I remember him walking in the paddock, and I had just started, and I was struggling to find a way to say that I didn't like the way he looked. He was diagnosed later with that liver issue. And obviously a horse, as Andy pointed out, had to overcome a lot. But when he was right, he was brilliant. And I do love his progeny, watching them on the racetrack. And the few that I've worked with in the mornings, too, have just been really lovely horses to boot. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Always love those Uncle Mo's. As we've got a filly by Uncle Mo in here, they are loading in now. We'll send it up to the voice of New York racing, John and Brielle, for the 9th start of the late double here at Belmont Park.
Set for the start. And they're off. Una Luna broke well from the outside, and now Panda Mom moves up to take over. Panda Mom is the leader. Una Luna runs in second, then Wicked Amber next in third. Key Biscayne is gaining ground on the outside, and the trailer is Pure Rhythm. They cross over from the chute to the main track. Panda Mom on the inside. Una Luna's in between horses, and Key Biscayne, the even money favorite, has joined the front runners. So it's 3 of them across through a quarter in 24 and 4/5 seconds. Wicked Amber's running in 4th, and farther back is Pure Rhythm, next in 5th. They continue up the back stretch. Panda Mom is at the rail. Una Luna in between horses. And on the outside it is Key Biscayne. They continue to duke it out here. 2.5 lengths back to Wicked Amber. Big break back to Pure Rhythm, who is the trailer. Half mile went in 48 seconds. It's Pandemom down at the rail. On the outside is Key Biscayne, the gray Una Luna in between those two as the field goes around the far turn. Now it's Pandemom and Key Biscayne, and those two are heads apart, with Una Luna back running in third. And then Wicked Amber in fourth. Up front, Pandemom and Key Biscayne, and the two of them are right together. 3/4 went in 1:12. Now Key Biscayne on the outside has taken over the lead from Pandemom. Una Luna runs in third, and then it is Wicked Amber and Pure Rhythm. The field is in the stretch. Key Biscayne is the leader here. Key Biscayne in front, and the lead is 4 lengths. Pandemom trying to hold second. Key Biscayne drawing away now here in the slop, and Key Biscayne will do it here quite easily at the end. Key Biscayne won by 7 lengths. Wicked Amber came on to get second. Photo for third between Pandemom and Pure Rhythm.
Key Biscayne, her second time on the dirt. A winning one, and she went off at even money. She was a short price, and she ran to it with John Velasquez in the saddle.
Well, as we said before the race, she would win this race if nobody else ran a step, and that's effectively what happened. And for what it's worth, that's a very slow final time when you compare it to the final time for Shug's winner of the race before it. But it looked like that. They were off their turf horses running on the wrong surface. You know, Wentz Junior Alvarado just slowed it down a little too much with Pandemom. It wasn't going to win anyway, but he let everybody else into the race. It just made it very easy for her. She got that nice outside position, and frankly, she won a race. And you know, the 5. Just remember who finished second in this race. The longest shot on the board, and I think even the 1 almost closed, but just missed Pandemom for third. But Key Biscayne, a much the best winner. And even money shot, I'd bet against it. They ran the race tomorrow.
Key Biscayne back to the winner's circle. Maggie, she was facing Grade 1 company on the turf, but she's a little versatile. She got the win today.
Yeah, when cleverly placed, she certainly can handle the main track, as she is now actually 2 for 2 over it. But she just got that great outside stalking trip. It just seems as though horses feel a little bit more comfortable out there as opposed to down on the rail, perhaps. And she's wearing those cheek pieces that we often talk about, Acacia, those big fluffy pieces on the side of her bridle. They seem to do the trick for her. But I think ultimately the class relief against horses who are much more meant for the turf, and probably even a cut below her on that surface as well. But that's why we find Key Biscayne in the winner's circle for Arundel. Oh, God, Arundel. I've watched so much Frozen over the last couple days because of my 3-year-old daughter that's all I can think about when I see Arundel. Acacia.
Maggie, I love that. I can't say I have the same association, but I'm not a mom just yet, but I love that. Have you seen Frozen?
You work with somebody who acts like a 3-year-old. Have I seen Frozen?
You have to have seen Frozen.
Get out of here.
Come on.
I took my niece to Wicked once.
Okay, I'll take that.
I had an ex-girlfriend that made me go see The Little Mermaid, I think, many years ago. I was much softer back then.
Okay.
But no Frozen.
Getting a little bit closer there. But the number 3, Key Biscayne, into the winner's circle as Heather Smullen, the typical exercise rider of 'Tis the Law. Her main job is assistant trainer Dewan Alvarado, as she's spearheading the horses that Arundel Farm does have up here in New York.
She's everywhere.
She's everywhere and doing a good job at it as Key Biscayne heads into the winner's circle. We'll bring you prices after this.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and there goes Promises Fulfilled onto the lead, blazing first fraction. It's Strike Power taken on by Promises Fulfilled, a half mile in 43.92 seconds.
Good Magic has been defeated. The leader, Promises Fulfilled.
Promises Fulfilled is still there, close to home. Promises Fulfilled is going to win the Allen Jerkins.
Welcome back to beautiful Belmont Park on a little bit of a soggy day here on America's Day at the Races, but pleased to be joined by winning rider of today's 9th race. That's Hall of Famer John Velasquez aboard Key Biscayne today. And Johnny, first time aboard this filly. Obviously, she looked good on the turf, but she was the only one who had any dirt experience. When you're looking at the form and handicapping, do you feel fairly confident when you head to the paddock and you look at a horse like this?
No, absolutely. Like you said, she was the only one who actually had a good race on the dirt. Although I keep looking back and see if it was a wet track, and it was a flat track. So I was like, damn it. So I hope she's the only one running the dirt anyway. She might be much better. And it's funny because talking to Heather before the race, she doesn't have much speed in this first part of the race, but when we get to the 3/8 pole, you make sure you get it running because she's just at one pace. She doesn't have any fast pace. She's going to keep going. So get into the 3/8 pole, get after her, and she's just going to continue to give you on that long, steady run. And that's the way she ran.
Yeah, quite easily as well, all over this field to boot. Now, Johnny, you'll be back in today's last race, I believe, with Todd Pletcher's Traffic Lane. A horse that was actually entered MTO, I thought looked like a turf horse, but it's still going to be on the main track today, but gets a little bit more ground to cover. Should that help his chances?
Yeah, she already ran in Saratoga, so this should help her today, though, and she already had a run. So hopefully between that run and today, with a whole bunch of scratches, and she got a better chance today.
Johnny, your relationship with Todd Pletcher, I mean, extends back to when he first started training in 1996. Is he a guy, are you close kind of on track or off track, I should say, or does that relationship kind of just stay here at the track?
No, it's kind of funny though. When early in the career and everything, we spend a lot of time together. Now the kids are old and everything, so we don't spend so much time now. And obviously he doesn't travel as much like when we used to be in Kentucky, living from the sprint. We used to stay together or share a room or whatever. Once the kids start getting older and going to school, that kind of tear away. But once in a while we get together in Florida, go out to dinner at least to catch up sometimes. I live in the same neighborhood that he lives right now, so he'll come over, have dinner with us. So once in a while, now a whole lot, but we get together once in a while.
That's cool. I love that. I mean, because it's so much fun to watch you ride for him, as you'll be doing in the next race. So best of luck with Traffic Lane. Congratulations on Key Biscayne. Easy victory today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, that's cool. Johnny and Todd, they're good friends as well to boot, as they should. They've had so much success together. I think Johnny won his 4,000th race several years ago aboard a horse named Galloping Giraffe, Acacia. So that long, successful career with the two of them certainly extends, and we'll see if it happens here in the next race as Todd is getting closer to the 5,000 mark.
He is, Maggie. I love the name Galloping Giraffe. A Rapoli horse, you said, Andy.
Yeah, I want to say it was a Mike Rapoli horse. I think it was.
That's great.
I don't think so. I don't think he ran that often.
Yeah.
Did he win first time, maybe? Big price?
Yeah. Well, John Velasquez will be riding for Mike Rapoli in the next race, a filly by Outwork and Traffic Lane, as Maggie mentioned, but he had an even money favorite to the winner's circle, $4.10 on Key Biscayne. If you're looking at that late pick 5, follow along. Got a little bit of a shorter price there in the 9th, but actually, I think in races 7 and 8, for those horses that figured, got some decent payoffs there for sure.
Yeah, I haven't really looked, but I agree. I mean, there were opportunities.
Sure.
I didn't, I'd be alive if I played the Big 5, even though I despised the last winner. But yeah, very logical. I think these cards work around. I think there's an opportunity in here. I don't see why the $5 Mountain can't win. It looks like the third choice looking at multi-race bets.
Alrighty, we'll bring you that 10th race. It's the 2-year-olds. We'll also bring you the will pays for the late pick 5. If you are still alive, we hope that you are, but Traffic Lane stretching out in distance in this off-the-turf nightcap. John Velasquez and Todd Pletcher will team up once again. We'll bring you all that and more after this.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include multiple stakes winner and Grade 3 victor Recruiting Ready, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Taylor Spirit, and juvenile stakes winner South Bend. In the Pennsylvania Derby, Algorithms notched his first Grade 1 winner with a thrilling victory by Matt Wizard. In the ring, his juveniles sold up to $275,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you, as always, by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the app to get started. We have one more race to go. We hope you're still alive in the Pick 5. Here's a look at Will Pays, the biggest Will Pay, going to the number 10 to wrap things up, and that is Union Dues included. Again, hope you are still alive, but currently the number 1 Traffic Lane, Andy, stretching out as the favorite. You like the $5 Mountain.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Traffic Lane, and I'm not going to be surprised if this horse wins, probably will have some speed stretching out, is Todd Pletcher. I'm not against horses in here, but that horse was not bet a nickel first time out. I know the winner was a heavy favorite. It was also an off-the-turf race, though he may have been an MTO. That I'm not sure of. Dollar Mountain, the 5, caught my eye because I remember when he debuted, I wondered why would they be running an upstart on the turf. He's had some real success so far, reinvestment risk, and I believe there's another solid upstart, at least one out there. Now, maybe they did that because he wasn't working well in the dirt. It's always possible. He ran sneaky well in there after breaking slowly, and I think Dollar Mountain is a player in this race. It looks like he's going to be third choice of a 4-horse field. I know you're not going to get a huge price. It's only 4 horses left, but hey, if you get the third choice, that's not bad.
And see if Luis Saez can get that 4th win on the day. Dollar Mountain filly by Upstart, who's been about 18% with his 2-year-olds as well, has been very productive as a freshman sire. We'll talk more about this race. Check in with Maggie in the paddock after this.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes, a son of leading 5th crop sire Union Rags, a $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Champions Day, where the stakes have been raised, the challenge made at the highest grade, to meet the elite, the order old, and dare to be unique, dare to be bold. A decade of innovation, of crowd ovations, trainers' tears amidst loud celebrations. 10 years of the spectacular. Frankel's final furlong and Sir Henry's swan song, Roaring Lion's late glory, and an irrepressible Dettori. This is the day where success is measured in hands high, and you decide which legend to back, where headline acts are never in short supply, when hooves move from track to track. This is a day of riches and rivals, British and Irish, overseas crusaders, Guillaume, Soumillon, the invading French raiders. This is a day of greats, of Gosden, of O'Brien, of Magical, of Moore, of Crowley, of Quealy, of Cracksman, of Noble Mission, of Cecil, of Smullen, of bravery and ambition, of strength and speed, of passion and power, of each winner, of the best. This is the day our heart rates will rise, with the widening of our eyes at each horse's force, each jockey's guile. The lengths lead, the last quarter mile, because this is the final chapter, the ultimate race day. This is Champions Day.
British Champions Day tomorrow. What a preview that was. Andy's all fired up, ready to go. We're bringing all of the Group 1 action tomorrow. I'll be here on set from New York, but I hope that you tune in and join us with coverage from Ascot Racecourse tomorrow on FS2, of course, brought to you by Fasig-Tipton. And always nice looking ahead, of course, Magical, a star on tomorrow's program for those British Champions Day races.
Yeah, she's such an amazing racehorse. What an incredible win for her in the upset, winning last time out.
Yeah.
The Irish champion. Be a great way for her to. I don't know. Is this potentially her last race? Or talking Breeders' Cup with her?
They've been
right?
thinking about the Breeders' Cup for her. Absolutely,
Yeah,
she beat Gaiath last time out, the world's highest rated horse. Yeah.
No, that was a tremendous win for her, and also Satsas finished I think 4th in that race. Of course, came back to win the Arc. So I'll be looking forward to seeing her and looking to see you. That's not the last race, so I'll be here. Maybe I can see it by the time I get to Belmont.
There you
I'll
go.
still be home in the beginning. I'll watch the first half, but then I got to get the train and get out here.
Coverage starts at 8:30 a.m. Eastern on FS2. Hope that you will join us. But we've got one more race today at Belmont Park. 2-year-olds in this off-the-turf maiden special weight for the fillies. Let's head down to the paddock and check in with Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. We'll check in with the Todd Pletcher horse that stays in here. That's number 1, Traffic Lane. And while I was very intrigued to see her on the turf, because despite Todd entering her MTO first time out, I thought she looked much more like a turf horse. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I don't mind her on this sloppy track, and I think the distance really plays into her favor. 5.5 just looks way too short for her. She's very long, scopy, elegant, effeminate type of filly. Very laid back as well here in the paddock. So I'm A-okay with the conditions that she meets here in her second start. Now, number 6, No Ordinary Time, did debut on the turf. She was very headstrong in the early stages of that race. I mean, she really wanted to try to run off there with Jose Lascano, who did his best to try to control her and slow her down a little bit. But when you do that, you're going to get tired, especially in your first race. So she comes back here, and while that was actually the first little wrong move that she has done, she seems pretty calm. She actually looks much the same as what she did first time out. I thought she looked fit and really strong in her debut, and she looks much the same here. She should handle the main track. She's actually got very small, tiny feet that typically translate well to this sloppy going. So no problems with her as your current 6-5 favorite. Then the outsider in this small group is the first-time starter, number 10, Union, Deuce included. I think. Sorry, Samantha Siegel, if I'm saying that wrong. Bigger, very scopy filly, and the dam include me out, some multiple grade 1 winner on the dirt and synthetic. So this is definitely the right distance. I'm fine with her on this surface, to be honest. She probably needs a start. She's probably not quite as fit as the 3 other fillies who have experience, but I just thought that, honestly, she's probably more well-suited to the main track than she was the turf, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-1 right now on that first-time starter. Union Dues included. Filly by Union Rags, who does have a little bit of pedigree there. Of course, the damn multiple Grade 1 winner, as Maggie mentioned. She could handle a wet track as well, so maybe needing a start overall, but she could be well suited to what she finds.
Well, it's funny that Michelle Nevin entered this horse from the turf because, A, that's not really her usual MO, but also it's really much more of a dirt. The dam was a dirt or synthetic runner, so we'll see. And Union Rag's not successful as a turf sire so far, so coming off probably helps. A four-horse field also helps.
Less competition this afternoon as we see the jockeys walking out. Jose Lascano will be aboard the 6 No Ordinary Time, who Maggie had some good notes about the attitude from this filly by Frosted in the paddock today, as Shug McGahee looks for another 2-year-old winner.
Yeah, seems like a very dangerous player in here. Obviously a very logical type horse. I'm going to, nothing against Ordinary Time. You know what I found interesting about this race was that you had 12 2-year-olds entered, and 4 of them were purchased overseas. Now, I know both Linear Thinking as well, I believe, as Shield, the number 9, I believe that's how you pronounce it, I'm not sure, our Shamardels, they were brought at Tattersall with Chad Brown. But there's also a couple other horses near, obviously, scratched when the race came off. But I think, well, actually, I think the 1A was scratched. That horse was probably purchased overseas. And also, there's another one, I think, for Christophe Clement. Irish Crush. And, you know, they really changed. When Chad Brown and Peter Brandt went over there to Tattersall's 2 years ago, Chad Brown was for Peter, but also he had DeMarchelier, who won our Pennine Ridge, was unfortunately injured. He's standing at stud at Claiborne right now, but also newspaper record. Digital Age, who won that Grade 1 just last start at Churchill, and such success for Clarvich Stable as well. And now you're seeing a lot of people going over there, and I think as a result, really, of not only Chad Brown and Peter Brandt going there and buying those horses, but the success that they had, and you're seeing a lot more people buying not just horses from Europe and shipping them over that are of racing age, but now more people are buying the yearlings at a variety of the sales, and you're seeing that really branch out. And got such a great turf program, especially in New York. There's no reason not to try to get better horses, and you're seeing people really sort of branching out in those European sales. It all started when those guys had that success buying at Tattersall's.
It is exciting, as you mentioned, the strong turf program in New York and some of the major turf stakes that are offered here, and being able to see some of the influence of that those European pedigrees. And I think it does aid with the competition as well, having some fresh blood. That's literally that, bringing horses in with some major stallions from Europe to take on some races here.
Well, there's just not a market at this point in this country for turf stallions.
Absolutely.
It's interesting. Fazek Tipton tried it a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and they had a turf yearling sale, and it was a disaster. I remember talking to Boyd Browning about it up in Saratoga, and he was, you know, sort of joking and making fun of himself, and maybe he's a little ahead of his time. But even a horse like Bricks and Mortar to get a reasonable stud deal. Horse was fabulous racehorse, horse of the year. They went over to Japan. There just isn't a market right now. But I think if more people are going to go to Europe and buy these kind of bloodlines, at some point things will change a bit here as we get more involved with turf racing. But I think that's the beginning of the evolution around there. It was the success that Chad Brown had with Peter Brandt, Seth Klarman with Clarvich Stables. But now you're seeing other people trying to do it, and you'll see more success with them.
Looking forward to seeing those other horses that you mentioned down the road, as they will not run today, or the race taken off of the turf. But we have a filly by Frosted, who's currently your favorite. We knew what he could do on the dirt, of course, and there's a nice pedigree with this one as well. She's half to a Grade 1 winner. Weep No More.
Who's that?
No Ordinary Time is.
Which is the Grade 1 winner?
Weep No More.
Oh, she won the
She won
Ashland for Rusty Arnold.
Yeah,
There's a
and a
huge
big
upset
price.
at like 40-1 in a 5-horse field. She beat some good horses,
She did.
and she never won again.
No, she didn't. There's also Current, who is, of course, the turf horse in the family.
He's got a lot of bad rides lately. Poor Current.
Poor Current. He's pretty. Here's the one, Traffic Lane.
We'll see how this one does stretching out. You'd imagine there'll be some speed for Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli.
The number $5 Mountain filly by Upstart is next.
I think this horse is interesting, and you're supposed to get better at 9 to 5 as a clear-cut third choice looking at doubles. This horse can have speed if it breaks cleanly.
Next in our post-parade will be the 10, Union Dues included.
The first-time star, just a guess, probably the least likely the 4, but not impossible.
Does have some pedigree as well. You heard Maggie talking about that, out of a multiple Grade 1 winning mare. And here's that number 6, No Ordinary Time.
Same absolute connections as Civil Union, who won our Grade 1 Flower Bowl. Shug McGahee training for Joe Allen and Allen Stable. Absolutely a major player and likely to be favored at post time.
$600,000 filly by Frosted, who did get headstrong in her debut, as we heard Maggie mentioning. We'll see how that does come to play this afternoon, as she is currently 6-5. The number $5 Mountain, though, you like, Andy. There was some pedigree, I thought, overall, to suggest more dirt.
Yeah, I like this horse's debut on the turf, so maybe they were right running on the turf. Broke about 3/4 lengths low, rushed up against the pace, and I thought ran a very, very credible race and was a dangerous player in this race theoretically on the turf. But Upstart was a very good turf horse for trainer for the late, great Rick Violet, and he's had real success so far as a dirt sire, so it's not surprising they left this horse in. I think my most impressive feat in here, Acacia, is when I heard the race came, or actually not even when I heard, 2 days ago, I made dirt picks, and my top 4 picks were the 4 horses that get left in.
Well done.
So I'm going to rest on the laurels of that. I feel like I've already won. I'm not getting paid for that, though.
I was going to say.
Any more than I get paid to do my job, which is
what do you get
shocking,
out of it?
shocking and hard to believe as well.
What do you get out of it? I like that. Dollar Mountain, Louis Saez. We're seeing her there in the warm-up. As we have those 4 horses here in the nightcap. And that does make it a little bit tricky, too, as we talk about some of these shorter fields. And I think Richard Migliore does a good job of explaining this as being a former jockey, that everybody's closer to you. You're aware of every other rider. You can almost get in more trouble sometimes in a short field than in a big field.
I remember a 5-horse field here when Rudy Rodriguez was riding, where I think he finished 4th, and I think he should have claimed foul against himself, actually. But it does seem like some of these small fields, you see more trouble than you should be seeing in those races. And at Belmont Park, it's hard. I mean, one of the great things about Belmont is, on the dirt especially, very rarely do horses get exceptionally bad trips unless they get in trouble early in the running of the races. Because with the wide sweeping turns, it's a lot, I think, easier in general to maneuver around. So that's why I like Belmont when the track plays fairly, and the turf courses as well. The best horse will win more often than not, and I think that's one of the beauties of Belmont. I love Belmont. I think I know it's an odd track, 1.5 miles, but I think it's such a great racetrack, and all the different turf courses, distances we can run, different configurations. Love the racing here.
Such great racing. And we've got one more race for you today. Maggie, you're landing on the 1 Traffic Lane as Todd Pletcher hoping to get one more win closer to 5,000.
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited for Todd, although I know trainers hate the countdowns to the big milestone numbers, but we'll be pulling for him, as she will be my pick. I want to talk briefly about number 6 in here. That is your current favorite in No Ordinary Time for Shug McGahee. Now, she did, as you guys saw, come out last in the post parade, and she's relatively, speaking, gotten a pretty quiet warm-up, and I'm sure that's by design here from jockey Jose Lescano, because, like I said, she got very, very headstrong on him early on in that debut effort. And so just keeping a horse quiet, not really flipping the switch, so to speak, will lead to better results for one that naturally has some early foot. So I foresee her being forward in here, but hopefully a little bit kinder in Jose's hands this time around, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We will be watching for that as Jose Lescano has continued to ride in good form here at Belmont and some heads-up rides and taking advantage in some paceless races. I think that's really where it's shown a lot.
Yeah, no, it's been a great summer for Jose. I agree. I think he's really been paying attention and riding very, very well. And I think overall you have to be very impressed with all the riding you're seeing. Even the riders who haven't won as many races. I think Kendrick Carmouche has been riding very well at Belmont. Eric Cancel has picked up his riding quite a bit. He's been riding better lately. So it's good to see. It's such a terrific colony from top to bottom.
Top class in the jocks room here at Belmont Park as they load in one more race left to go on this Friday afternoon, and we'll send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John and Brielle, for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A good start for Traffic Lane from that inside post position. No Ordinary Time. Now moves right alongside. So it's No Ordinary Time and Traffic Lane heads apart for the lead. Right behind the front two, the duo of Dollar Mountain and Union Dues included. Traffic Lane gets away here now to lead by a length. Dollar Mountain's at the rail. No Ordinary Time is alongside. And Union Dues included is the trailer in 4th. Opening quarter mile over the wet going in 23 seconds. Traffic Lane is the leader here by a length and a quarter. Dollar Mountain runs in second by a half length. No Ordinary Time, the even money favorite on the outside in third, and Union Dues included. It's still Traffic Lane showing the way here. Traffic Lane in front as the field goes into the turn after a half and 47 and 2. No Ordinary Time, Dollar Mountain, they're heads apart second and third. Union Dues included at the back. Traffic Lane at the front here, in front by 3/4 of a length. No Ordinary Time is second now by a length and a half. And Dollar Mountain is in third. Traffic Lane is holding on to the lead here. Traffic Lane by a length and a half. No Ordinary Time. Dollar Mountain takes to the outside for the run into the stretch. It is Traffic Lane. Here's Dollar Mountain now up on the outside. And Dollar Mountain has taken over from Traffic Lane. No Ordinary Time in third. It is Dollar Mountain. And it is going to be a 4-win Friday for jockey Luis Saez. Dollar Mountain won by 4.5 lengths. Traffic Lane completes the exacta.
Luis Saez makes it 4 wins today as Dollar Mountain onto the dirt and much the best winner.
Yeah, she was much the best, and she was an upstart and got back to the dirt. And, listen, that was a fast pace at the one set in this race at the end of the day. What's interesting about this race, I think this is the race that a lot of us will use, myself included, to suggest that the rail wasn't the place to be today, because this horse seemed to be going absolutely nowhere down the inside of the turn. Once Luis Saez put this horse on the outside, she just exploded. Now, maybe she wasn't comfortable in there. Maybe the race started slowing down in her face. The reality is, they only went about a second, about 8 lengths slower than Shug McGay's easy win earlier today, which for an off-the-turf filly is actually a pretty respectable number. And you do wonder if George Weaver is going to be running this horse in the dirt or turf next time out.
Absolutely, as Maggie Dollar Mountain and Luis Saez, as Luis Saez has certainly seemed to know where the best part of the racetrack is today.
Yeah, he does, and I thought she wasn't going to get anything going around the turn, as Andy pointed out, when she was down on the inside, and then he gets her out, and she just really kicks it into another gear. So well done him, 4th win on this card. And how about George Weaver, who experienced an uncharacteristic cold Saratoga, has really heated up here at Belmont. I mean, picking up his 5th win as well. So really firing on all cylinders here with Dollar Mountain. Burton Jones, the owner. And like I said, Luis Saez, another guy heating up. Acacia.
He absolutely is. Rode out in California on maximum security, and then we saw him come back here to New York. A little bit of an uncharacteristic lull for Luis Saez, but just so strong and makes it a 4-win day.
It's hard. It's such a strong colony, and I think you got that when he was winning all those races at Saratoga. When you're doing well, you think that's never going to end, and he's a super rider, but it's a super tough colony, and also being away, it's going to hurt you a little bit. I see Manny Franco has been at Keeneland. I know he rode there yesterday. He won with Spa City. Speaking of Kieran McLaughlin, of course, the agent for Luis Saez, and he had trained Spa City for Godolphin, and he won an odd 1 3/16 race yesterday.
All right. Kieran McLaughlin, Luis Saez doing well as they get a 4-win day. Dollar Mountain owned and bred by Brereton Jones. Congratulations to the Connections filly by Upstart in the 5th win of the meet, as you heard Maggie say, for trainer George Weaver.
Flatter, this prolific son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. He's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. His yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row and sold up to $900,000 at Keeneland September. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're wrapping things up here at beautiful Belmont Park. A little bit of a rainy day, but it was a fun one, and we appreciate you joining us as the last race. 2-year-old Dollar Mountain filly by Upstart makes her second start a winning one. $6.20 winner for owner breeder Brereton Jones, trained by George Weaver, and she really seemed to enjoy herself out there in the mud, Andy.
Yeah, she really did. I mean, she was running away from those horses late. You and I were watching it. And for an off-the-turf 2-year-old fillies, as opposed to the colts we saw with that impressive win for Sugar McGay, it's a solid time. This horse ran okay. Imagine that George Weaver will be thinking about staying on the dirt, at least for now, with her.
I would think so. As we take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, it paid $341. And if you paid attention to Andy Serling, you would have had it. 4 out of 5 top choice winners. Well done, Andy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Nothing's bad. Nothing huge prices, but thanks.
A win's a win.
Yeah.
Congratulations go for Shaggy, winner of the Belmont Showdown online contest. Mustang Mike in second. Thank you to everybody that played. As we take a look at what is still to come over this weekend on America's Day at the Races. Saturday, we have the Floral Park here at Belmont. On Sunday, we have graded stakes action on the turf, the Knickerbocker early in the day, and the Hill Prince for the 3-year-olds going a mile a little bit later on. And we'll see Decorated Invader, the morning line favorite, in that race, as we are going to be stepping aside, saying goodbye. It's not as quite as dark as it may look behind us, but thank you. It's close. Thank you very much for joining us. It was fun as always, Andy, and we'll be on together Sunday.
We will be on together Sunday, but you will be on at 8:30 tomorrow morning, so don't miss the English Champions races at Ascot tomorrow. Keisha will be covering that from 8:30 to 11. Of course, we'll be here from 12 to 5:30,
I believe so.
tomorrow.
Yes, that's right. You can 12 to 3:30 on FS1 tomorrow, and then switch over to FS2 after that. I will be on starting at 8:30, as Andy mentioned, 8:30 in the morning for British Champions Day. But today, it was all about Luis Saez. 4 winners on the card. Well, that jockey, his agent, of course, retired trainer Kieran McLaughlin, as they're doing quite well together. Another multi-win day for Luis Saez. Join us tomorrow. Tune in starting at 8:30 a.m. for British Champions Day and America's Day at the Races after that. Good night, everyone.